Do it. Take a look at me, a penguin, you see. Left leg. Have you ever seen a penguin dancing? Take a look at me, a penguin, you see. Head up. Have you ever seen a penguin dancing? Take a look at me, a penguin, you see. Tongue out. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So, literally here, guys who have never seen a penguin or a penguin or ping ting, okay?
Yeah.
Today you have been the penguin.
Yeah.
Can you clap for yourself? It is not easy to be, okay? Yes.
The next person on stage is the moderator of the day. Her name is Anne Rose. As she makes her way to the stage, kindly a hand of applause. Anne Rose, as she comes. Anne, can you tell us something interesting about yourself before you take the day? Just one thing. One thing about me? Yeah. I think I smile a lot. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you? Hamjambo. Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here now. Today's session is going to be really interesting. So we hope to hear from you and what you're doing and the interventions you do from where you come from. And tell your neighbor climate. Climate what? Climate what? Climate change, climate justice, climate security, climate what? Okay, good. So our session this morning is about climate security, climate change and conflict. And so we are calling it climate rights. And we hope that we will have a productive session because the idea for us is to hear more from you than more from us. Does that make sense? Is it a lot of English? Yeah. So Arusha, welcome to Arusha Peace Forum 2022. And this year's theme for us is security and rights. So youth, peace and conflict. So we are trying to do, what is the connection between peace, security, conflict, and climate? And then the other thing that we'll also be talking about is from policies to practice. So when we say policy to practice, then this means there are policies already existing. What are you doing about them within your localities? Does it sound interesting? Yeah? Okay, so thank you so much. So I know we were meant to have keynote speakers who are not yet here. So we will go directly to the business of the day. And let me take this opportunity to also introduce something to you. I don't know whether this is, can I stand there? So, because I wanna use this. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I would like to introduce two people. Yeah, so my name is Anne Rose Osamba, and I chair the East African Youth Peace Network here in Arusha, and we are the conveners of this morning session, the one that I just introduced about. And so I'm going to take this time to first of all introduce the network and then introduce what we do. And then I will give a status of implementation report, what we've done for the entire year. And then hopefully after that, we can open for plenary, maybe 2 to 3 reactions on what you think we've done or what we could do better. And then we'll have a session on 2250. And just to look at what does the implementation look like in the member state countries or the countries represented here. So we have quite a number of speakers joining us from online and here. And then after that, I think we're going to have a session that will be majorly looking at climate security adaptations within the regions that we have. Oh, okay. My God, so technology. and you're talking about digital rights. And digital, so yeah. So apparently I'm told you're not seeing me. Okay. Okay, sawa. Can I continue as you're placing it? Mm. What? Mhm. Thank you so much, Tim. Yeah, like I said, we are EYPN, and we started this network last year, but one. Which year was last year, but one, by the way? 20, huh? No, so we started last year. 2021 was June. 2021 in June, and I'll give a brief background of why we exist. So, how many people have come for ULEAD since the first session? ULEAD 2019, ULEAD 2020, 2018, 2019. 2019, it's only one. 2020, 2022. You see? So you're cheating. 2022, it's all of us, right? Yeah. So during most of the ULEAD summit, there were a lot of recommendations that young people used to give. And part of those recommendations actually were, we need to have a network that is going to collectively, synergize the work that young people do on peace building and conflict across the East Africa region. So during the 2020 ULEAD, which was actually virtual, yeah, we decided to take the recommendation seriously, and that is how the network was created in the 2021, no, June 2021, right? So this network was established then to actually localize the resolution 2250, 2535, and 1325 on women, peace, and security. But then also part of what we wanted to do is to look around what are people doing on conflict prevention and conflict transformation across their region. And then also a lot of young people did a lot of good things, but then they were all working in silos. So it's more of, can we come together and push the youth agenda collectively? And that is how EYPN existed. So we had elections in 2021. We started with country elections where each member state was, selecting their leader. And then after that, we went now to the representation of the network. So that's how I ended up being the chair. So then also last year, when we did the election, there were two countries which had no representation. I think it was South Sudan and Tanzania. So during the Arusha Peace Summit, Peace Forum last year, we actually did elections for Tanzania. And something that I'm happy about this morning is that the newest kid on the block is also represented in this network. Please put your hands together for DRC. Yeah, so that's beautiful. So our objective really is to, one, organize collective efforts for peace building and conflict transformation across the region, but also put opportunities together for young people and be able to just channel them out. And then the other thing, of course, is also building the capacity, but most importantly, documenting the work that these young people are doing within their localities, especially those at the grassroots level. So currently we have 300 members within the 6 EAC countries. And I'm just gonna mention the country representatives. So even if they're in absentia, we'll still clap for them. Yeah, so also we have a steering committee of 9 members that I lead, and that is the country representatives, and then we have the EAC Youth Ambassador, 1 representation, AU Youth Ambassador, 1 representation, and then we have the Secretariat, which is now ULEAD and the ESC. So if I call their name, I think you're going to clap for them. So Kenya is currently being represented by Mr. Elias Souma Odhiambo. He's also an ESC YAP ambassador. Okay. And then from Tanzania, we have Makwita Khalif. I think he's here. Makwita? Is he around? He's not yet here. So please clap for Makwita. And then in Uganda, we have a guy called Robert Muhangi. I think he works for RDP Uganda. And then from Rwanda, we have Yves Nsavimana. Then, which country have I not mentioned? Burundi, we have Gisa Roberts. Who else? I think the 2 people who are here, I'll make them stand. Please put your hands together for South Sudan. Wani Stephen. And then, of course, our newest kid on the block, Democratic Republic du Congo. Yeah, and then, yeah, that's the team, that's the steering team that I work with. So I'm just gonna go straight to the report of what we've been doing. Now, last year, we know that Kenya had elections, right? How many Kenyans are here? Hey, Kenyans are many. Oh, it's this year. Why do I feel like it's last year? I move on quickly. With it. Yeah, I don't know why. For some weird reason, I feel like it's last year. Oh, it's this year. So this year we had Kenyans elections, right? And so the network collectively with the EAC ambassadors, we were running a campaign called Kenya ya Amani campaign. And this is solidarity, you know, for the Kenyan brothers and sisters from the rest of the member states and all of us who are participating. And then also we've been highlighting the work of the young people through ULEAD and Plug series. Do you guys watch ULEAD and Plug series? Yeah, so we've been highlighting the work of peace builders across. And then the other thing that we largely do is focusing on really the implementation of Resolution 2250. And as you know, Youth Peace and Security Resolution, we only have currently, I think, 2 countries that have an app. That's Nigeria and DRC. So the rest of the countries are still catching up, you know, with their resolution. So we've been trying to look at how do we get young people to participate meaningfully in peace processes and also you know, just conflict transformation and mediation. When you're saying that young people are now participating in peaceful processes, then it needs to be meaningful, right? So that is what we've been advocating for. Part of that also includes sending young people to participate in peace building meetings and trainings like IGAD, who we partner with, the IGAD Training Center. And then in South Sudan, actually, the process of localization of the NAP has begun, and that part of the network's work has been actually to see how we are able then to make sure we achieve the NAP in South Sudan, but also borrowing from other member states who already have it. In Kenya, for example, we are looking at the lessons that we have learned from the WPS. WPS is Women, Peace and Security, Resolution 1325. And so from DRC, we are building on the experiences that they had since they already have the NAP in terms of looking at what are the gaps that, you know, we can avoid moving forward as we create these other NAPs. And then the other thing is that the YPS agenda in South Sudan also, the network was there when they were celebrating the 7th anniversary of the YPS. And the other thing that we did basically is in terms of now engaging youth more into the thematic pillars. Do we know the pillars? No? So in youth peace and security, we have prevention, protection, what else? Promotion. Who knows? I think I'll have a present for the person who knows. Who knows the 5 pillars? Ah, I'm surprised. There are no peace builders in this room. Only business. Eish. We are very sorry. Are you about to become recovery? Thank you, my sister. Yeah, recovery is the 5th pillar in Y. No, recovery is in WPS, and then 1325, and then for 2250 is actually disarmament and disengagement. Somebody talked about silencing the guns yesterday, so that feeds into that. So also the other thing that we've done is mobilize young people across the region. In terms of the work that they are doing on peace building and providing technical support to the events that they are holding. And then also in South Sudan, we've been able to engage them through the promotion pillar in the process of constitution making. As you know, the South Sudan constitution is a transitional constitution, right? And then in DRC also, there have been efforts, even in the recent peace mission that was happening in Nairobi, but I'm so sure Steve will talk more about it. Then from Kenya, basically we've been learning a lot on the WPS. We just did a midterm review. The WPS is Women, Peace and Security, and where we are now, we implemented the first NAP, so we're implementing the second NAP, and we're trying to see what are the gaps moving forward, what worked well in NAP 1, what didn't work well. So allow me to please bring Wani, who is going to talk about what they have done in South Sudan. for the network, and then I'll briefly give to DRC, but you need to be very brief, please, gentlemen. Put your hands together for Wani.
Salam alaikum. Are we doing fine? Thank you. How many of we knows about UN Security Resolution 2250? How many are we? Okay, thank you. I think it has taken now 7 years since all the member states assent to this resolution, and we are all members to UN Security Council. And the reason why that was pushed forward is to engage at the aspect of making the youth become partners and ambassadors of peace in the countries, in all the member states. I will just put this a few reflections in regards to how important we need to see the youth becoming the peace architect of each country. Because in the level of the 5 pillars, we have participation. And in the 5 pillars, we have engagement of youth in the aspect of policy influencing. Because we are the majority of the country in every, let's say in Africa. So what is the dividend that the member states need to get from you? One is to be partners in terms of peace building. 2 is to help in policy influencing when it comes to aspect of peace. Aspect of governance is very important because these are elements that help us to participate as youth. But in a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, you know, it's a post-conflict agenda that we are looking at on how best we can rebuild back the country from the status of conflict to the state of recovery and post-conflict development, which it takes the aspect of youth participating when to take the aspect of women representation in the political space. And most of you people might have heard about the peace agreement that was signed in Addis in 2018 to cope the aspect of the conflicts in the country. So the youth have taken an upper hand in terms of saying that peace process is very inclusive in terms of the social inclusion in the society. And that's what we take aspect back to Liberia example. During the aspect of Liberia, the women stood very strongly, say, you know, without signing this peace, you people are not leaving this house. And it's the same scenario that the context that we have in the country, where the women took it as an agenda that, you know, we need to really see this peace come into reality. And that is the essence of inclusivity when it comes to participation in peace building. In aspect of policy influencing, the youth have engaged a lot in terms of reviewing bills, because we are in the process of constitutional making process, and the networks that we have in South Sudan, which is South Sudan Youth Coalition and South Sudan Coalition on Peace and Security, that helps the aspect of consolidating all the efforts of all the networks that implement peace and security, especially the civil society organization. And that is the role that we really want to see. We have diversity in terms of the implementation of the agreement, where we give more opportunity for people to review bills such that it can be sent to the parliament, to the commissions, the constitutional review commissions. And that gives us a lot of opportunity to lobby in terms of the policies that we expect for the country. And to see that whatever aspect of life or whatever aspect of policies that we have, the youth, especially the youth and women group, should be part and passion in terms of influencing that policy, in terms of representations, in terms of seeing the constitutionalism we want to see in addressing conflict. Because those are indicators when it comes to conflict mitigation, to see inclusivity when it comes to policy influencing process. We have learned a lot in terms of exchange, in terms of contribution to the peace building and mediation process, where a lot of youth were engaged. Even we demand to be signatories to the agreement that was signed in Addis. And we have youth who represents at all the commissions, especially to mechanisms that helps in monitoring the peace process. You look at in Africa, the moment we disengage from the youth, that's when we see a lot of conflict. From the uprising, from 2011, there was a lot of, in terms of uprising, because of exclusion in the process, if it comes to leadership, political representation, aspect of human rights, aspect of corruption, political space. This has been common. But on realizing how can we tap this benefit from the youth, since and then a lot have been achieved. When you look at African Union, let's say the Youth Charter, you look at the Articles 31, it talks about more, is it at Article 31? You may pardon me in that citation, which talks about our contributions as youth in Africa. To see the Vision 2060, we need to disengage ourselves from hate speech. That's one of the things. With that social inclusion and a very preventive way, there are a lot of campaigns that we have done when it comes to hate speech to prevent the aspect of, most of you people, how many of you participated in hate speech? Have you in any way acted in promoting hate speech in your country? Okay, there is one aspect. At times we do it without knowing that it is a hate speech. Okay, so whatever we do, we need to be very sensitive at this driving factor to conflict. Let's say conflict sensitivity in whatever we do is very important in our life. So the youth have been leading a lot in terms of conflict sensitivity programming, in terms of how to promote social cohesion. The diversity in the country, we have 64 tribes. So tapping into the diversity in terms of culture, in terms of respect to opinion, respect to the cultural diversity, but South Sudan is the most richest country in terms of cultural diversity. And you may soon see, when we tap the dividend of peace, I think it will be the most selling. Let me see the South Sudanese. Let's first see the height. That is the most profiling, so we need to be proud of that. So what we need to do at the region is to see that the every pillars of peace and security, any engagement at the EAC level, we need to see the youth engage in the peace actage, whether at the EAC level, at the IGAD level, at AU level, because it's very paramount for us to see youth engagement in the peacemaking process. We cannot isolate. These are partners. When we are partners in the policy-making process. So we need to see that this aspect of peace and security, we own it. We are talking about business. There is no business that can grow when there is conflict. And the most advantage that we need to see, when South Sudan got independent, or when South Sudan signed the peace agreement in 2005, it gave an ample security environment for business in member states country, particularly, let's say, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi. A lot of potential opportunities that arises as a result of us signing that peace agreement. And we need to continue to champion that agenda of peace and security, that every member states need to have a representation of women group, youth group, when it comes to the aspect of policy making in relation to peace and security. Because although how much we talk, if we don't have the software part of it, we may not succeed in implementing the hardware. We have all the treaties. That means we need to have a space for the youth. We need to have governance, good governance. We need to have political will in terms of aspect of peace and security. And I want to request all the member states, we should be peace ambassadors in all the countries as an African country. As we said, one Africa, right? And then we need to have one objective. We need to have one objective for that aspect. So peace and security is very important. For us to grow in terms of business, we need to see the peace security that we have. And then the aspect of climate change that comes in is still one of the pillars when it comes to DDR and disengagement. So we need to own this process as youth to see the Africa that we want. The Africa that gives every opportunity for every youth in terms of their safety, in terms of their network, in terms of their human right, in terms of their interest in policy influencing, when it comes to the aspect of development. And the best thing is the sovereignty of your country is the best asset that you need to protect as a country. The only thing you do is peace. And I want to say thank you so much for listening. And you know that we invite you. South Sudan is a very peaceful country. We are very hospitable, and we need to see you coming to have learn experience from our country. Sokran Jedinan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's very hard to speak after Wani has spoken very extensively about South Sudan and the work that they're doing. Thank you so much for also reminding us how peace is very important in our work. Maybe I'll just open it up a bit before I move to the next session to just understand, yes, I'm going to give the mic to you, to just understand whether we understand conflict and which ways conflict manifests itself in your particular areas and what do you do about it. So yeah, so if you raise your hand, I'm going to see you and somebody will help me pass the mic, okay? So one, I'm opening the session for two things. One, for you to tell me whether you're working on conflict, and if you're working on conflict, what are you doing about it? And two, whether you have feedback for what you've heard from the network, or if you think it's something you'd like to join, or if you think it's something useful or adding value to your work, okay? So let's see the hands, and then the microphone is coming. Okay, you can start from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a very relevant space, especially when we discuss peace and conflict issues, because the organization that I work with is called the Africa Center for People, Institutions and Society. So what we have been doing in Kenya particularly is social media for peace. So the Social Media for Peace project is an EU-funded project and implemented by UNESCO. And we as SAPs have been conducting trainings on using social media for peace, because what we have realized is that conflict is moving from physical violence to online platforms. And this is very relevant to the theme digital access in the future of work, because people will go ahead to what he said, hate speech is real, especially on social media platforms. And social media companies and tech companies will let it go ahead because they need clicks and that's how they make money, but that translates to different platforms. And the other thing that we have been doing personally is moderating trainings for content moderation and conflict sensitive reporting and ethical journalism for community media practitioners, because community media practitioners report in local languages. In Tanzania, we have different languages and local languages. The same is in Kenya. So the problem is that when these people are not equipped with the right skills to go report in an ethical manner, they tend to be the ones to enhance violence, even on social media platforms. And finally, now I would maybe pose a question. What is the role of social media for different countries represented in the room in terms of enhancing peace and making sure that peace prevails in our countries? Because very many people are using social media platforms in the wrong way, and this translates back into the communities. It causes violence. And what we realized, one of our key recommendations was ensuring that women are involved, because women, especially mothers, are the ones who are the perpetrators of violence. Unfortunately, I sit with my mother in my community, and she will tell her son that you cannot let this kind of people come and take our seats, our political seats, and come because we do not want them here. So women must be equipped with the right capacities. Language really matters in terms of enhancing peace and involving everyone. Yes, thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for her. And she's spoken into a very critical issue, not just on conflict sensitivity, but then what are we doing? And that the women need to be equipped, because one of the things that we've been talking about in the succeeding women meetings that we've had is the online gender-based violence. And most of the targets are actually women. And a long time ago, people used to imagine it's just journalists and politicians. Nowadays, it's everyone. It's me and you, and Kenyans on Twitter are just worse. You know? You know? So it's, yeah, I know. Please, my fellow Kenyans, you don't kill me, but that's it. Like, you make life difficult for other people. And I'm not just saying Kenya alone. Maybe it's because I'm privy to that context. But yes, I agree that people need to be equipped. And when we're talking about future of work, we can't talk about it without also rethinking the space and the role of social media in peace building, because as much as it enhances the work we do, or rather it gives us the space to actually also give visibility to the peace work across the region, but also just looking at how do we debunk some of these myths. And also in terms of online recruitment and radicalization, is the same thing, right? Yeah, so please give to the next person. Asante. Really?
Sorry, just one comment. And I think there's need to also equip people with fact-checking skills and tools, like verification. Everything you come across on social media platform is not always true. And tools like InVid and TinEye will help you go back and re-see, did this information that was posted, is it true? Do the media houses confirm that it's actually true? So those tools are very important. Fact-checking is very, very important, and verification of information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Very good morning.
I think I have the stage.
Okay. Competing priorities, so.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Brian. I'm from Kenya. And my question to you is on DRC. I think, what do you feel could be the role of young people in ensuring that there is peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically the eastern part of DRC? And I want us to have a very honest conversation here. I think you have seen from the publications that we have specific leaders from the East African community being blamed for fueling the chaos in the eastern part of DRC. And to add on to that, you have also seen that there are different processes. I know there's a Nairobi process which is happening as we talk, but how do we ensure that this process will also be different from the other engagements which have been held before that? Thank you.
Yeah, can I quickly respond to that before the other question? So thank you so much, Brian from Kenya. And I would like you to stop just right there, hold your thoughts, because we have the man himself from DRC who participated, who is our EOIPN member, and we'll be having a panel shortly, and he'll be able to answer all that. And he'll be able to tell us how they participated, because they actually sent a delegation there. So just, you'll get answered. Okay, let's get him.
Okay, fine. My name is Maloba Albert from Kenya. Yeah, I'm asking a question and I'm seeing many questions already. Okay, my question to you is, I don't know if our president you're from DRC. You said South Sudan, sorry. My pattern question was, I don't know what you're doing with the organization to help on the countries maybe which are having election, like in Kenya, we just had election the other day, and we really would love to know maybe what you are doing in terms of matters that threaten peace. We have various issues. You have named some, social media and et cetera. And if you have objectively selected, especially which ones are the main threats, especially coming from the organization youth. Thank you so much. Yeah, my desk mate has a question.
No. Maloba, a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for the opportunity. My name is Amos Batra, again, from Uganda. And I want to be direct to answer your question on how the conflict manifests. I am a scholar of conflict, and conflict manifests when an issue arises and you find that you have different ideologies on the argument, and then in your mind you don't have the conscious of compromise. There, of course, the conflict has to, emanate. But also, I think that is highly causing conflicts in our countries. It is directly related to politics. We have the young people. I think we are lacking compromise. Once we join politics, it's always like a do or die. You don't know where maybe someone you're supporting has come from. And for you, you see someone is saying, I have, to die with this person. Yet you're a young person, you have a lot to do for yourself, but also your family. So young people, I just implore us to be cautious, but also have that mind of compromise in the heart that we need to put up argument of issues, not argument of energy. I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Hi. So I just wanted to put in an input about conflict. I work with the informal settlements in Nairobi, and one of the networks that we work is with the Mothers of Victims and Survivors Network. So we work with the likes of the Mathare Social Justice Center, and we do that simply because these are the people who can easily propagate violence if they're not controlled correctly. For example, if a mother has lost a son to police brutality, then they are forced to tell the other son, what are you doing in the house? Instead, you can go avenge your brother, right? And that's how it easily propagates. So what we're trying to do is, one, create mental health spaces for them, and also sensitize them and try to bridge the gap between, one, the law forces and they themselves in the communities. Because if they're in the informal settlements, they often feel as though they don't have enough resources as compared to other people. And one of the ways we do that now would be now to mobilize and sensitize, right? But even then, there's another angle of conflict that I think I may have mentioned a day or two ago, which is about violent extremism. This is about terrorism, right? And with regard to this, very many young people are being recruited on social media, for example, right? Because of the unemployment cases, and this is across Africa, it's not just Kenya in general. It's easy for you to be given an option by these radical groups of joining them, and they're easily recruiting people on social media. Even then, there is still a lot of discrimination and marginalization with certain groups of people. And what that does is, they feel that if as you're already discriminating them, they might as well become the bad people because you're already terming them as the bad people, right? And I think the Arusha Peace Forum speaks into the heart of this debate. And the most important thing would be now to look around ways to mitigate this, and most importantly, bring the youth together and just bridge the gap between the policymakers and the advocacy and also the community in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for speaking into violent extremism and the radicalization. And I think one thing we need to be alive to the fact is COVID-19 actually did propagate recruitment online. It was always there, but now it's on another level. Like, I don't know whether you guys play Temple Run. Temple Run? Yeah, because now recruitment is no longer on the sites that we're used to. It has gone to games. It has gone to bots. So I think then this is a very important discussion for us, because we're not just interrogating the new emerging trends or the new recruitment or the new approaches. I mean, if there are new recruitment ways, then it means we need to have, different approaches in terms, as opposed to traditionally how we used to just think, oh, we are going to flag off extremist content. You flag off a video and today and tomorrow it's there, right? So when we will be doing the EOPN 2023 plans, please feel free to suggest some of those things that you need us to do, even if it's capacity issues, like how she's talking about us getting into new emerging issues and looking for new ways to solve the conflict. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Masawi Ivan from East Africa, and the part of Africa at large. Thank you very much about the program. It is really something nice for a new Africa that we want to see as a young generation, that is majority of young people. When we speak about conflict from a part of Africa perspective, conflict to us, we see it generally as abuse of human rights, basically, because our biggest interest as a generation would be how to talk a discussion about the prevention of conflict itself, given that now we have leverage, that we have had more access and exposure to education, and our way of reasoning and doing things is a little exposed. So that is the way we would venture more when we talk about conflict. But basically, when we can no longer talk about conflict and shy away from the use of some of these weapons like social media. Back in Uganda, even when they bring up laws on Computer Misuse Act, they don't target causes of conflicts because someone else uses it in a way of double standards, maybe to inflict causes of human rights violations. But we need to have a honest talk at such summits. Good enough, I want to thank the program that we promote these talks honestly for emerging leaders to see ways of conflict management and resolutions on how we can put more emphasis on prevention, because our biggest challenge as Africans, we have always been kings of post-mortem vis-a-vis prevention. So I would urge fellow leaders to take interest in seeing how best we use the weapons, we use the education, we use the advocacy, we use the spaces to address the gaps that can at least fill in the gap for prevention of conflicts, vis-a-vis waiting to see that when conflicts arise up, a group of youth from the region will sit around and think they will do much, yet people will have lost lives. And yet we have education, we have at least now a network that can stand firm about prevention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please, when you're contributing, you need to be very brief. Allow me to take the online people because they also have comments. Control, please help me. And I would like to hear from Oriema Edison. And then, if I murder your name, you just forgive me. Roman Frankie. And then we have Edoshido Mihigo. Guy. Okay. So, Control?
As Control is fixing, Anne, there's a question here.
Oh,
please.
okay.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Mohammed Shahara Yuri, and I'm coming from Kenya, mostly Mombasa. Before I start, how many of us are from Kenya here? By show of hands. Oh, that's very nice. I come from a county called Mombasa in Kenya. It is an island, and I work with the Coast Interfaith Council of Clerics Trust, which its main agenda is to contribute towards the peace, sustainable peace in the coast of Kenya. So for those who are coming from Kenya...
What is your question? Sorry.
It's not a question, it is...
yeah, because you have very few minutes.
I just want to, because you have been talking about peace and conflict, I want to also talk something about, because our organization has been associating itself with peace and conflict resolution along the coast of Kenya. So just to add a few. For those who come from Kenya, Kenya is a country of many tribes and many religions. So for the first time in this August 9th general election, I'm very proud as a peace ambassador to have had a very peaceful elections as a result of the forums and the peace opportunities that we're having in the coast of Kenya. For the first time, Kenya has set a new standard for other countries in Africa as a result of the organizations, forums which have been doing in the society. Mostly, our organization has been positioning itself in bringing together tribals, because there's those tribalic differences, bringing people together, religion differences, like Muslims and Christians and Hinduism come together and find a common background. And for that, we really appreciate, because we've been able to have a nice opportunity. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Mohammed, I come from Mombasa and I know CICC. But then the thing is, if you're given a space and you start giving a big background, you deny other people chances to speak. And then for the people giving the microphone, please don't give any more Kenyans. Yeah. I think those are enough Kenyans for the day. Yes, please.
Oh,
then
here, there's a question
space,
here. Straight
up
question.
You can have a space after the panel. What about Burundi? Guys?
This is a question.
Okay.
This is a question. At least the last one.
Okay, the last one.
I'm Conchela Wilfred Omonte from Kenya. My question is, the resolution 1325 has an office domiciled at the African Union for its follow-up and implementation. It is my request that one of the resolutions from the Arusha Peace Forum is that there is an AU special envoy for youth, peace, and security. May this be one of the resolutions and it can be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Please, let's go back to online. I'll come back to you, sir. Sorry. Oriana?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, fellow Africans. I'm Edson Oriema from Uganda, commonly known as a taxpayer who pays tax, but he does not get the service he deserves from the tax he pays. So my issue is one, my brother from Uganda hinted on it about conflicts, causes of conflicts. In our country, Uganda, the biggest problem has been abuse of human rights. And some of us have been a bit exposed. We have been learning a lot from some organizations that are trying to bring peace back to Africa, like I follow Never Again Rwanda, Kenya Yamani, because these are all organizations which have come up after realizing a lot of issues that young Africans and other Africans have been going through. So they're trying to put in place measures that can send early warnings and prevent those occurrences. Now, here comes the situation that if we are trying to adopt such a style and trying to send messages to our people, especially in the rural community, you find we get a lot of intimidation, especially from government, and that's security. Like yesterday, I shared a certain post about something that happened in my community. From nowhere, the DC of my district went to my inbox and inboxed me with a lot of scary messages. I was like, what is happening? So my question is, how are we going to be protected as some people who are trying to advocate for peace and stability around the region? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Oriana. And I think Resolution 2250 has a pillar for protection of young people from violent extremism, from torture, from all these kind of vices that would otherwise stop young people from participating meaningfully. So part of today's resolution will be also looking into what you're asking us, and we hope you can stay until the end so that you get some of those. And then let me go to Edoshido Mihigo. I started by saying if I murder your name, please. Sorry in advance. Edoshido? If he's not there, let's have Roman.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, my name is Oboge Franklin from Kenya. I'm representing the Youth Innovation Action. And I'm following you and I'm interested on that point on conflict. And conflict is the opposite of agreement. And I think before we look at peace, the agreement between the youth to avoid that conflict is important. So I wanted us to at least discuss the forms of conflict that are available between the youth that can bring disagreement, so that if we go to talk about peace, we first have the agreement between the youth. Because as from Kenya, we have a problem in the differences between the youth, and how can we solve them so that we have now that agreement between the youth before we go to the other people to speak about peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please allow me to give just one last gentleman here from Burundi, and then we summarize that session and we go to the next. I will come back to you.
As you're taking the mic, there's this girl from South Sudan who wants to say something.
Where?
Hi, good morning.
Okay, one meeting. That is from which country? South Sudan. So, okay, wait. Just wait first. You're from which country? No.
There's Rwanda here and there was Burundi over there.
I want Burundi. Which country has not spoken?
There's Rwanda here.
Rwanda and then South Sudan, then close.
Okay.
Malawi. Are you sure? Why do I feel like you're not Malawi? Okay.
Let me start with Rwanda.
Yes, please. Okay, let's give him time, guys.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. A very good morning to all of us. I am Regan Collins. I am from a Global Pan-African Movement. and I work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the project that is supervised by IGAD. I therefore qualify to be a citizen of all IGAD member states. However much I was born in Uganda. Well, I want to talk about conflict. Yes, I want to talk about conflict. Having worked with a project that coordinates the intelligence in all IGAD member states, I think I have some information that I can release for the benefit of this meeting about conflict. And I will use examples of Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. Recently, you have seen tweets making rounds about Uganda and Rwanda, and then later about Uganda and Kenya. And you all have known of a tweeting general in Uganda. And I think I am not wrong to use him in this conflict discussion. Yeah. I think
also, please be brief.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think conflict, without going the way of Karl Marx, it is no longer about competition for resources. It has now shifted to desire for power, desire for money amongst us, the youth. And I want to say, as Africans, we must come out and be there to defend our continent by refuting whatever we feel is going to be against the future generation. It is now that we can do it without giving attention to those that tweet things that can cause conflict between us. If a general from Uganda says, I can attack Kenya, don't just keep quiet about it. Don't. It's time we can come out and defend the Africa we want our children to live in. Lastly, the desire for money amongst us. I know we have all participated in elections back home, and we are the biggest problem. We are the biggest problem, the young people. We have demands we have put to our leaders, and for them to meet those demands, they must do something evil. They will either embezzle government funds, they will either sleep with young people. Sorry for you girls. Oh, okay.
Please finish
okay.
up.
I have not been a victim, now I know. Okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it is high time we came out and started being blunt about our leaders and how we leaders. I thank you.
Asante. So,
I think you should apologize for that statement.
Hi, good morning all. My name is Daisy Jerop. So I'll speak about conflict.
wait, Jerop, you're from which country? Sorry. Can you please speak in the next session?
We
Thank
do
you.
have a Burundian.
I'm from South Sudan. So I'll speak about conflict on social media spaces. Mostly in the current era, social media has created a very big space for conflict between countries. An example is even Uganda and Kenya. In the previous time, we had the son of the president, you remember that? So on the positive side, social media has also created a very big space for people to get employment. They earn from it. I am a social media person. I once in this year suffered from the social media space conflict, but later on I realized that to avoid this conflict and in order to have our mental wellness, it's a person's responsibility. Because you see, most of these conflicts, we call them showbiz or chasing clout. It's a good way of marketing, but to some people, it's a way of, it becomes a negative way. It damages our mental health, yeah? So it's our sole responsibility, like when you get to a social media space, be ready for anything. Because someone might bring a negative attitude to social media, but the intention is not to have that negative damage to everyone. The intention is to market their content, and it normally works. We're all aware of that, right? So I think it's our sole responsibility, each and every one of us, when you want to get to a social media space, be aware of the negative and the positive impacts so that you be safe and we all have good mental health at the end of it all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, I will have Burundi and South Sudan and we are done, right? So, no. Let's do this, guys. If we do this, we have 2 more sessions. We may not be able to do them. And then the other thing I'm requesting kindly, if Kenyans have spoken and Ugandans have spoken, give Malawi, give Cameroon a chance to speak. You understand? We also need to hear what are the conflicting issues in those countries. Asante. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alice Ndwiman. I represented the Ministry of East African Community, Youth, Sports and Culture in Burundi. Thank you for this opportunity. During I have the speech, I invite all the Burundians present here to stand up and to greet everybody.
You know you only have 2
Burundians
minutes.
who are here, stand up. Thank you. Thank you for the speech, and also to have lightening the challenge which the young people faced. I think that peace and security is also a challenge on which young people faced. What we have raised in Burundi on peace and security, we have a National Commission for Peace and Security. We have also local and international organizations which have implemented projects on 2250 resolution. We also have social media for young, for peace and security. We have also women organizations which fight against the violences based on gender. We have also local and international organizations which train young people to be effectively engaged on prevention and resolution conflicts. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Burundi. Let's hear from South Sudan, and we call it a wrap. And also, the other thing I wanted to know, apart from Cameroon and Malawi, which other countries here? Mali, Tanzania? No, Morocco, Burkina Faso. So we will do this. Okay, listen, guys, we will do this. After we've done the first panel discussion, these countries that we've mentioned now will be the first people to contribute. Is that okay? Yes. Wait, please wait first. Let's hear him, since he wanted to contribute from a long time. The gent in, I don't know, a navy blue suit.
The gentleman from South Sudan. Yeah. The land of the tallest people. How is everyone feeling? Time is of essence. My name is Deng Paul. I'm from South Sudan, a peace advocate, a GBV advocate, and an artist. I paint. So we've talked a lot about online conflicts, online hate speech, and the general conflict within our communities. But one thing that we're forgetting is GBV is also conflict. Yeah? So we need to also incorporate GBV conversations in our discussions. And we also need to advocate that, like in most of our communities, women are the victims, right? The highest percentage, right? Men too are victims, okay? So we need to also generate conversations around GBV. And when we have a a gender equal community, then we have peace as well, isn't it? Yeah, so we need to also have these discussions. That's the only thing I wanted to contribute.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being brief. I know Tanzania has not spoken, and I'm seeing you, my brother. But immediately after the session, you'll be the first person. Then we'll go to Cameroon, Mali, Morocco, and any other country represented that I haven't mentioned. So right about, let me just summarize. I think we've heard about the different beautiful things that people are doing within their regions, right? Oh, you haven't heard them? Oh, you know, you're quiet. I thought you didn't hear them. So yeah, and there are beautiful things that people are doing. Burundi talked about the different interventions that they have within their countries, and also Uganda talked about what they are doing. Of course, we had classical example that we could relate to. One thing that I can say in one word is that peace building is a collective responsibility. You cannot do it alone, and that advocacy is not a linear process, right? You may look at different approaches, and one thing that I'm seeing is the need to actually have these discussions more in terms of new emerging conflict dynamics and how best do we then come up with different ways or different intervention. And also when we're looking at prevention of conflict, it's also important to also think around which other unconventional means or rather conflict sensitive or locally conflict appropriate solutions that we can give to our region. So right about now, we would like to hear from the following people. We have, let me just read their name. We will have a speech, a short presentation, rather not a speech, from Madam Catherine Chegero of UN Women. And then after that, we'll have a panel discussion. So as she's setting up, and when the panel is going on and you have a lot of questions that you need to ask, you can put them down. Then after the panel, you'll always be able to get an opportunity to answer. So let me have these people coming on the front and they can take the seats. Please put your hands together for Stephen Malaki of YPS Coalition in DRC. Yeah, and then now let's have. We are no longer tools. Just a minute. Let's have. So I am about to murder someone's name really bad. So we can now have Mabile James from South Sudan. He's an EAC Youth Ambassador. You guys are not good people. Our money was poured. Why is Mabile getting too many claps? He's the chief. Then we can have Miss Wairimu Manyera from Kenya. Then we will have an online discussant, Miss Muneinavo Kujeke, who is the Program and Policy Manager with the Irish Embassy based in Pretoria. And then the other panelist is going to be Miss Catherine Chegero, who is the National Coordinator, Kenya National Action Plan Secretariat on WPS, which is Women, Peace and Security. So control, is Catherine there? Because we can have Catherine speaking and then we go back to our panel. Yeah, so we are ready for Miss Catherine. Miss Catherine, we are ready for you. You may have the floor.
Thank you so much, Anne. Please confirm that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I don't know where she's not going anyway.
I'm saying, can you hear me?
So as Miss Catherine is preparing to go, because I don't want us to wait a little longer. This panel discussion that we are going to have is called Exploring Opportunity for Fast-Tracking the Implementation of Resolution 2250 on Youth, Peace and Security. And we are majorly looking at the contribution of youth in prevention of conflict as far as Resolution 2250 is concerned. And I think we've actually heard, right? We've heard from the speakers who came here in terms of what they are doing in their countries. And so it will be a good opportunity to actually listen to what they have been doing, or rather what they're continuing to do. I hope I don't fall. Thank you so much. So I'll give you this microphone to quickly do your intros, and then we proceed. Oh, you have a mic, so please go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Warimu Manyara. I'm currently the regional coordinator for the East African Community Youth Ambassadors Platform. I'm also the EAC Youth Ambassador Kenya, and I'm glad to be here. So I think what we'll be talking about, or what I'll be talking about today, is the projects that we ran this year in terms of peace and security, and our successes and what we've learned. I'm glad to be engaged in this conversation.
Asante sana. Amjambo kwa wote. Bonjour à tous. Hello to everyone. I'm Stephen Malaki from the Democratic Republic of Congo at east of the Republic in Goma town. I'm the co-chair of the DRC YPS coalition, and I'm a secretary executive of the National Partnership of Children and Youth in Peace Building. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Called Mabil James Madid. I am the EAC Youth Ambassador to South Sudan, but also the regional coordinator of the Ambassadors Platform together with Wairimu. Pleasure to be in this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please allow me to bring to you Ms. Catherine Chegero, who is now online. Madam Catherine, we are very happy to hear from you. And we have the entire Africa in this room today wanting to learn from you. And she's speaking about the lessons that we can borrow from the implementation of WPS. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and let me know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and for giving me this opportunity to just share our experiences as Kenya. My name is Catherine Chegero, as mentioned by Andrews, and I coordinate the Women, Peace and Security agenda for Kenya. Now, one of the things that we realized when we were implementing our first national action plan is the fact that the role of the youth did not come out very clearly in terms of some of the initiatives that the youth are doing in relation to Youth Peace and Security Resolution 2250. So when we were developing our second national action plan, we made sure that we were able to bring on board young people who are working on issues of youth peace and security across the country, and just to ensure that their issues are really reflected in the second Kenya National Action Plan. And therefore, when it comes to reporting, what we do is we also reach out to the young people who are implementing Resolution 2250 to also share with us what they're doing. And in this, we are able to reflect the work of YPS in our national report, in our AU report, the Continental Results Framework, but also in our Secretary General report. This is because we realized that at the moment, Kenya had no plan of developing a youth peace and security action plan, and therefore, even as the department in charge of youth was in the process of bringing their house in order, leaving the youth behind would be a disservice to the amazing work that they're doing across the country. So we kind of merged what WPS and YPS is doing across the country. And we have more or less the same pillars apart from the last pillar of partnerships. So we said we'll find a way of reporting on that, and then also reporting on what YPS is doing in relation to 2250. So one of the things that we have really been keen is the whole aspect of making the youth to coordinate, because one of the things we realize is that most of them are working in silos. So one working in one county doesn't know what the other one is doing in the other county. So the idea is to how do we bring them together so that they have one conversation, one, to avoid duplication, second also for purposes of resources, the scarcity of resources. So why would you want to duplicate what the other people are doing? So it's important for us also to have that aspect of coordination, making sure that you're speaking to each other and you're complementing what the other people are doing, as opposed to duplication. Another thing we're doing with Women, Peace and Security, we're really keen on grassroots women. So my question again goes to, of course, back to you, and in this meeting, do you think about grassroots youth? Because a lot of people talk about capacity building, the grassroots women, and the important role that grassroots women are doing, which we've really been keen on as Kenya. So, but we go back to again asking ourselves, is this just a high-level conversation? Are we having it at national level, empowering the youth at national level? But what about the grassroots youth? And I'm sure that we have amazing things that the grassroots youth are using. So breaking again that silo of making sure that we also bring them on board, we capacity build them. One of the things that we learned with Women, Peace and Security is we have amazing women, uneducated, who are doing peace and security work unknowingly. And I'll give an example of women they call themselves Potuma. They are in the Kerio Valley, counties that are really in conflict in Kenya. And what they did is they realized that culture plays a role in conflict. And therefore, they came together as women of the 3 counties, that is Pokot, Turkana, and Marakwet, and themselves Potuma. And they started, peace initiatives and peace songs and coming together in their different regalias and deciding, we don't want to be widows anymore. What are some of these cultures that are bringing about this conflict? And therefore, what we've done is taken advantage of what these women are doing, and are now capacity building them. So what are some of those initiatives that grassroots youth are doing, and how do we empower them, and how do we open up these spaces for them so that they're able now to start participating from a knowledgeable position? And then also the whole aspect of young women. One of the things that I've realized is young women kind of get lost. So when they come to Women, Peace and Security, they're told, oh, your space is in youth peace and security. When they go to youth peace and security, they feel like, no, you have WPS, and therefore your space is there. So they kind of get lost in the process. I was in a meeting last week in Pretoria where a young woman says that back and forth of not fitting in WPS and not fitting in YPS. And one of the older women said, I have never looked at it from that perspective. Therefore, we need to find a space for young women in the Women, Peace and Security Agenda Resolution 1325, but also make sure that their voices are heard in Youth, Peace and Security Resolution 2250 as well. Then other issue is the intergenerational dialogue. How do we, it's not like we are competing for space, right? So how do we make sure that we also learn from the older generation, but we also find our space and give our voices as the youth? And I think that's an important space that we really need to focus on, and more forums where we need to bring in the older generation and the young generation, and for them to learn from each other and to see how they can push this agenda of YPS and WPS. And then also, how do we link 1325 to 2250? So I feel like, a lot of people, a lot of good initiatives that are run by the youth get lost because a lot of countries are so focused on implementing 1325 that 2250 is getting lost somewhere. So if for countries, I'd add that for countries that don't have Resolution 2250 action plans, and I think in Africa we only have 2. As countries are developing their local action plans on WPS, make sure your voices are heard, make sure your initiatives are input in there, make sure that you contribute to the implementation matrix and that you're able to report on the implementation matrix. It's very easy for us when we're drafting our reports to bring out the issues that the youths are doing, because they made sure that their issues were part of the things that were put in the implementation metrics. And therefore, we need to ensure that we also bring on board initiatives that are youth-led and come out very clearly that these are youth-led initiatives. Again, I emphasize on coordination. I think it's important for us to work together and make sure that we know what other youth are doing within the country, within the region. And one of the other things that I see is really keen is the regional meetings, like what's going on right now, and the whole aspects of learning from each other, learning from what the other countries are As Kenya, when we were implementing our first NAP, we learned a lot from Uganda. We are doing what we call the localization process, a bottom-up approach, and this we learned from Uganda. And one of the other things that we are also learning from Uganda is the whole aspect of monitoring evaluation, going back and asking yourself, what are we doing well? What are we doing wrong? Where do we need to improve? Uganda is doing that very well. And one of the things that Uganda has learned from us is coordination, the whole aspect of a national steering committee that has both the state and non-state speaking on how to push this WPS and YPS agenda as one. And also Uganda has also learned from us the whole aspect of including 2250 within the 1325 conversation. So these forums help us to learn from each other and pick things that can really work for each other back in our home countries. I think that's it from me, and back to you, Ruth.
Thank you so much, Madam Catherine. A round of applause for her, please. And just a follow-up question, because here we have other countries which are even not East Africa. We have Cameroon, we have Morocco, we have Mali. And I know that as part of your reporting strategy or mechanism, you also report to the AU framework. Maybe it would be useful to just talk about the AU framework reporting so that countries that are here will be able to go back to their countries and look for the reporting tool and maybe start reporting as well.
Yeah, so we are actually currently in Addis with the work under the Office of the Special Envoy, Binete Diop, and the meeting is ongoing. And I have seen, I think Cameroon is here. They have 61 countries. No, 61, they've received reports from 61% of the countries in Africa have reported back to the AU. So I can reach out to the Office of the Special Envoy to reach out to the countries that have not submitted their reports. But the CRF guidelines are sent by the Office of the Special Envoy, Madame Binete Diop, to all the countries through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and definitely goes back to the Ministry of Gender. The reporting guideline was quite long. We had an issue with it. And in 2021, we cleaned it up. It is sent every January, and countries are supposed to report back by March, latest May. So it's a very easy guiding tool. And what we do is we send it out to all, because we have the National Steering Committee, it makes it very easy for us. So we send it to the members, they fill it, and then as a secretariat, we clean it up and come up with a country position report and send it back to the AU. So if there's any country that would like, I can share with you, Rose, the number for the head of secretariat, Office of the Special Envoy, and then you can be able to just let them share them. It's a very good initiative because right now what we're discussing is what are countries doing, how are we implementing, what can we learn from each other, how are we progressing, are we on the right track, and especially also the conversation of COVID, because the last time we met was in 2019. So you know, we have what we call emerging issues, humanitarian disasters, COVID being one of them. Yeah, over to you, Rose.
Thank you so much. I'll give room for just one question to Madam Catherine, who wants to go back to her session. One question? Oh, there are no questions. Good. Oh, there's one question. Who was helping me with the mic? Help me with the mic. Madam Catherine, please stay online. We have one question. Give the lady.
Thank you. Madam Catherine, I really like what you're doing. My name is Christine Magoma from Nairobi, Kenya. I have one question. What is the role of early warning, early response to the work that you're doing? And how, because very many organizations and very many people are trying to implement such initiatives separately. So how can we all come together and merge ideas so that it's not different organizations and different people doing the same thing in different places? I believe that it can be stronger as one.
Thank you so much. And please give to Wani. When you have a question, you're the last person. And then she can respond to both, and then we can proceed with our panel.
Thank you. I think she has spoken my mind in regards to how we can consolidate our effort in terms of seeing peace and security prevails in Africa. What is very important, I think, in terms of supplement is we need to build up the network and work for a common agenda that will have a sustainable peace in Africa, even at the region. I think that is the most important thing that we need to take as a takeaway. And consolidating our effort will have a great dividends in regards to expanding our network in terms of even lobbying. Most often, I just need to look at the pyramid model of a triangle model of advocacy, where you look at advocacy and lobbying. We need to work with all these partners states, and we have commissions that represents all the African, all the member states to all these commissions. So we need to go back and build network from all these commissions so that we can consolidate our effort of lobbying in terms of localizing the agenda. That would be my supplement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wani. Madam Catherine, if you could please respond to the question that was asked.
Yeah. So with the EWA mechanisms, you find that one of the things that you must, we have to acknowledge is that there's no way we can push this agenda without government commitment. So we have government agencies that are in charge of different initiatives. In Kenya, for example, EWA is under Ministry of Interior and under the National Steering Committee, Peace Building and Conflict Management. So anything that is early warning, early response is under that directorate, headed by the county commissioners in every county, the 47 counties. So we have what we call the multi-sectorial coordination. And this multi-sectorial coordination at the county level has both state and non-state. So I can authoritatively speak for Kenya because I know of the structures. So again, if we want to strengthen EWA mechanisms, the whole idea is to first look at what state agency is in charge of this and how can we strengthen it. So one of the things that we have done under Resolution 1325 is to strengthen that multi-sectorial coordination. The same county commissioner is also in charge of the peace structures in the county. So what we've done is we've created what we call the Gender Sector Working Group. And in this Gender Sector Working Group, we have strengthened the role of the county commissioner and made sure that he's able to convene people for us to have a conversation on early warning, early response mechanisms. So let's look at the government structures that are already in place that are in charge of such initiatives. And then also let's see how we can be able to work with them. And if we have any that is weak, then we see how do you come in now to strengthen such structures? How do you come in to work with these structures to, one, strengthen not only the EWA, but maybe WPS or 1325. And I'll give you an example of a county in Kenya called Busia, and also young people from Uganda. And what we've done is that we're working with the county commissioner to convene youth in Busia and also youth in Uganda, working with his counterpart for cross-border conversations, because there's been a lot of conflict, there's been a lot of insecurity in that area. So it's just more or less looking at what mechanisms are in place, and if they're weak, how do we strengthen them? And if they're not there, how do we bring out this conversation and show the need of having one in case they're not in your country? I hope I've answered your question. Thank you. Back to you, Rose.
Thank you so much, Madam Catherine. We're very happy to have you this morning. We now officially release you to go back to your meeting so that we can proceed with the panel. But then I'm happy to follow up with you if there will be young people who want to report on the different countries that they come from, so that I can share the reporting framework with them.
Okay, thank you so much for having me, and bye everyone.
Bye. Please, a round of applause for Madam Catherine. Help me put your hand together for Nalumansi Angel Elizabeth, who I'm asking to join us here. Okay, so a quick one before we delve into this conversation, just to add into what Madam Catherine has said in answering your question. Part of what the network efforts have been doing is championing for the harmonization of the early warning system, because you realize in Kenya, for example, we report to the IGAD C1 early warning, and then we have the ESC early warning. The African Union has their own early warning. So the question we've always been asking ourselves is, at what point do these early warnings actually meet? But also part of the best practice, Madam Catherine talked about localization of the early warning at the county level through the multisectorial. It is also important to note that they have been now devolved to the sub-county level. And traditionally, if you do not belong to a local security structure, and I could speak for Kenya and Ethiopia because at least I know Ethiopia also has a community policing, Nyumba Kumi, and all these. So now you are able to report, you don't have to be there because of introduction of alert numbers. And then some early warnings have what you call the early warning situation room, where information is monitored and then it's placed in a crowd map for an actor to respond. Part of the challenges we've been having across the region is not even the reporting. It's called early warning, early response mechanism. Is the response part of it? So part of the conversation that we need to have today and ask ourselves is, how do we actually fasten the response so that people report, but then the response do take time? And I would like to just mention other young people across the region who really tried to localize the early warning to a simple thing like a WhatsApp group. Part of the best practice in Mombasa is a WhatsApp group formed where you have all OCPDs, OCSs, the police commanders, and then the youth champions reporting. So they don't have to wait, for the alert to go all over the process, but rather if it's thrown within the WhatsApp group, then the person in charge of that sub-county is able to respond. I know we'll have an opportunity to talk about this, especially when we'll be talking about climate change and security adaptations. Then it will be useful to also look into early warning, because early warning on its own cuts across security. It's not a security issue. It can be used for climate predictions. It can be used for anything. Like, it's a model that can be used for all sorts of intervention. So yeah, we should pick up that conversation. But right now, allow us to actually look into the implementation of Resolution 2250. And with me is such an amazing panel of young people who have been doing a lot within their countries, and each one of them at least has done something. So I'm gonna start with you, Stephen Malaki, and you'll advise me on whether you want to speak English or Francais or Swahili. But don't worry, si tu veux parler français, there is someone here who can translate. So at least you're safe with the DRC members and any other person. So I know the YPS coalition in DRC has been working towards the localization. In briefly, in maybe 3 minutes, you could share with us that experience. What are some of the interventions, or rather, how have young people meaningfully participated in the localization process? Is it very meaningful? Is it just another paper, or there's work that has been done? Please take it away, sir.
Merci beaucoup. I want to talk in French, and I will ask to Mr. Berry to translate, because my English is your French. My English is your French. There is another one. Berry. Oui, j'y vais directement. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir accordé la parole. Je suis là pour essayer de parler de ce que la République démocratique du Congo est en train de faire dans le cadre de l'implémentation de la résolution 2250.
So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to tell you what the Republic Democratic of Congo is doing to implement the resolution 2050.
Ouais, la République démocratique du Congo est parmi les pays qui ont tellement évolué par rapport à cette question de la paix et la sécurité dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la résolution 2250 du Conseil de sécurité.
The Republic Democratic of Congo is one of the countries that is really advanced in terms of the resolution of that Pact of 2050 and applying it in the country.
Parce qu'il est le deuxième pays à avoir son plan d'action national 2250.
Because it's the second country to have its action plan for that vision.
Après le Nigeria, bien sûr.
After Nigeria, of course.
Ouais. Dans notre pays, les jeunes, ce qu'ils ont fait, il y a celui qui a posé la question de savoir qu'est-ce que les jeunes sont en train de faire dans le cadre de la paix et la sécurité.
Someone asked the question to know what are youth doing about that question of peace and security in our country.
Les jeunes sont tellement en train de contribuer des choses. Premièrement, nous avons commencé par un plaidoyer au niveau du pays où nous avons demandé au gouvernement congolais de mettre en place un mécanisme de suivi pour la mise en œuvre de la résolution 2250.
So youth are doing a lot already in Congo. They started with an advocacy towards the government of Congo, whereby they are trying to find how to implement effectively the peace and security resolution.
Et aujourd'hui, nous avons ces mécanismes étatiques.
And today, that mechanism is already there, done with both with the government and with our organization.
Ouais, on l'appelle Secrétariat technique national 2250.
It's called the National Secretary 2050.
Et après cela, maintenant, il faudrait que la société civile, les organisations de jeunes puissent venir en appui au gouvernement en appuyant cette structure-là.
So at this time round, the youth association and groups are required to come next to the government to stand with them to push this vision.
Et pour le faire, nous avons demandé au gouvernement que nous puissions maintenant faire les plans d'action national pour la RDC.
And to put it in action, we asked the government to have an action plan so that we have it implemented for the Congo.
Et notre plan a été adopté en août 2022.
And our plan was adopted in August 2022.
Ouais. Et dans ce plan-là, il reprend les 5 piliers de la résolution 2250. Dans les plans d'action, les 5 piliers de la résolution 2250 sont repris dedans.
So in that action plan, the 5 resolution of the 5 points from that resolution are also included.
Ouais. Et là, maintenant, moi, là, je vais parler seulement d'un grand point qui nous concerne, nous les jeunes, même si tous les piliers nous concernent, mais dans le cadre des YouLead, je vais beaucoup plus parler du pilier qui parle du partenariat.
So I'm not going to raise all the 5 points, but I'm going to focus on one of them that I think that concerns us a lot as we do here in YouLead, and that's about partnership.
Parce que la résolution a demandé aux États d'organiser les partenariats avec les jeunes pour qu'ils puissent contribuer à la paix et à la sécurité.
Because it was the government asked organization to do partnership with youth so that they can contribute effectively to peace and security.
Parce qu'aujourd'hui, les gens aussi pensent que faire la paix, c'est seulement le dialogue.
Because people believe today that peace is only about dialogue.
Mais je vous dis qu'il y a beaucoup de questions qui peuvent concourir pour la paix.
But I'm telling you that there are many things involved to have peace.
C'est pourquoi dans la salle ici, nous avons des jeunes qui sont venus de la RDC, qui ont pensé que pour eux, pour faire la paix, il faut qu'ils puissent orienter les actions dans l'entrepreneuriat.
That's why we have some Congolese in this room who believe that contributing to peace is to orient their vision towards entrepreneurship.
D'autres ont pensé qu'il faut contribuer avec les actions de santé.
Others believe that they contribute through health sector.
Parce que ça perturbe la paix. Toutes ces questions-là perturbent la paix. Même l'environnement.
Even environment, all these includes contribute to have a real peace.
Voilà. Et dans ce sens, les jeunes aujourd'hui, ce qu'ils sont en train de faire, c'est de mettre maintenant en œuvre les plans d'action national. Et nous avons commencé avec la localisation de ces plans d'action au niveau de la RDC dans 3 provinces.
So what youth are doing today in Congo, they are implementing effectively this project, and they started with 3 provinces.
Le Nord Kivu, le Sud Kivu,
Northern Kivu, Southern Kivu,
et l'Ituri.
And the Ituri province.
Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de travailler spécifiquement sur les questions des jeunes filles. Comment est-ce que les jeunes filles doivent être impliquées dans les actions de paix et de sécurité?
And today we are mainly working on how young girls can be involved into peace and security.
Parce qu'on sait qu'avec nos traditions africaines, ce sont des choses qui étaient, les filles et les femmes étaient éloignées depuis plus longtemps avec nos barrières culturelles.
Because as you know, in Africa, most of our African countries, ladies or girls were not involved when it comes to such matters.
Maintenant, nous sommes en train de pousser.
But today we are trying to give it a push.
S'il y a des fonds à donner aux jeunes, nous allégeons même les critères pour les jeunes filles pour qu'ils puissent accéder à ces fonds.
Should some fund be available, we even give privilege to some girls to also access these funds.
Pour qu'ils travaillent sur les actions de paix.
so that they can work on peace-related issues.
Et aujourd'hui, la République démocratique, il a initié un plaidoyer au niveau international pour créer l'ONU Jeune.
And today, DRC has advocated to the UN to have
L'ONU
UN
Jeune.
Youth.
Comme nous avons l'ONU Femmes avec la résolution 1325,
Just as we have UN Women, that is in 2013 resolution.
nous voulons aussi avoir l'ONU Jeune avec la résolution 2250.
So through the resolution 2050, we also want to have UN Youth.
C'est ce que nous sommes en train de combattre jusqu'aujourd'hui.
This is what we are fighting
Et
for.
j'appelle tous les pays ici,
And I'm calling upon every country represented here,
parce que nous sommes concernés tous.
because this regards all of us.
Nous devons combattre pour que l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies puisse créer cette structure de l'ONU Jeune.
We should all stand and fight until the UN
The youth UN.
adopts the youth UN.
Sinon, je vais me limiter par là.
I'm going to stop here. for
Il y a
now.
beaucoup de choses à partager en termes d'expérience.
There are many things I can share about
Mais
experience.
j'appelle tous les gens qui veulent travailler en RDC avec les jeunes. Nous sommes là.
But I'm calling upon everyone who wants to work with youth in DRC. We are here.
Que ce soit dans l'entrepreneuriat.
Should it be in entrepreneurship?
Parce que l'entrepreneuriat peut réduire beaucoup plus les violences au niveau des jeunes.
Because entrepreneurship can really reduce violence into youth.
Tous ces jeunes qu'on peut retrouver aujourd'hui dans les groupes armés, c'est parce qu'ils ne sont pas occupés financièrement.
All these young
Ils ne sont
people we
pas
are
autonomes.
fighting in rebel groups is because they don't have something to do.
Ils ne sont pas autonomes financièrement.
They don't have financial autonomy.
Et ils pensent que pour avoir les finances, il faut aller prendre l'arme pour combattre son propre pays.
So they believe that getting that money is get a gun and fight his country.
C'est pourquoi je fais appel aux entrepreneurs
That's why I'm calling upon entrepreneurs
de l'Afrique,
from Africa,
de tous ces pays qui sont ici,
from all the countries
de
represented
venir en
here,
RDC
to come to DRC
et investir dans la jeunesse de la RDC. Je
and
vous remercie.
invest into youth in DRC. Thank you very much.
Okay. Give him another round of applause. Applaudissez. Merci beaucoup votre submission. We will come back to you again, okay? So I'll go straight to you, Manyara, Miss Manyara. Yeah, so I know you did, you're part of the Kenya Yamani campaign, and it would be nice to just tell us how that was in terms of the youth participation across Kenya, but also the solidarity that the other member states accorded Kenya during the elections in 3 English minutes. Our African minutes can be 10, you know.
All right, thank you so much. So maybe just to give a bit of context as to what the Kenya Yamani campaign was. The Kenya Yamani campaign is the EAC Youth for Peace campaign that we began in May 2022, right? I think the launch date was 24th May. We launched it here actually at the EAC headquarters under the Secretary General and the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. The main purpose of the Kenya Yamani campaign, right, as we called it, was to integrate all the youth voices in the region towards peaceful elections in Kenya. I think we have a lot of Kenyans in the house, and everyone, I think, within the region knows the context of how volatile, how tense elections in Kenya generally tend to be, specifically because of the stakes the stakes within the elections in itself, but additionally also because of a lot of previous history of ethnic conflict and issues, especially because of the 2007 election violence. So what this campaign sought to do was to sort of solidify the fact that when Kenya is having an elections, whatever results come from Kenyan elections are not necessarily just going to affect Kenya, right? They're going to affect how people in Kampala, for example, get their goods as they get them from the port in Mombasa. They're going to affect how, for example, Rwanda gets some of their food as they import a lot of food from Kenya. And so it's important to then be able to garner the voices from all over the region to be able to push for peaceful elections in Kenya, because I think as the youth in Kenya, you think we're alone, whatever actions, for example, we face are probably going to be to only impact us, right? But I think also the second reason is because when you think of Kenyan elections, or if you think about elections within the region, right, the youth are the largest demographic in all of East African Community Partner States, and that's also not necessarily, and that's also the case in Kenya, right? Meaning that to a certain extent, if you're going to speak to the largest population, it's important to first of all speak to them where they're most likely going to listen and how they're most likely going to listen. And they're not going to listen, for example, to some of the older people who usually get to engage when it comes to conversations of elections and all these other aspects. So Kenya Amani campaign was the youth from the regions speaking to the youth within the region. And lastly, I think maybe just is on the aspect of how, in this case, these youth are the largest also demographic when it comes to voting, especially when it comes to issues of voter apathy that happened generally in this last elections in Kenya. So it was one, to push for peaceful elections, but also to push for youth participation generally in the political sphere and to get them involved in the election. And this generally falls within two pillars. But also to push for youth participation generally in the political sphere. Sorry, yeah. So, and this generally touches on the participation pillar of 2250. Maybe just to highlight the key phases and the outcomes that we achieved with the Kenya Amani campaign. So the first phase is where we had the online campaign that ran from May all the way to the elections and even some post-election activities. In this, we had a lot of Twitter spaces. I think most of you were involved, and this mainly involved also the EAC Secretariat, the ULEAD Secretariat, who I think were the strongest support system coming from this. And additionally, we also had the ULEAD consortium partners from the different partner states, including Kenya. And we held several Twitter spaces that were highlighting the key issues that had to do with the elections. I remember in May and June, we targeted hate speech and corruption as a form of, and the impact that this has specifically on elections in Kenya. We also had, for example, a lot of people participating in not only just the spaces in themselves, but actively tweeting and engaging in sharing peaceful messages throughout the period before the election. The second phase of the Kenya Amani campaign was the involvement of the EAC youth ambassadors and other EAC youth representatives from the national youth councils all over the region in the election observer mission. So I think maybe who's from Kenya here? I know we're many. And I think you saw the role that the election observers or the election observation mission played specifically within ensuring a certain level of accountability within the post-election period, right? So you were hearing statements coming from several election observers as to how the elections have been conducted. I think it's important to note that the East African community was the only observer mission that incorporated youth participation. And as we had the 5 representatives from the partner states, I think Mabil was one of the election observers in Kenya this year. We also had the national youth councils present from all 5 partner states, from all 4 partner states, I think excluding Tanzania. And in this case, they were integrated within the process of not only observing elections, but also highlighting and giving in submissions as to what are the main factors specifically when it comes to youth voting. Their observations, for example, in certain regions as to, especially in certain regions as to how they participate, the volatility and other aspects are incorporated within the mission report. So we think that this is important because many times people say the youth are the voters within the election observer mission, but they also don't integrate you within a lot of the political processes that go into play within the mission, or within the election process in itself, because it's also not necessarily just you voting. It's you voting, it's the outcome of the results, it's even the accountability mechanisms that are there to ensure that you have a viable elections, which in this case can be the observer mission. And so we think that's one of the important highlights and one of the important successes that we got from the observer mission this year. And lastly, we had the reporting phase of the Kenya Amani campaign. This is where we were able to get our outreach, and I think we were able to see that, first of all, we were able to influence or to get to all partner states within the region. This is including DRC, which was a new member at the time. I think it had just joined in April, but we still had a representative, Haggai, from DRC. We were able to incorporate youth voices from all regions. I think we were able to additionally get youth engagement specifically on issues to do, pertinent issues to do with elections from all 6 partners, from all 7 partner states. And additionally, I think one of the most important key outcomes was even having youth voices reflected in how they feel the elections were conducted and how they feel the success of the elections in itself and the turnout was, right? And I think maybe just lastly, so I don't exceed my 3 minutes. Yeah, as I've exceeded it, right? Also, just lastly, right? Youth tend to be the people who are most likely, right, to participate in any form of electoral violence. When you find, for example, people going on the streets, or when you find any form of violence, it's the youth that are the vulnerable groups that are usually used and manipulated. I think our greatest success was to be able to channel this specific democratic towards the opposite, right, which is to campaign for peace and to get that sort of engagement, not only online, but also physically. And yes, so that's the Kenya Amani campaign.
A round of applause for Ms. Manyara. And I think for me, what's really useful in terms of even looking back or reflecting to the Kenyan election is the fact that we have changed the narrative. Like youth are considered to be, the perpetrators, and this time around they were ambassadors of peace. And a lot of times, and I think that's why we should clap, because that was quite good, because a lot of times, or rather, we see young people lamenting and all these things, and people tend to say that young people are not organized, but youth in their own organization in the different counties actually organize themselves. And you'll be shocked that some of these ways in which they organize themselves, traditionally, young people organize themselves through very structured ways. But this time around, I moved across the counties rather, and I will see even, youth is not a homogeneous group, right? So we had even young people from the boda community, for example, organizing. We had matatu touts. We had all this group of young people who people don't look at when they're talking about. So as a young person, I am very proud of the fellow young people. And this is something too. But again, let me go to South Sudan. Increasingly, we have seen young people being involved meaningfully now into peaceful peace processes, public and governance processes, as opposed to how maybe previously it was a very tokenistic way of approach. So in terms of localization of the UN Security Council 2250 in South Sudan, how has the participation been? I know, based on the work that we are doing as a network, we've participated in some of those, but it will be interesting to hear from the horse's mouth in terms of what you are doing with the young people there and whether they see value in actually localizing the process, because part of the conversation that we have as young people is usually, why do we need to have a resolution on paper, but it's not on practice? And I think the theme for ULI this year is also moving, from policy to practice. Is it here on the ground? Like, yeah, Kenya, we say on the ground. Is it here on the ground, or is just beautifully, like a beautiful written legislative framework?
Thank you so much for that question. I think I would like to give some context first about South Sudan. I'm not assuming that majority of you here are not following the regional politics, but you see, the country I come from has had conflict for nearly 50 years. I mean, the entire Sudan itself before separation in 2011. Now, what that means is we have continued to grapple trying to attain sustainable peace in South Sudan. And you all know that majority of the young people in South Sudan, are directly engaged in conflict and sort of violent conflict that has seriously ravaged the interest of the country. So what I'm trying to say here is that for us in South Sudan, peace and security has been a priority for the last 50 years, and up to date, we're still continuing to do that. Now, the resolution 2250 of the UN Council tries to bring young people together and see how they can participate in sustaining peace, but also in terms of promoting sustainable development and economic empowerment of the young people. So what are we doing as young people in South Sudan? I'm going to give a general view, but in light of the 2250. Now, we have an agreement that is being implemented, what we call the revitalized agreement on what do you call revitalized peace agreement in South Sudan for the resolution of conflict. This has brought like the warring parties together, and you all know since 2013, 2016, we have had conflict for like 7 years. Now, the young people are the direct victims in this conflict. So it means we should actually be able to get involved in bringing peace. So then when an agreement was signed in 2018 in Khartoum, the youth were actually allowed to participate in the negotiations and dialogue framework that brought the agreement to South Sudan. This means that the parties were actually mandated to incorporate young people into the agreement by giving them slots and portfolios in ministries. And now we have perhaps one of the countries in the region that have a lot of young people incorporated in the system of governance. So that means the young people voices have been actually understood prospectively, but also they have been directly engaged in terms of allowing them to participate and decide their own issues from a political perspective. So now Resolution 2250 is a new thing for us. I mean, it just came to being, and there is a lot of information gap that the young people in South Sudan are still not conversant with the resolution itself. This means that we cannot elaborately begin to speak about it. She's speaking about how the network has been trying to engage youth in trying to attain peace and security, but also in terms of protection of the young people from violent conflict. This means that for us as South Sudanese, South Sudanese youth, we're trying to ensure that our participation is not just something that is on paper, like she's saying, right? Because the resolution 2250 wants young people at the center of peace and security, but also wants them to be able to be the direct benefits of whatever they are investing in that peace and security. So what do we do? I come from University of Juba. I haven't graduated yet. So what we do at universities, we hold some sort of roundtable conferences to actually to promulgate the peace agreement that has been signed. Because majority of young people in South Sudan are quite illiterate. We have perhaps the highest literacy rate in South Sudan. This means that we don't have the technical capacity to even understand what it means by the UN Resolution 2250. It means we have a lot of information gap to be able to give to these people. And then after they have the information, then we can sort of see how to make them become the active participants in promulgating the 2250 resolution of the UN Security Council. But also lastly, what do we do in terms of engagement in the UN Security Resolution 2250? We try to actually liaise with the stakeholders, various stakeholders in South Sudan, including the development partners, to be able to develop the capacity of young people, technical capacity in terms of their role in peace and security, but also what they can do in terms of actually sustainable livelihoods. We all know that when your country is ravaged by conflict, you don't have the time and perhaps the resources to even invest in yourself. So I think one of the problems that young people are facing in South Sudan is that economic sort of inequality, because then people have continued to participate in peace processes that is a result of conflict that has happened. So I think one of the things we are also doing is trying to have trainings and sort of discussion and conversation with the development partners to be able to provide economic empowerment activities that help young people in South Sudan to actually become economically empowered, so that then, you see, we're talking here about entrepreneurship and trade. What it means is that when you have a business that is running, you don't even have time to actually participate or to engage in an activity that is violent, that can endanger your business. I think one of the things we are doing is also looking out and reaching out to young people, even from the grassroots, and bring them together to the national dialogue, but also focusing on what empowers them economically and see how that economic empowerment can actually directly translate into peace and security in South Sudan.
Wow. A round of applause for South Sudan, SS. Yeah, I think you really brought out some very concrete points in terms of building capacity. But maybe one of the conversations that we need to have and even ask ourselves, people in this forum, is when you're talking about capacity, what exactly does capacity look to us as far as context is concerned? Because one thing that we need to appreciate, young people are at different levels when it comes to capacity. So we need to also be very intentional and very targeted when building the capacity, so that we say, if you're still in this capacity, then we build you to be here. If you're here, then we want you to be here, so that at the end of the day, then we are able to actually speak from the same. Because part of the gaps that I have seen myself, even throughout my work, is that we sometimes assume a lot, that when we meet in a forum like this, we want to assume, oh, it's 2250, everyone knows it. But the thing is, we need to unpack, what does this capacity really mean? But I know this is a discussion that we are going to have, and I'm going to go over to you. And now, what I want to ask you really is, what does success look like to you when you think about online emerging issues, when you think about cybersecurity, when you think about online gender-based violence, online radicalization, online recruitment, and all these things? What would you say this is a benchmark of success, that if we get to here, then we have succeeded in the fight against the online space and the internet and digital rights in general? Hi, do you want to?
Hi, everyone. My beautiful name is Angel Osam Nalumansi. I'm an international relations scholar, digital guru, farmer, and entrepreneur. So I've been asked to highlight the benchmark, especially with security in relation to cybersecurity. However, I would like to first draw your attention to the notion of peace and security, because it's evolving like everything else in the world. As we've mentioned, we've been talking about conflict, violence, but we have other things that are threatening global peace and security. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic, sexual harassment, online dating, scams and Ponzi's. All these things have come up and they are very relatable to our theme today, which is digital access and the future of work. So online, how is peace and security? How are there political threats, social threats, and economic threats on the internet in relation to that are affecting global peace and security? One is an example in this case is online dating. We have people that are saying work is work, sex work is work, which is okay if that is what you stand for. But how are you doing it rightly, in the sense that you're not causing a threat, social security threat to the people around you and those in your social space? And then we also talk about the COVID-19. It has changed the whole recruitment process, as she has asked me to highlight. People these days do everything online, really. Work is online, everything is evolving. So youth today feel like it's a threat to their economic, they don't have jobs, they don't have this, but I believe we're supposed to find a way and forge a way to fit ourselves into the evolving nature of work and have different approaches to peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for her, please. First of all, let me also bring apologies of the following panelists who we were supposed to have, and allow me to bring an apology of His Excellency Ambassador Loyang Johnson Okal, who is the South Sudan Ambassador to Tanzania, and also bring the apology of His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Samori Okuya, Chief Executive Officer, African Peer Review Mechanism, and the apology of His Excellency Ambassador Salah Hamad Salah, who is the head of AGA Secretariat at the African Union. I almost said the apology of the first daughter, Miss Shalene, but I see she's here. So I'm happy it's not an apology. She should be able to make the remarks after we are done with the panel. And also an apology from Miss Muneinavo Kujeke, who is the Program and Policy Manager with the Irish Ambassador in Pretoria. So right now, allow me to bring one person who is online. Mr. Jacob Beyer is the Chairman of National Youth Council in Uganda. Mr. Jacob, you have 2 minutes to contribute to this discussion, and then we can wrap it up. Just go ahead.
Thank you, and I hope I'm audible. Can that please be confirmed for me? All right. Again, it's a pleasure to join in on a conversation that I think is very pertinent. My name is Jacob Beyeru, as already introduced. I serve the young people as the chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda. On the agenda of youth, peace and security, I think as a country, we are one of those that are living the live experience on domestication of the agenda. Because whether or not we choose to address ourselves to those issues, they are all around us, from the eastern part of the country to the northern part of the country. And as recently as 1 day ago, we had an attack in one of our communities from the ADF rebels in Western Uganda who crossed in from the Congo. So this is a very alive conversation for us. And I like to thank the panelists there who have made it very clear that there is a global push for this. As the National Youth Council of Uganda, what we are really trying to achieve is to see that we move away from policy rhetoric to groundwork. The policy rhetoric around Resolution 2250, which I am sure many of the people in the room might not know at opening page, but also Resolution 2535, the latest in 2020 at the UN Security Council, are the resolutions that we are trying to utilize to domesticate the agenda on youth, peace, and security. Where we are going next year is to say, how do we build a national action plan for youth, peace, and security, such that we can operationalize paragraph 14 of Resolution 2535, which talks about having efforts at a local level. In other words, utilizing the structure at the grassroots, and then efforts at the national level, efforts at the sub-regional level, and then the regional level. The sub-regional level is where the ULEAD Summit is setting. If we talk about collaborations at the East African community level, that's a sub-regional level. And then if we talk about collaborations at a continental level, that's the regional level. So really, the conversation for me is how do we move to actualization? And in line with that, we have already kicked off the effort to establish a national action plan. But beyond that, we are moving into a concretizing of the youth, peace, and security agenda at the regional level. So it becomes a conversation of substance. And I want to say this finally, because of 2 minutes. The conversation on youth, peace, and security is not simply about conflict areas or simply about conflict as a management question. It has about 4 elements. You're talking about conflict prevention, which has a day-to-day running of trying to keep peace builders. And in that regard, the National Youth Council championed the creation of the multi-party youth forum in Uganda, where the political parties represented in parliament, which have youth wings, can be able to collaborate and look at how to de-escalate the politics of the country to ensure that we are more accommodating of each other as a generation. We are able to go into conflict management, where we talk to young people in areas that are volatile, especially in refugee hosting communities like in Toroko district, like Ajumani district. We just finished a peace conference there on the 9th of December. The idea there is to say, how do we ensure that the hosting communities are able to understand that they are contributing to a global agenda and not look at the sharing of resources as a burden to the host community. But then you also go as far as conflict resolution and the entire conflict transformation, where the people who are peace destroyers become the peace builders, become the peace champions, and so on and so forth. So not to speak a lot in 2 minutes, I think I'd just like to encourage everyone in the room to join the journey on youth, peace, and security. We'll be using so many platforms next year, and I'm sure you'll hear more from ULEAD organizers and from the Young Uganda Room on the work they'll be doing about youth, peace, and security. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jacob Beyeru, for reminding us that peace building is beyond just conflict prevention. We have other elements. And I'm reminded that the hashtag for today is ULEAD 2022. Yeah. ULEAD 22, sorry, ULEAD 22. So keep tweeting and keep tagging us and in all this conversation. And right now, I think, allow me to say 2 things. One, this panel has been very rich in terms of just adding value to the conversation in what is working and what is not working. And I think one thing that is coming clearly is that young people across Africa are working within their regions. And we've had, even in the morning when you were talking about the different interventions that you are taking within your communities. So then the other thing is about collective solidarity and intergenerational. And you, Madam Chegero clearly said it, that the WPS agenda cannot exist without the young people, because sometimes I think we feel lost. Yes, we are youth, but we're also young women. So where do we fall? So I think that is something that we need to look into, but also the question of early warning, early response, and what is the space of the youth within the early warning architecture, and how do we strengthen feedback mechanism from the EWA, but also looking at the reporting framework. One of the things that I consider a gap based on today's conversation is the work that we are doing may not be loud enough in terms of we are not reporting the efforts that we are doing. And so it will be useful just to start reporting. Join your countries in terms of reporting the work you're doing through the AU reporting mechanism. And maybe that is something that the network will wish to take forward in terms of strengthening and just making this document available and simplification of the documents. Because even 2250 itself, and I've just remembered there's a group of young people from Nairobi who did a a popular version of the YPS in Sheng for those who are Kenyan. So maybe such efforts should be scaled up in other regions where they can have maybe, I don't know, a 2250 in Luganda, 2250 in Kinyarwanda, if that is what makes sense to the community, right? So those are my concluding remarks, but please, you are remaining seated. Allow me to bring to you the first daughter, Ms. Charlene Ruto, who was supposed to give a keynote address in the morning, but she was not here. But she's now here. It's not an apology. So, Ms. Charlene, please, you may have the floor. Yeah.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. Pleasure.
Good morning. How are you? Before I get into the details of my speech, I wanted to comment on something. This morning, as I woke up, I realized I was trending #1 on Twitter in Kenya for a statement I made yesterday. And I would like to clarify that statement. When I introduced my team, I introduced them as coming from the Office of the First Daughter of Kenya, right? I'd like to confirm that this is not a constitutional office. This is not being funded by taxpayers. This is my private office. It's my own initiative. I've decided, I made a decision. Thank you. I made a personal decision. Yeah? I made a personal decision to be a voice for our youth, not only in Kenya, but in East Africa and in Africa. And I don't know why the Kenyan youth want to lima me, and I'm trying to be a voice for them. So I believe this is part of our challenge as youth. Instead of supporting each other, we've been given a platform by our different presidents. They've given the youth a seat on the table. Now, instead of us working together to see what we can do with that position we've been given, we are trying to fight each other. So let's refuse. So let's work together as youth, and I'm here to be a voice for you on that table. Where you can't reach, I want to reach for you. That's why I'm here in this forum from yesterday to today to tomorrow, so that we can liaise together and work together. Sawa? Yes. And in Kenya, I'm a youth champion, and one of the things we are looking at is how we can create more work opportunities for our youth. And one of our team members has said, when we create work opportunities for our youth, that is then how we remove them from being used for conflict in different areas. So as I'm saying I want to create work opportunities for youth, I thought, why can't I begin with myself and be the example and create work opportunities for youth through my private office and through my foundation? I have to lead by example, Cindy. Yeah, thank you. Now that we've clarified that, I want to give many thanks to the patron of the ULEAD Africa, His Excellency, the former President Jakaya Kikwete, whom I met when I was about 13, and we had a very inspirational time together. Somebody I respect, a leader from Tanzania. Also the leadership of the EAC community and IALA, the management of the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, all honorable ministers and members of parliament, and for me, the chief guests of today, who are the youth seated in this room. To begin my comments about the matter of youth and security, I want to say we've convened here today to share our thoughts and to agree on ways and methods for the youth to tackle these issues. And so what does this mean for the youth to tackle issues of peace, security, and also climate change, which I'm a great champion of back in Kenya? Fundamentally, it means we are drawn here to rethink our way of life. It means we are here to drastically shift from the popular and sustainable ways of life to more sustainable ones. And the only way we can do this is to tell the right stories to our youth and our children so that we can awaken a new spirit of collective thinking and collaborative workings among African nations, working towards managing challenges that face our youth like war and lack of opportunities. But why do we need to do this collectively and collaboratively as the most important part? For starters, let's clear up our current status quo, which is that Africans don't work together. Our current economies are structured to work for individual nations and not regions or the continent as a whole. All this while the internet is fast making nations borderless, leaving our youth behind as consumers of the internet. Due to this lack of collective thinking and collaborative working among African nations, opportunities for the ever-growing population of youth across the continent are diminishing day by day. What experts and non-experts know for sure is that if the current economic models in African countries are not relooked or replaced, the world will move forward and leave Africa at a tipping point where it will lose the capacity to sustain itself. In contrast, collective thinking and collaborative workings is about integration so as to enable feedback, loops, and synergies that build to self-reliance. It's a model designed to be restorative and regenerative for opportunities for our youth. Restoring our beliefs and passion for nationhood is the first step in having a mind shift among the youth towards matters of peace, security, and climate change. To help achieve some clarity and to ensure that the stories we tell each other about the future of Africa are rooted in fact, let me reaffirm some common facts. Fact number 1, African wars are fought by the youth. Fact number 2, youth make up a huge part of the entire African workforce. Fact 3, Africa boasts of a highly educated youth population. History tells us that a values shift is triggered by the creation of a new story of how we want to live. We need to make sure we are telling the right and whole story of the transition to peaceful and resilient nations, because the opportunities for transformative change are abundant if we are brave enough to step into the circle. The big question is, why are peace, security, and climate change not being embraced correctly and collectively by our African youth? It's because we are telling the wrong stories that are not pro-collective thinking and collaborative working. And this leaves our African youth scattered, facing grim challenges, exposed to war, crime, and losing a sense of belonging. So how do we frame our stories for the better? Moving from 0 to 100. We are often told the story of how our fast car will move from 0 to 100, but almost never how it will get back to 0. It's the storytelling of getting back to 0 that we need to tell our youth in order to press the reset button on the exposures and challenges facing the youth. Our story of collective thinking and collaborative working will be different as it seeks to remind us that a tree grows, blossoms, decays, dies, becomes soil, and new trees grow up. Life becomes the base of new life in a never-ending circle. It will seek to address the delicate balance between security, which is often threatened, and human rights, which are often denied. It will remind us that together we make a future where we export more products and outsource fewer jobs as Africans, where we simply get back to the basics and relive our forefathers' dreams of Pan-Africanism. The truth is, this will take us a few years to reshape our thinking and approach our challenges that have been built over decades collectively and collaboratively. It will require common effort and shared responsibility, and the kind of bold, persistent experimentation that our founding fathers pursuing independence had. But most importantly, it will and should provoke us to reflect on how to build strong institutions and incorporate lifelong avenues for deliberate decision-making that will anchor solutions in security and climate change beyond our times. It is upon us to choose the long-term ambition of institutionalizing all the Pan-African ideas on collective thinking and collaborative workings to set the foundation for restoring our beliefs and passion for nationhood among the youth, reducing their affinity to conflict and wars while increasing their participation in nation-building activists like climate change and conflict reduction. Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Thus, we must prepare the younger generation, those who are behind us, with the right knowledge on matters of peace, security, and climate change, and empower them to take decisive action geared towards building a peaceful, resilient, and sustainable Africa. Together, as youth, seated in this room, we can convert our challenges into huge youth-driven opportunities for better governance, peace, security, inclusive and sustainable development for all. Finally, I have the honor to convey to you well wishes and warm Pan-African greetings of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto and Her Excellency Madam Rachel Ruto, and the Pan-African Congress in Kenya and the people of Kenya. Also, I want to wish you happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and long live the Pan-African dream of our youth. Thank you.
A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. And we've come to the end of this panel. I know there were questions about the panel. Please hold on to the question as we are going for the break. When we come back, we have a panel on climate and peace. But before the panel, we can take 4 people with questions, right? Yeah. After. Yeah. So we can do 15 minutes of tea, I'm told. All the best. Thank you.
One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see the struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to you wave, come on flags of freedom to not rise to you wave, come on flags of freedom unrelenting. Not rise.
Kopango Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to you wave, come on flags of freedom to not rise to you wave, come on flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to not rise to you wave, come on flags of freedom. Uhuru. up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen vijana pose the key. Opponents what I feel queer twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah, for the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Jane. Peace to the world. Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom. Uhuru. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen vijana pose the key. Opponents what I feel queer twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah, for the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama
all.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
Awa na yɛ tutu akwan. Ɔkyerɛma kwabena bɛmfu kura mpintin. Ghana muntie. Yɛbaayɛ abɔpɔɔ. Yansu ye die mu nie. Ebi akyɛdeɛ ɛna ɛbɛso.
Come and you go. Don't trust no soul, no. Story of my life.
Look, in this world you come and you go. Story of my life. I've been on my ones on grinding, not getting by, but it's all timing. I don't mind it, it's alright. however you cope. When you live in a place so cold, hearts get froze, I don't trust a soul. Cause in this world you come and you go. Story of my life, I've been on my ones on grinding, not getting by, but it's all timing. I don't mind it, it's alright. However you cope. When you live in a place so cold, hearts get froze, I don't trust a soul. It started from young and the kid ain't grown. But the problems have, I hardly did know my dad, but we're on his fault, I'm no longer mad. He does what he can, they come and they go. The first girl that I had still fucks in my mind, but the girl was a hoe. But now I'm trash, so what do you know? I come and I go, literally. They all show love on the road, and I got bad girls all trying to get pics of me. If I step in the club, then they sit with me. It's a blessing, I ain't gonna bitch, but see, I bet you now they wouldn't stick with me if I didn't rock this flow. If I didn't pop them blow, but I chose this. In this world, you come and you go. Story of my life. I've been on my ones on grinding, not getting by, but it's all timing. I don't mind it, it's alright. However you cope. When you live in a place so cold, hearts get froze, I don't trust a soul. Cause in this world, you come and you go. Story of my life. I've been on my ones on grinding, not getting by, but it's all timing. I don't mind it, it's alright. However you cope. When you live in a place so cold, hearts get froze, I don't trust a soul. Cause in this world you come and you go. I got my own but I got me first. Shout out the ones that have done me dirt. I pour the pain in the verse, but brother been hurt so much it don't hurt. I've been gold cause he put in the work. They come and they go, but he wouldn't dare. From young he been there and never been scared. He'd kill a man before they touch my hair. But most of them came and gone. I think that's why I'm always moving. I never stay, I switched up the plot. Hardly even lay my head in my spot. I'm an outside baby, but the mind that I've got, I would never swap, I've been through a lot. Cause in this world you come and you go. Story of my life. I've been on my ones on grinding, not getting by, but it's all timing. I don't mind it, it's alright. However you cope. When you live in a place so cold, hearts get froze, I don't trust a soul. Cause in this world you come and you go. Story of my life. I've been on my ones on grinding, not getting by, but it's all timing.
Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom. Tuna rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom, tuna rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom. One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom. Tuna rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom, tuna rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen, vijana boys the key. Upon is what I feel, we're twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom. Tuna rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom, tuna rise to keep wave, come on flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and Ajay. Peace to the world. Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. Tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom, tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. Tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom, tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen, vijana boys the key. Upon is what I feel, we're twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, here, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. Tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom, tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and Ajay. Peace to the world. Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. Tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom, tuna rise to keep wave, kama flags of freedom. 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 One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve.
vijana boys the key. Opponents wanna feel queer twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow we'll brain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom.
Peace to the world. Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Tonight rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom. Tonight rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Tonight rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom. Tonight rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen, vijana boys the key. Opponents wanna feel queer twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow we'll brain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Tonight rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom. Tonight rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Ching. Peace to the world. Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen, vijana boys the key. Upon is what I feel, we're twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah, for the choice I make, though.
Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Jing. Peace to the world.
Mic check 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, we are beginning our session. We ask you to kindly make your way back
Africa.
to the auditorium.
Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. 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 One party, humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings and queen, vijana boys the key. Upon is what I feel, we're twin jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for blame. For the choice I make, yeah, for the choice I make, though.
Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come our
Benny, and Acheng. Peace to the world. Kopango, Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Amani ni wewe na mi, wewe na mi. Rise to keep wave, come on, flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave,
Thank you for making your way back.
flags of freedom.
Yes, team. Thank you. We know the conversations are intriguing, but kindly, we need to be on time. I think we can start now. That was quite some hard work I've had to do. Hey, Yuli delegates, you'll show me things this year. Let me show you what I saw some gentlemen and ladies doing there. You go to a table and they're done. You can completely see that they're done. But then you ask, oh, you better get back to the hall, and then they continue. And there's nothing in the in the cup. Huh? Wow, the things that we do. Interesting. Anyway, happy to have you back. We're going to have another session of learning, of experience sharing, and keeping you off your phones for a while, just a few minutes. I know you want to catch up on your messages and all that. So we have 5 minutes to get our minds back to this room. And I know there are people at the balcony. I hope as you're tweeting, just to check, what's the hashtag for the summit? What's the hashtag? Someone's saying ULEAD 2022. We said we'll keep the 20 for later, right? So it's ULEAD 22, yeah, ULEAD 22. And the Y and the L are capital, okay? Because the logic is that U stands for youth, and then L stands for leaders, okay? So the Y and the L in the hashtag are capital. Are we together? So ULEAD 22. Okay. Let's get started. Yesterday, we were getting to know each other, and the day before. So today, I want us to do something which is closer to my heart. And the PA team, if you could just project what I asked. Oh, yes, there we are. Can we read that? Louder? We got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Now, for those of us who are in high school, primary school, I come from a musical background, so we had a teacher. He was a wonderful musical teacher. And one of the components that make up music is what we call rhythm. Let's say rhythm. Rhythm, depending on where you are born. Rhythm, okay? So rhythm is very important. So this is all that you'll be requested to do. You'll just say, we got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Repeat that after me. I know, yeah, we come from different backgrounds. Just say the way it is. You don't need to put an English or British accent, okay? We got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Let's go. Oh, let's take it a little slower. Someone is telling me slow, okay? We got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Awesome. The people upstairs are also doing a good job. We got your rhythm, now here's your beat. So this is what we're going to do. Let's stand up just for a moment. Just for a moment, let's stand. You can leave your phone down because you will need your phones off your hands. So let's stand, let's stand, let's stand. Give yourself space. You'll need that for your rhythm. Give yourself space. I give you the authority to turn around and look to the east. Look to the east. The east is this way, I think. I'm assuming. And then get close to whoever is near you. You know what we did on Monday night? Touch their shoulder. Touch their shoulder. Grab their shoulder. Whoever's near you, make sure there's someone near you. If there's no one near you, oh, but they're here. They're here. Grab their shoulder. Grab their shoulder. If there's, grab their shoulder. Aha. Only their shoulder, remember. Just their shoulder, okay? Yes, that's wonderful. Yeah, that way, that way. And then, you see the team from Plan International already. No, but this is against our rule. We have a rule for ULI 22. If you came together, you don't sit together. Yes, that's the rule. You don't know them. Oh yeah, good. One of you has run away. Good. So the three of you need to find. You could cover up here. You could cover up here. Awesome, awesome. Now, after you hold that shoulder, give it a wonderful massage. Massage that shoulder. Massage that shoulder. Okay? Oh, okay. Others are telling me they can't massage a guy. My brother, it's just a massage. Okay. Now turn around, get massaged, turn around. Now receive the massage. Hey, the people upstairs, yes, that's it. Make your massage train. Yes. Hey, hold on. So you two, Martha, you know I know your names. Kindly get up and have each other massage. Stand up. Kindly join in. Kindly. My brother, you okay? Kindly join in. Massage each other. Okay, now we are done. Okay, we just make sure. No, it's not a hug, my brother. It's not a hug. Just a massage, okay? Okay, but anyway, you can use the powers wisely. Okay, now, we got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Again, we got your rhythm, now here's your beat. That's it, just that. So I'll be saying this. Here's my rhythm. You guys are just saying, we got your rhythm, now here's my beat. Now me, I'll be saying, here's my rhythm, now check my beat. That one, don't care about it. You only need to do, we got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Are we together? Let's repeat it one more time. We got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Here's my rhythm, now check my beat. We got your rhythm, now here's your beat. Are we together? Yeah. So I'll be shouting, here's my rhythm, now check my beat. Then I fast do it, okay? 1, 2, 3. And then you say, we got your rhythm, now here's my beat. Then repeat what I've done. Are we together? So, here's my rhythm, now check my beat. Hold on. I will first say the statement and then do the rhythm. And then you say, we got your rhythm, now here's your beat. And then you repeat what I've done, okay? Oh, you have come. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. Here's my rhythm now. Check my beat. Here's my rhythm now. Check my beat. Oh, I first mention the statement, do the action, the rhythm, and then you say the statement and repeat the action. Clear. Here's my rhythm now. Check my beat. 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 Hey, people. People are letting me down. Sit down. Surely, it's just a simple rhythm, okay? Just okay. Now, I'm still waiting for the signal. Now, the people on this row and this row and this row, there is the people seated on the. Okay. Yeah, people are still coming in. Anne, where are you? Great.
Good after tea. Why did you refuse to do the last one? Some people were taking advantage of getting free pecks for nothing that they didn't earn. Eh? You're supposed to earn the peck. Yeah, we don't give free things. No. No, please. Thank you. Okay, so welcome to the second session. I know I promised that we will ask questions. I still intend to keep my promise, okay? So, but then allow me to start a panel and then we combine them because there's a panelist that has to go and is online, okay? So I'll call the following people. And the second panel is about climate justice. How many people are doing climate change work here? Wow. Oh, so there are many of you. This is beautiful. So it's only peace and security that we don't have. We are here. Okay, good. Good, then this is good. This means we can actually even have room for plenary. So we want to look at the nexus between climate justice, rather the nexus, youth peace and conflict, climate change nexus from policies to action. How is peace and security related to climate? Okay, so I would like to have the following people. In this panel, we were meant to have Mr. Manasseh Wepundi, who could not join us, and then also, but we have Jabri Ibrahim from the Green Hydrogen AMP, who is a Youth Engagement Manager for Africa, UNFCCC Climate Champions, and he's going to make a submission on climate security solution in terms of best practices from children and youth pavilion during the COP27. Okay, and then we have Anita Sonia. Is she here? We have Anita Sonia, who a climate champion and also an author for the Green War. And she'll be talking about highlighting the battles in the environmental field, including Kenya, establishment of designated animal area impact for wildlife. So it's quite a diverse. And then, of course, we have Ms. Akomu Pamba. Is she around? Good. Yeah. So those are the people that we have. So before I call them to the front, allow me to control. Allow me to bring to you our first speaker of this session, who is Mr. Jabri Ibrahim, and he's from Green Hydrogen AMP, Youth Engagement Manager for Africa. Is he ready? I am waiting. Sorry, guys, I'm waiting for a signal from the. Is it on? Okay. Welcome, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me? Just checking if I'm audible.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to keep my submission pretty short, and I do apologize for not being able to join all of you in person, especially the tea break you guys had. I was just sat alone here. But firstly, I want to thank the patron of You Lead Africa, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, and also, I'm from Kenya, so my country's first daughter, Shelly Ruto, whose father and Kenya's head of state is a climate leader in his own right and chair of the African Union Commission Conference of African Heads of State and Governments on Climate Change, the CAHOSC. So he's the chair of that and doing ambitious work. And also, like what Shelly said about nationhood amongst the youth, because I think we are very fortunate that our continent has this spirit of Pan-Africanism unifying the continent. And as my Kenyan brothers and sisters, we always say kwa ground, meaning also Jacob mentioned this, that we are moving away from policy rhetoric. And I know a lot of people in the room right now are in the climate space. So that's exactly what we want. It's why people keep talking about climate action and climate change. There's a lot of criticism that all we do is talk in panels. So once we do this transition and we see less of coal, especially in my country, we are a renewable energy powerhouse. We'll start seeing a lot of this climate action in the lead up to 2030, which is a big moment for the Paris Agreement. We have to have emissions by 2030 in the lead up to a net zero climate resilient 2050. So I just want to talk about, I have to be quite honest, I'm also not in the peace and security facet of this work, but climate shocks, exacerbate insecurity because it leads to conflict. And there's a lot of literature about this. But what I want to focus on, and I hope it will be of use to some of you, is maybe a bit of my background and a bit of the UNFCCC, which is the UN body focused on climate change. And also, some of you might know in November, Africa had a conference of parties. So a lot of heads of state convened in Egypt for a big annual climate summit that I'm going to talk about. So just by way of introduction, my role is with the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions Team, which is a body under that UN that works on non-state actors. Non-state actors just means anyone who is not in a national government. So everything, companies, NGOs, corporations, organizations, youth is a recognized constituency, women's group, etc. So we focus on the non-state actors, which some might argue has more ambition than countries, but that's a debate for another time. And the UNFCCC is one of 3 conventions coming out of the Rio Convention in Brazil. There's a UNFCCC, which is a kind of convention on climate change. And then there's the Convention on Biodiversity, so animals and wildlife. And then there's a convention on land degradation called the UNCCD. So there's 3 big conventions, but the biggest one, and it's not biased opinion because I'm part of the climate one, but the biggest convention is the UNFCCC, which led to the Paris Agreement, which I'm sure everyone has heard about. This is what we're all talking about. And at the Africa COP, this is COP27 in Egypt, it was a big win for what we call climate justice, meaning that Europe and North America or global North is emitting all these greenhouse gases that are, we are not just warming the planet at this point. Climate scientists are calling it climate heating. And it's not just about you getting warmer, it's about droughts and floods and this kind of changes in our ecosystem and our atmosphere that affects how we grow our food, how we move, etc., and leads to also climate migration. So Africa, about all of kind of historical emissions from the start of when we started counting emissions, Africa just has about 3 to 4% of emissions. But when a climate shock happens, for example, in the Horn of Africa, East Africa, there's a drought, it can't adapt to the drought, it can't do the irrigation, can't generate or grow the food to those areas, because at the end of the day, adapting to a climate shock, it requires money. that European countries have. So this is the justice part of it, where Europe and North America and China are polluting the world, but then the people who can't, or the countries that can't adapt are suffering. So then the outcome, of COP27, the biggest outcome was two things: a loss and damage fund. So a loss and damage means that if there's a drought or a typhoon, for example, in Mozambique, there's a lot of typhoons happening right now that are climate induced. So if that happened, then Mozambique would be entitled to a grant from Europe or the global north or developed countries to help it adapt. So countries agreed to this loss and damage fund. And just earlier this year, states like the US said that it would never happen, that countries would never agree to pay for climate shock. So, and we found out in Egypt, because it was held in our continent, that it can happen. These priorities are important. So that's a big win, but also another big win is that the IMF and the World Bank, these are kind of, how we go to a bank and borrow a loan. Our countries go to the World Bank and IMF and they ask for a loan for this big infrastructure project. They're going to be kind of restructured so that they're fit for purpose to give climate loans. So those are two big wins. But what I want to talk about really, those are kind of the wins for the continent. But my work with the UN Climate Change High Level Champions, I'm just, because of lack of time, maybe I'll talk about three things. So youth and climate change, this is something that is a priority for young people, that they see the future will be untenable if we don't kind of adapt and if we don't reduce these emissions ASAP. But there's also an opportunity that young people see in green jobs. This is the fastest growing industry for young people. So, and then obviously Africa is the youngest continent. I don't need to kind of say why it's important to do youth engagement in Africa. So within that sense, the African Union also has a division. We have a youth envoy, but we also have an African Union youth division that's kind of an institution under the UC. And I worked with them earlier this year to shape their first climate program. They've never done climate before, but the lead up to COP27, we had a climate program called the Youth Action on Sustainable, Green and Resilient Africa. Yes, I think the African Union needs maybe less complicated acronyms, but that's a big win for us. And then also we with the African Union kind of commission and the Committee of African Heads of State and Government and Climate Change, there was a decision this year in the African Union Summit in Feb on meaningful youth inclusion, not engagement. So a delegation quota, that if countries are sending a delegation to go negotiate the Paris Agreement or the Convention on Biodiversity or the UNCCD on degraded lands, that they can send young people as well. And it doesn't mean that the government has to pay. Young people can, there are other kind of institutions that are coming up that are funding young people, then embedding them with their governments. So even the country can't just say we can't afford, because we have to get more creative than that. And then another big thing that happened this year was the African Union, for the first time, had a climate strategy. And maybe I can put in the chat box, I don't know if the Madam Moderator can share with the group, but there's an African Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy. So it's a 10-year strategy, and all governments, heads of state, have adopted it. It doesn't mean that they're legally bound to go implement it, but it gives us, it's the same thing as the CAHOS adopted decision. It gives us kind of a lobbying tool. So if you have discussions with your home member state, you can say, hey, you went and adopted a decision and a strategy. Can we work together to kind of implement this? And this is one of the avenues of engagement. The other thing I want to talk about really quickly is a campaign that was in the lead up to COP 27. The campaign is not in existence anymore, but it was called the African Youth Mobilization for COP. If you were lucky enough to attend COP 27, there's actually a lot of young Africans there. It's the first time, in kind of a global convening, there was more kind of young Africans and young Europeans, which we've never seen before. But there was a lot of kind of organization working to ensure there's African youth presence and funding travel and scholarships and that sort of thing. And this African youth mobilization was doing exactly that, but then saying, not just we want to be included in the decision-making table. I think that in the climate space, that is the kind of previous years we were asking to be included. Now we're asking to be included in implementing this agreement. So for example, our countries went to COP27, they agreed on a loss and damage fund. So we want to be included when they're starting to shape this fund. Who gets money, who gets to decide who gets the money, and how much money is being put into the fund. So those critical decisions of designing a fund, that's what we want to be involved in. And also, I mean, what Madam Moderator had spoken about, the youth pavilion. So I'm sure many of you have attended or have been part of a pavilion. It's just a big room in a conference that is dedicated to youth. But something about this UNFCCC Corps, at this point in time, the UN climate summits are the biggest UN summits, meaning that they're bigger than the General Assemblies at this stage in time because climate is a priority. So more heads of states, I'm sure many of your presidents attended. I know in Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto attended COP27. So a lot of heads of state, presidents and prime ministers attend COPs more so than they do the General Assembly, meaning that it's becoming the most influential space. And within the COP, there's something called the Blue Zone, which is a very secure zone. It's controlled by the UN, so it's kind of governed by international law. It's not part of Egypt anymore within the conference. It becomes international, an international zone. And it's very hard to get into this zone, but that's where we put this youth pavilion, kind of the most influential part where young people can start meeting with delegations and start advancing the agenda. So there's a lot of negotiations that happen here that shape all this funds and programs and agendas going forward. So this was an idea, and the good thing about this youth, it's never happened before. So we call it COP27 because there's been 26 years of COPs. This is the 27th, every year it happens. So in the 27th year, we managed to have a youth pavilion right there next to all the other pavilions. Most of the other pavilions was like the Italian pavilion, the UK pavilion, and then there's the youth pavilion. And it was very vibrant, and we have a Twitter account and everything you can find to learn more about this, our website. And one of the biggest, first of all, the best thing is that the youth pavilion was started by Africans. So within my team, the Africa team, we came up with the idea to have it seems like an obvious idea, but within the context of the UNFCCC, the UN Climate Summit, it's very hard to have a pavilion because it's a lot of money. And Italy and UK, I mean, they can fund it, but who would fund kind of global youth to have a youth pavilion? But then even the funders, the donors were from Africa, the Africa team of these big philanthropic organizations. So it was kind of Africa in service of global youth. And that was really inspiring. So, and then the biggest kind of achievement is there was a lot of key convenings happening. So ministers meeting with youth in the pavilion because there was bilateral rooms, but also that in the cover decision. So once all these 197 countries go to this climate summit, there's an outcomes document, a declaration called a cover decision. And a cover decision within the kind of context of the Paris Agreement is legally binding. It's not like some other decisions we make. So countries have to really consider what's in the cover decision, and the youth pavilion ended up being mentioned by these 197 countries that they wanted to be replicated. So next year, the UAE, and they've already committed to replicating this thing to be a mainstay or a legacy initiative under the African Union. So there's a lot of stuff happening with kind of in the climate space, and If you want to be involved in any of these initiatives going forward, there's a ton of avenues for young people in climate going forward. And if Madam Moderator can also share, I'll put a link in the chat box of resources to get involved. I think I'll stop then. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Jabri. Thank you so much, Jabri. Are you staying through or you're leaving?
We're 90 minutes over time. I might have to leave at around 1:15 if that's okay.
Okay, so I know there are questions, but I don't know how best to do this. We have a panel, a physical panel here. So I'll call them, then we can start the panel, and then you'll ask your question. Okay? So let me bring to you, just a minute. I'm just going to check the name. Joining us on stage is Ms. Akumu Pamba, who is a feminist and maladvisor for Heka region, and she works for Oxfam. Put your hands together for her. And then we have Ms. Christina Hollenbach. Is she around? Yeah? Okay. Then we are going to have Anita Sonia, who is a climate change champion and the author of Green Wall. Joining me on stage also is Mr. Odongo. Put your hands together for Odongo. You know the way these clubs are going, all money has been poured. Some people are getting more clubs anyway. Then lastly, we will have our very own, the EYPN member for South Sudan, Mr. Wani Stephen. Yeah. So these amazing young Africans are going to have a discussion on the nexus between climate change and peace and conflict, or maybe the nexus is not there. So we need to find out right now whether it's there or not. And this particular panel, we want to look at best practices when it comes to what you have been doing in your regions. And basically we are saying, what are some of the youth-led climate security adaptations that you've done up to here? And all of them have somehow worked within there. But maybe before we do that, a quick round of introduction to all of you. Maybe 1 minute, 1 minute each. Actually, one English minute. An African minute can be 10, you know. So one English minute, and then as you're introducing yourself, also tell us, first of all, whether you think there's a nexus between conflict and climate change, because otherwise we could just be imagining, I don't know.
Good afternoon. To the online audience, good afternoon, good morning, depending on what region you're in. So like it was said, my name is Akumu Pamba. I am a feminist monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning advisor for Oxfam International in the Horn, East and Central Africa region. And other than what's in my title, yes, I'm a feminist, I am an ecofeminist, I am a Pan-Africanist, and I am a young person who's thrilled to be here and see other young people participating in this as well. And in the question that has been asked about the nexus, the linkages between climate change and conflict, I do think that there is a linkage. And I'm hoping that the session that we have here and the conversations that we have will be able to highlight this to everyone who's watching and everyone who's in attendance here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita Soina. I come from Kenya. I am from the famous Maasai community, who have also been people who have been part of the most affected people when it comes to climate change effects. I run an organization, it's called Spice Water Environmental Organization, that aims to nurture young people to come into environment, and my target audience is totally those people who have zero understanding. And because for me, it's self-taught. It's something I learned from the internet every day. I did not go to class to understand it, but the effects pushed me to be in the space. I also work with an organization called We Don't Have Time. We Don't Have Time is an organization that it's more of a tech organization that uses social media and other platforms to push for change and to trigger change that is among individuals, companies, governments, and everyone who's responsible for climate action. And yes, I think that there is a nexus between climate and conflict, coming from a community that is hosting wildlife. You know, there's human-wildlife conflicts all caused by climate change effects, and I'm hoping you're going to expound more during the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening. Good morning. I'm Odongo Kevin. I wear so many caps. First, I'm a climate change activist and climate change representative for the government. I make sure that I am the eye of the marginalized community. My role is to make sure that I localize and simplify global discussion to grassroots understanding. The very moment my role is when they see me, when they have the information, they're ready to understand it because they believe that this one is one of our own. Another thing, youth space. We are not supposed to be having a youth space. We need to have a youth inclusion. Climate justice is not justice if social justice is not addressed. Thank you and God bless you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wani Stephen again. I think previously just put a snapshot. My area of expertise is mostly focused on environmental justice, peace and security. That's majorly I focus my consultancy area and my advisory role to various organizations when it comes to issue of climate change. And that's one of the critical pillars of the foundation of the organizations that I'm leading that look at mostly in terms of environmental justice, that relation to climate change. Because when you look at the linkages between environment and human security, it's evidence that there are a lot of aspects when it comes to insecurity related to environmental shocks that we get as a consequence of climate change. And that need to really to be addressed like in aspect of policy integration in terms of mitigation modality when it comes to how best we can address in equal distributions in regards to changes that arises as a climate shock. We have seen the global trends when it comes to climate issue. Not very far away, like 20 kilometers from here as you're heading to Kenya, before you reach to the border, you have seen what the impact in relation to environment and human settlement and animal or livestock development. This is a typical example that we need to pick it as part of it. But in most of, we look at aspect of in terms of policy. We look at the policy at a global level, but it's very important that we need to have a localized policy ownership that contextualize in regards to climate change. What may work in Kenya cannot work in Uganda or cannot work in South Sudan, but we'll have a common cycle where we pick lesson learned from all these members countries when it comes to climate change. But I just need to pick this interest in terms of climate justice and governance. It's very important that we need to take at the political level that climate change is real and we need a political will in terms of pushing the agenda, in terms of mainstreaming climate justice to all the developmental and programmatic approach. We cannot have a stand funding from development partners, offering, but we need to have a division within the East African community that will fund or champion climate change related policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. for the opening remarks, and at some point I almost told you you'll finish all the points for the main discussion. Yeah, so I think we've had the beautiful introductions that they've made, and all of us are agreeing that yes, there is a linkage between, you know, conflict and climate change, depending on how you're looking at it and based on the context and content of what you're talking about. So I would like to come over to you, Ms. Akumu, and considering you're a feminist and feminist approaches, what are some of these best practices that you have seen within the feminist space as far as climate change and peace or in conflict is concerned? And also, maybe you could speak a little bit into the just the progress of where we are. And it's such a beautiful time to talk about the progress as well, because we are all gearing up towards the CSW 67. So this is more of a build up of what is about to come, right? Yeah.
No, this is working. Okay, so I think when we look at the whole, my topic, or rather, my focus for today was, my focus for today was feminist. When the digital space and technology is failing us, I'm sorry. My topic today was feminist response to the climate crisis and monitoring progress on climate security. So of course, when there's the mention of the word feminism, it rattles a few people most of the time. But with a deeper understanding of what feminism is and why we're looking at feminist approaches, it makes sense why we would apply feminist approaches when we're looking at the climate crisis. So with the most simplified definition of what feminism is, we're looking at equality of the genders. We're looking at equal access opportunities to resources, to different opportunities for both genders. We're looking at male, female, persons with diverse sexual orientation. And when we're looking at feminist approaches to this, I work for Oxfam International. And for Oxfam, we are a feminist organization, and we have 11 feminist principles that govern how we work, whether it's management, whether it's programming, whether it's development, whether it's humanitarian. We are governed by these 11 feminist principles. And I feel like at this point in time, I'm not able to mention all the feminist principles, but I will highlight the feminist principles that I feel are in relation to our discussion when it comes to climate change. First and foremost, when we're talking about climate change and we're talking about the youth, we cannot talk about climate change without informing or involving the youth. So when I came here today, I actually came branded, ready to talk about climate change. So as you can see, we have, there is no climate justice without gender justice and young people. So when we're talking about opportunities that exist and all the challenges that are there, there is no way for us to sit and talk about solutions if we're not involving the people who are actually affected by this situation. And when we look at feminism in itself, we're looking at people who have disproportionately been affected in the past by different circumstances. And looking at the African continent, we have women and girls who've been disproportionately affected by so many things. And also part of this, we have the youth, who for one reason or another have been also disproportionately affected, and they're not benefiting, or they're suffering the brunt of these issues dealing with climate change. So when we're looking at issues of climate change, one of the principles that we have as an organization is nothing about us without us. And if there's nothing you will take from the conversation that we have, because you'll get information from several people, I would urge you to take this one thing with you: nothing about us without us. If we're talking about issues affecting the youth, if we're talking about youth empowerment, youth involvement, there is no reason for us to be so vocal about it if we're not involving the people who are actually affected by all these things. So at the end of the day, my message is nothing about us without us. And when we're looking at now the feminist approaches and all that, as an organization as Oxfam, what we're doing is we're trying to bridge this gap that exists. And we have been able to identify that there is a problem or there is a gap that exists whereby we would want engagement, but when it comes to this actual engagement, we do not target them, or we bring them on just maybe like to tick a box, not actually to have them actively participating. So what we're trying to do as part of our feminist principles is, if we're talking about the youth, we are involving them from the onset. When it comes to co-creation from meetings, and we're creating spaces where it is safe for youth to give their opinions and also to be heard. In August of this year, Oxfam, Femnet, and Akina Mama wa Africa hosted a young feminist convening in Kampala, Uganda. And we were talking about the linkages between the climate crisis and gender inequality. And we brought together so many different young people from the Horn, East, and Central Africa region, where we were able to talk about the effects of climate change. And you're able to see from these discussions that young people know what is happening, actually have an idea of the solutions that would actually be beneficial, but we have not created an environment or a space where they can be able to air their grievances and give their demands and say that this is what they want, this is what they require. And one of the things that came out from this meeting was that we were able to come up with a communique that was highlighting young people's list of demands to their respective governments and to the global north when it comes to issues dealing with the climate crisis. So one of the things that was highlighted was a majority of the African population is young. So even when we're looking at effects of climate change and all those things, we do understand that this young population, which accounts for about 77%, is going to be heavily affected by climate change. And when we're looking at how the years are going and all that, in the coming years, the people who will actually suffer the effects of this climate change are these young people who are being left out of discussions. And I had a very interesting conversation with Dr. Nansozi. I think she's seated at the back.
Sorry to disrupt the panel a bit. I am informed that the the Minister for Kenya wishes to see Kenyans outside in 5 minutes time, just for 5 minutes. So please, Kenyans, walk quietly, and then the rest of us, let's continue.
No. We're also Kenyans.
No, actually, we must proceed.
So you can break the 25 minutes and then come. You can continue.
Okay, while our fellow Kenyans exit the room, we will continue with the discussion. I had mentioned that I had a very interesting conversation with Dr. Nansozi from Makerere University. And when we were talking about all these different forums, all these different platforms where young people are being invited to talk about the climate situation, all these different forums that are being held by different organizations. I feel like from this whole conversation that we had, we're all talking to the same people who have the same problems, who come up with the same solutions. And as organizations, whether it's national or multinational organizations, I feel like it is our responsibility to be better coordinated, to come together and form something that is more representative, that brings together more people to be able to talk about things in a deeper and more expounded manner than having different sessions where we're talking about the same things. So one thing that I will ask of other organizations that are here, because on this panel, I'm speaking on behalf of Oxfam. So for other organizations that are here and know that they engage with the youth and they have, they're thinking about sessions or forums where they can improve youth engagement and talk about matters, not just solely related to climate change only, then I think it would be best for us to come together in an organized manner and plan for something. If ULEAD have been able to bring each and every person here, and we can see the huge numbers that are there. So now, what if we come together as different organizations? Then what are we able to do? Are we able to do something bigger than ULEAD? Or are we able to do something bigger that will actually reach out to the leaders in the global north for them to be able to hear what our demands are, and also to our respective governments? I think I will stop there.
A round of applause, please, for Mr. Kumu. Thank you so much. And to you, Odongo, you talked about global resolution and just simplifying them, making sure the common, man or woman understands what is it that we are talking about. What are some of those interventions that you've really championed for as far as climate security adaptation is concerned? And who are these demographics that we're working with? In 3 minutes, please.
Well, thank you so much. Kenyans will not distract the summit. Sender, we have to continue. The summit is bigger than Kenyans. The forum is bigger than Kenyans. So, well, because that one is our bedroom issues. Everything has to continue. I'm not attending that meeting, and I'm a strong Kenyan. Viva Mufasa. Perfect. Well, my role as a youth champion from the community of Kenya is to simplify, because I attend all the global discussions. I was in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. I've been Jibril, we've been with Jibril everywhere. So why are we here? We are here to represent the people. We are not here to represent ourselves. You are accountable to the people that sent you here. So it is our role to make sure that we simplify all the things that we are going to discuss here for the next 5 days in a simple form, whereby it is edible to each and every person, whether educated or not educated. Because a sample goes for the fight, but at the end of the day, the winning belongs to the community. Mechanism that we've put into place to make sure that these mitigations happens. One, the youth network around Kenya has come up with some carbon sink initiatives. We know very well that carbon markets and carbon trade is ongoing. It's a space that us young people should come into it. We've come up with some mechanism that makes sure that we try to engage youth in the carbon markets, and at the same time, we promote the climate security. How? We are representing the community that are so much into industrial area. We know that too much of CO2 are around that area, and there's a conflict between the industries and the community that are living there. So our role is to bring that dialogue, to make sure that we know very well that you guys are doing business, but let this business be part and parcel of the community development. Another thing that we are doing, we are making sure that the resources, the funding that supports local-led climate change actions are being pushed by the young people. We know very well that the people that determines the world at the moment are only two parties. It's the women and the youths. So the very moment we give them that this is the way, they will not complain. But if you don't show the way, and the last one is all about, we connect 3 nexus: youth engagement, security, and food security. We know very well that Kenya was highly affected. When I talk Kenya, that means that all the countries that are adjacent to it. When a country is hit, all the countries are affected. There was so much drought, and which causes climate mobility. People are moving from stricken area going to a place whereby people are. What will happen there? Fight. But what has caused that fight? It is the climate. So it's our role as the young people to mediate and to meditate and to come up with solution on harmonizing on how the community are going to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for putting into perspective some of those solutions and interventions. And I like the fact that you are saying that you're bridging the gap between, the conflict between the industries and the community, because yes, there is a classical case that has taken forever to get judgment in Mombasa. I think it's called the Uhuru case, where the emissions from the companies affected the communities, but they've never found justice. So this is quite an issue that is very relatable. Wani, I know you're very active in peace building, in conflict, in generally even environment, and I know you've been working with the young people to actually sensitize them on the constitution making processes. But maybe one thing I would like to know from you is, what are some of the other interventions that you have done in terms of making sure that the policies that are being passed around climate change and security, the young people get to participate, that these policies are actually informed by the realities of the youth in South Sudan.
Thank you. Based on the policies that we have, one is we look at environmental bill that is in the parliament, and we are trying to lobby through the civil society groups working on national resource governance. Hello. Yeah, that's the power you can see on ground. So we look at the aspect of policy. One is pushing on environmental bill, because localizing these and having a legal enforcement regards to environmental related issue is very important. So working towards with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in pushing policy and acumen in relation to environmental regulatory process. I'll take this typical example also. Ownership is very important. How many of you people, after drinking water, you go with your bottle? Can I have a hands up, please? How many of you, since yesterday, you have taken that social corporate responsibility to move with your bottle of water? How many of you? Okay, let's have a honest discussion. The aspect of environment is not out, it's you and the environment. The ecosystem we protect, we have the obligation to protect. And that takes us keenly in terms of policies that need to enforce human social responsibility when it comes to fighting climate change. The second is, in regards to research, is very important. We need to invest in the aspect of research. One, through the civil society network on national resource governance, the aspect of tribunal cases relation to environmental injustice in some of the oil producing area, where the community demands a kind of redress in regards to the impact of the oil exploration. And we took it a positive note in regards to advocating for a very well and social responsibility when it comes to the oil production estates, where the citizens need to be protected. And that is one of the aspects that we are pushing on, and we need to work towards. Good note, the Ministry of Environment stated a consultancy firm to do environmental audit, because that is as one of the outcome of the stakeholders engagement, to see to what level or extent do the exploration of oil affecting human settlement or human life, human health. And that's what we're pushing in terms of the policy, in terms of engaging the stakeholders. And it has been so positive that we really want to see that happening. And working within the region, there are a lot of experience that the member states also trying to support in terms of how best we can do practices. Especially through the IGAT delegation, we had engagement on how best we can also lobby through the member state. There are aspects in terms of this traditional Lake Basin agreement, which really need to be reviewed more in terms of protecting the water bodies that we have around. And that relates to flooding in some of the areas, which are environmental shocks. That took us much in terms of engaging to see how much we can do mitigation process and climate adaptation mechanism. Thank you. I raise my case.
Thank you so much, Wani, for that elaborate work that you are doing in terms of just making sure these voices are in there. And I would like to open it up to plenary. I know there are so many issues concerning the issue of climate change and climate security adaptations. Maybe just to hear from you guys, what are some of these initiatives that you have back in your countries? And also the other thing is, in terms of when you're talking about climate change, we cannot talk about climate change without talking about inclusion and targeted inclusion of the indigenous communities, right? So because, and also women, because both conflict and climate change affect women disproportionately, right? So also to hear initiatives around indigenous people or people working around policy, people working around the green and blue economy, you know, the oceans, and also what else? All those interventions that you are doing. And I know oh my God, I have to give people an opportunity to ask the questions, right? There are those 4 people, but then it will be useful as well to hear, a question, but also what are you doing? So there's a guy from Tanzania, then there's this lady here, and then 3 is Mali. Which country are you from, sir? Malawi. Okay, so we'll start with Tanzania, then where? Uganda, then? Please don't confuse me. Let's have the guy, because the hands are increasing, okay? So you start from the right behind Tanzania, then come to this guy over here, Mali, then come to Uganda, then where's the 4th person here? Oh my God, sorry, I didn't see Malawi. And then let's take the 4, then come to, which country are you from, sir? And then we go to Ghana. Those are 5, and then we pick another 5.
I'll start from behind. You said this.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Fabien Keita. I'm from Mali. I'm going to express myself in French because my English is your French. Alors, nous parlons. There is someone to translate it? Ok, merci. Alors, je vais parler de la paix et la cohésion sociale. Vous savez...
I'm going to talk about peace and social cohesion.
Vous savez, au Mali, il y a le terrorisme. Donc, qu'est-ce que nous devons faire pour éviter que les jeunes rejoignent le terrorisme?
In Mali, I'm sure you have heard about terrorism that we are facing. So we sit and think about what can we do to avoid that young people are involved in such actions.
You know, vous savez, quand vous n'avez pas de capacité, il est difficile d'avoir un emploi. Et quand vous n'avez pas d'emploi, il est facile de vous manipuler.
Actually, when you don't have something to do, like work or a job, you become very sensitive and it's very easy to be manipulated.
Donc, nous travaillons en développant les compétences des jeunes afin qu'ils puissent avoir un emploi. Et lorsqu'on a un emploi, on a une source de revenus. Et lorsqu'on a une source de revenus maintenant, il est très difficile de nous pouvoir manipuler afin de rejoindre le groupe de terrorisme.
So in my sector, we work to empower young people so that they are occupied, they get knowledge and they get something to do. Once they are in that position, it is hard for them to get manipulated or to get attracted and be involved in terrorism actions or other bad deeds that are happening in Mali.
C'est l'élé pour moi de remercier Save Children International qui m'a délégué pour venir ici. Je remercie tous les délégués. Merci bien.
I want to thank Save the Children that helped me to be in this summit and thank every one of you.
Hi everyone. My name is Faraji. I'm from Tanzania. I hope the outcome of this sharing won't be the same like yesterday and will be more productive. I will share one initiative and then I'll give a comment on my observation as well. So for part of Tanzania, I'm the chair for the coalition of environmental and climate change organizations that we came together to see how we're going to be solving problems around the climate change. So first of all, I would advise that let's try to use youth language. By youth language, I mean, let's try to be as simple as possible. Like the type of communication we are using is very tough. We have a lot of short forms, we have a lot of technical words that most of young people here, they don't know. So let's try to use as simplest language as possible so that we can be able to address the challenges. So most of youth have been attending COP27 this year, and I think we all know that they came up with the decision of climate financing to be able to support different countries, different organizations to overcome the challenge. Now, how are we looking on the issue of peace and security in correlation with climate change? We have to know that, first of all, today I was expecting to have all the nations that are here having a representative in front there. That was my first expectation. Why am I saying this? Tanzania is facing challenges. Kenya is facing challenges. Uganda is facing challenges. Mali, Gabon, all the countries are facing challenges. We're not going to be able to solve these problems if we only base in specific countries. This will never happen. Why am I saying this? If we cannot get representatives from each country, let's at least try to get the organizations that represent regions, so that we have North, East, Central, and then we can speak on the topics that touches those countries specifically. Let me give a very good example. There's an issue. I've had a meeting on trade issues with my government, discussing on the sectors, areas that we're going to be trading. And for most of us, we know that Kenya is having a challenge in terms of maize. I think you guys, Kenyans, know. And there's a lot of importation that is done from Tanzania to Kenya. And I didn't know this as a fact. But in terms of food, sometimes it reaches a point when a country has to stop importation or exportation because of certain reasons. And people are going to be fighting over getting food. And if people are going to be fighting over getting food, this is where the security comes in. This is where the countries start fighting. This is where all these challenges are coming in. So I would really recommend and suggest that let's have discussions that have representatives from each country so that each country can be able to speak of the challenges they're facing on climate and see how we're going to work on it. The solution that we have created in Tanzania with the coalition that I'm leading, we came together as youth organizations in Tanzania, and we said, every time we're having discussions are based in Dar es Salaam, our capital city. What about those regions that we don't have representatives? What are we going to do? So we came up with a program called Climate Mapping and Ventures, which means that we are visiting every region, try to understand what are the challenges they're facing, and then figure out a solution on how we can support them. This could be something that can be done to our region in Africa. We can be able to map each country. What are the main challenges they're facing? And then from those challenges, we can come up with solutions on how to support each other. Because the challenge that I'm having in Tanzania might not be the challenge that Uganda is having. And this is how we can complement each other and solve the challenges we're having. So to conclude this, I'm calling upon the organizers. First of all, let's have representatives of each country being able to present in front. And this should not be something that is just coming on the last day. Let's have coalitions discussing the issues beforehand. And then when we're coming here, we have something tangible that when we discuss, we have an outcome that we're going to implement after here. Because my sister, you already know, we have an East African, I think it's Peace and Security Forum that you're leading.
As you wind up though, because you realize when you guys take a lot of time, you limit the time of others. And
Sure, I'm just winding up.
Yeah.
I'm just winding up. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just winding up. I think it's not.
He
I
is
think
finishing, but I'm just saying, for the next speakers who are going to come, please, it is you people who complain you don't get time. When I give time, you want to take 10 minutes, and the other person, you know, I am not stopping him. He will finish.
so. I think it's not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think we all have to understand it's not about just everyone speaking, but it's all about presenting the points that really helps us. So What I'm trying to say is that let's try to focus on bringing results and suggestions that are more contributing to our development rather than just having everyone speak. Because instead of just speaking for the sake of speaking, I don't know if you're going to be achieving the goal. So the reason why I'm saying this is because last year you came to us as Tanzanians and you presented to us that we don't have a representative on the peace and security, which was a very big challenge for us. We make a decision to select a representative and we sent a person. And then this year, honestly, what I expected, yes, we're having the issue of climate, but you have the representatives of each country on your committee, of which I expected to have them here to discuss with them as people we have selected to represent us on the matter. Yes, we have all the players, they're supporting us and everything, but where are these guys who are representing our countries? We're supposed to have them here so that they can tell us the progress. They're the ones who are involving us in the countries. They're the ones who are representing us. So,
were you here in the morning?
yes, I was at the end of the part of the morning.
But at the end of the part of the morning. So
because
so in the morning we started with the progress report, sorry, and I think your representative Makwita is around. So it will be useful for you to walk through him and then you can get more information that you didn't get. I would like to stop you there so that I come to
Can I close my conversation, please?
Because you're taking the
there is one problem that we are blamed, but actually we have to be understood. I was looking on the agenda. It's typically different from how we had been presented before. The representatives, the agenda that has been presented, we're not going according to the agenda. If we could bring the same situation to you guys, this wouldn't be fair because the people that have presented here are not the people who are presenting there. And when we're preparing ourselves, some of us do research before coming here because we believe the people that you present to us are the people that we're going to ask specific questions. So when you're telling me I have to ask my representative, who my representative tells me he was not also involved, I'm failing to understand how am I supposed to be participating.
Sorry.
So that's my delivery, and I hope this is understood in an aspect of building. We're not here to destroy, we're here to build. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I think that team is taking notes on that. But one thing I agree with you is the need to actually include every country there. But you also do realize that, for example, here I think we're more than 19. We cannot have all of you there, and that's why we are opening the plenary to speak. And I think we also must be appreciative that today, you've been here since day one. At least there is plenary for people to speak, right? Were you speaking on day one? Yes, but not as open as this, right? So I think even when we're contributing and when we're giving out our concerns, we need to give our concerns in such a manner that is very, building and not blaming people and not, So we take your concerns and we work on them. And also the last thing that I want to say to you, today we'll be doing priorities for 2023. So part of what you're saying should go into that priority. Is that okay? Sawa. So let's go to, which country was this?
Uganda.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much. I think the room is so heated.
Yeah.
But for me, it's actually different. I think
let's give her time, please.
I think the conversation of climate justice, it's been neglected, the fact that climate effects have affected some of the interventions that come in to intervene with the agenda. I mean, women and children are facing the main victims to most of the climate effects that we get to have in most of the communities. I'll give you an example. Usually when maybe there is an eruption or there has been heavy rains or something that happens at the end of the day, you find that women are going to fall victims to most of those challenges that get to happen after effects of climate change. But I think in the conversations of interventions into getting, conversations around what needs to be done, we have not seen. I don't think even from the report that I got from I don't remember his name, but it was right on the screen. I didn't hear on what conversations had happened at the COP27 in what needs to be done to actually address the effects that women and children get to face after the effects of climate change. Yeah. So for me, my question to them, some of the speakers in your different countries, what are some of, because also let's look at South Sudan. It's some of the countries, it's one of the countries that is mostly affected by effects of drought and all that. So women at the end of that day are going to fall victims, not just to the effects of climate, but also things that come along, things that happen in terms of that are intertwined with just security, peace, and climate change. So women are going to fall victims to those things, but the interventions are not there. What are you guys doing in your different countries? I am not a climate change activist. I am in for gender, but I have seen most times women are affected by those effects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. And it's true, you cannot talk about climate change without talking about gender. So I will give, Akumo, do you want to respond to the different interventions? Or I can take a round and then come back. Okay. Sawa, so she's gonna respond. There's Malawi, right?
Okay. So first and foremost, for the second speaker, I'm sorry I did not get your name. From Tanzania, I didn't get your name. Faraji. Faraji, I feel like your comments are a great representation of what I just said about nothing about us without us, whereby it beats logic why you would want the intervention or the participation of young people if you're actually not actively involving them in what it is that concerns them. So I do understand what it is you've said. And as a male person, part of my job and everything also entails learning. So I would say for every single person who's represented here, if it's organizations, if it's the partners and everything, this is a learning point for us. Because like I said when we were beginning, when it comes to participation, are we looking at actual participation? Are we looking at something that is going to result in transformative change? Or are we just going about involving people for the sake of involving them and saying that they were part of something? So I would say that moving forward, your suggestions on the involvement of people and the participation should be a consideration, should be a learning point for the organizers of other conventions that are coming about. So thank you for that. And for the last comment that was given on climate change and the intersections with peace and security and what organizations are doing. So currently, what we are looking at when it comes to climate change and its intersections, we're looking at, as an organization, what we're calling the triple nexus. It's not an Oxfam word, it's a general word, where we're looking at humanitarian development and peacekeeping, whereby if there's a humanitarian intervention, so for example, if we look at climate change, the effects of climate change is that it exacerbates all other effects. So you see that security, healthcare, education, all these things are affected. And when all these things are affected, you're focusing all your attention on addressing this humanitarian crisis. But at the end of the day, the African continent is a developing continent. We are looking at aspects of development. So how exactly are we also integrating aspects of development into this? But when you're looking at development, it's also very difficult for you to come up with anything that's actually going to be sustainable if you're not operating in a peaceful environment. So peace becomes very critical in all this, because if you're operating in an environment that's a bit rigid, then it's difficult for any of your interventions to actually take root or actually give you the results that you are looking for. So one of the linkages that we have seen when it comes to climate change is it has negatively, just like you mentioned, it's negatively affected women and girls, whereby we know that majority of the female population in Africa focus on agriculture. So when it comes to climate change effects where we have drought or we have excessive floods, agriculture is affected. And when agriculture is affected, it means that people's economic livelihoods are affected as well. And when people's economic livelihoods are affected, we are not saying that climate change sits down and says, I'm just going to focus on women only. That's not what happens. Climate change affects everyone, but does it affect everyone equally? No. So the women end up being affected more by these effects of climate change. So when you're looking at it, when we have such issues of, let's say, prolonged drought, or we have floods, we have people within their countries being forced to be IDPs, or we have people moving from different countries into other countries becoming refugees. Having previously worked in the refugee setup, one of the things I know is the refugees that we have in the different countries do not only come to seek refuge because of like conflict or like security purposes. You find people moving into other countries because maybe they're experiencing drought. And the moment you bring a different population into another population, then what happens is there's bound to be conflict. Because I'll talk about the example of Kakuma refugee camp, where there's usually conflict between the refugee population and the host population. Kakuma is in Turkana County. Turkana County is one of the driest counties in Kenya, yet it is the biggest county we have in the country. But now when you look at it, bringing people into a county and having them sort of like now battle for resources with other people, resources which are already scarce. So when you look at such situations, for those who are not able to sort of like get into a different environment, then they're subjected to other things. Because as you're moving from one area to another, trying to escape the effects of climate change, as a woman, you're subject to gender-based violence, there's sexual harassment, and then we also have people being prone to child marriages as well. So when you look at all those issues, they end up affecting people. And for men who are trying to now earn a living and be able to support their families, they're forced to move out of their ancestral homes to go seek alternative economic activities in other areas. And they're leaving the women back at home because while you're waiting for your husband to send you something, you also still have to be able to sustain the family. So it's putting economic strain on people. And when that happens, it's already adding more burden to what is already the burden of unpaid care and domestic work that burdens most women and girls in the society. So as Oxfam, we have a project that we're carrying out. It's in the Horn and East Africa region, and it's also in the South African region. It's called We Care. It's Women's Economic Empowerment and Care Program, where we're looking at the policies that are existing in the countries trying to ease the burden of unpaid care and domestic work, because we've noted that there is a nexus between different things. All these things are linked. There's an intersectionality that exists. Because of a situation you went through, because of floods, drought, or something, you find yourself having to do more as a woman in the society that you're in. So we do have these interventions that are focusing on that and trying to see the best way that we can actually sort of like respond to these issues. But of course, as an organization, we're also open to co-creating with people from different areas to be able to know what is the best way that we can respond to the issues that you have. Say for We Care, then what other suggestions might people have in the different regions that we could come in and also assist?
Let's have Malawi.
Thank you so much. I'm Christian Jigalimba representing Malawi. I'm going to speak on two issues because I wasn't given a chance to speak in the morning. So I'll go back to building peace and security. So in terms of I represent young politicians, entrepreneurs, as well as I'm into gender advocacy. So as a young politician, I've had a chance to undergo 2 trainings under National Democratic Institute, NDI, Malawi. The first one was under policy development. We called it Political Party Leadership Institute. And the second one was the Next Generation Leaders Academy, where I'm the co-president for the alumni. And under the Next Generation, we were represented by CSOs and different political parties of Malawi. The whole essence was to bring together to remove the differences that are there between CSOs and politicians. I don't know if it's the case in your countries, but you understand that during elections, the electoral process, pre-elections, electoral period, and post-elections, it seems there's a cohesion between CSOs and politicians in such a way that they don't really agree on what agendas to advance, but the case has been different since the elections in 2019, where we developed what we call the I remember it in teacher why it's Lolo I'm a voter, simply to say okay, young people have to be on the forefront. So Lolo is more like a gangster. So yeah, a gangster has to be on the forefront in voting. So we're calling it the Youth Decide campaign. So since then, there's been an inclusion of youth from both CSOs and political parties working together. So what this Next Generation Leaders Academy has fostered now is that youth from different political parties as well as CSOs have developed what we call the Youth Quota for Youth policy, where we're advocating for at least 30% of parliamentary representation belonging to the youth. So all that is coming into play because there has been that aspect. We've resolved our differences and come together as youth. So we're looking at the power in unity. There is power in numbers. So what I'm trying to encourage this forum is to say, as much as we're coming from different countries with our different agendas, but we're all advocating for similar policies. It shouldn't just end there. It shouldn't end here until we meet again in the next ULEAD summit. But whatever we agree here, we can, in our smaller communities or even in a larger community, we can start advocating for those policies from, let's say, SADC Point, COMESA, ECOWAS, and what other communities that we have. And then it trickles down to our individual countries. All that is possible if we come together and work as groups and not as individuals, in how we're representing our countries. So the second issue I will tackle on gender and climate change, how climate change affects women. So as I've said, I'm into entrepreneurship. I am in construction, but my background is I'm an accountant and auditor by profession. So in construction, you understand that it's male-dominated field. For you to cut across, get your projects done, you meet a lot of sexual harassment. My company addresses the issue of climate justice in a way that we use biodegradable products to make the concrete hollow blocks. So we've moved away from making the burnt bricks to making SSBs and concrete hollow blocks. So another aspect that I've found in construction is that, whilst working in construction, is that the other time that I worked closer to the lake shores, we realized that there were high cases of teenage pregnancies as well as broken marriages because the husbands of the household had an excuse to give to say, because due to climate change, the waters are now offshore, way offshore, so they go to far places to fetch for fish. In that case, they've resorted to building other families from there, like getting other wives. Now, for the wives that they leave behind, they turn out to find other young men to marry, as well as there's inter-family marriages. Like you marry your cousin, even a little sister getting married to an older brother, all because of climate justice, because there's no man to take care of the family. And the man has gone out to to have another family. So all that is increasing the cases of HIV/AIDS prevalence. So that's how it is affecting women and young people.
Clap for Malawi. I think she brought in a very interesting perspective that is also new to me as well. So I'm sure you learned something. But one thing that you're saying is that you had to come up with a simple language so that people could understand. Now the hands are so many. David, what will you do? Time is okay. So, okay, let's wait. Burkina Faso? Which country are you from? No. Burkina Faso? Okay. So Morocco?
We have the 2 minutes, the last two hands, so that they go for lunch and they come for the gender forum, which is going to be more engaging.
Okay.
And they will have more questions.
Okay. Okay, so let's listen, guys. So I've been advised, I will take 3 and then we go for lunch, and then when we come for the gender forum, David is promising to look into those who hadn't spoken, right? So we'll have Burkina Faso, then we have Honorable, you go to the gender, good. So then you have Morocco. Where's Morocco? Huh? No. Okay, let's have two then. Let's have Burkina Faso and here. Yes, okay. Give the mic to Burkina Faso, please.
Oh, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm going to speak in French. And if someone can help me with the translation, that would be great.
Just a minute, let me look for a translator. Can you translate? Where is Stephen Malaki? While we're looking for a translator, let us start.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Jocelyn Atura. I'm going to be so quick, and I'll use the simplest English. She asked about the approaches or how we are helping fight climate change. In Uganda, we're under Action Aid. There are some approaches we've already implemented, we've already put up in place to help us fight climate change. Number one, we are using cook stoves or the cook bricks. There are some bricks we make from rubbish to help us stop those people from rural areas cut trees. Then we are also there are some groups that we created that help us reach out to communities or schools, just like ONSA, plant one or two trees, like for every student in school. Then we have the kingdom approach, that is Bunyoro Kitara, where during burial, for every burial, we plant trees. Instead of putting flowers or wreath, we put trees. So after burying, we go and plant those trees. Then lastly, the government of Uganda has tried fight swamp reclamation by putting up policies and laws that help enforce and evacuate people working in swamps. Thank you so much.
In English.
Alors, donc, je disais merci beaucoup pour la parole que vous m'avez donnée. Je vais revenir.
I said thank you for according me the time to speak to you.
Alors, je suis Raïmwende Elda Kwama du Burkina Faso.
I'm Adama from Burkina Faso.
Elda.
Alda from Burkina Faso.
Alors, je suis formatrice et j'accompagne des personnes au quotidien pour qu'ils puissent s'exprimer ou pouvoir bâtir des business qui fonctionnent.
I'm a trainer and a person who accompanies that person to, sorry?
So I help entrepreneurs to build their businesses.
Ah, yeah, okay.
I will speak in French. Alors,
allez-y.
En réalité, dans mon expérience de l'inclusion de la femme dans les questions du climat.
Excusez, tu dois être vraiment un peu slowly, parce que moi-même je me suis exprimé en français parce que je suis faible en anglais. Yeah. Tu dois aller lentement pour que je puisse te capter rapidement et pour que j'interprète aussi.
Ok.
Voilà.
Donc je dis que dans mon expérience,
in my experience,
d'inclure les femmes dans les questions.
Ça, c'est le théâtre. Madame, tu peux parler en anglais, s'il te plaît?
Non, c'est pas le théâtre. I can try in English, but there are some words I don't know, so I will try.
Ah, okay. That is good.
Sorry, my francophone friends. Alors,
no.
I said that according to my experience, what I've seen about climate change and including gender in the activities is that, for example, in Burkina Faso, we had to adapt the climate change issue to our reality. You know that we don't produce that les gaz à effet de serre. We don't produce in-house cases that causes, so you see now, hein? Voilà, on ne produit pas les gaz à effet de serre. Et donc, comment faire comprendre à la population qu'ils doivent travailler à ce qu'on sauvegarde l'environnement?
Someone can help here. Someone can help.
Yeah, Excel, help me.
Go ahead.
Voilà, donc il fallait pouvoir adapter le problème à ce que nous avions chez nous, c'est-à-dire le problème de l'insalubrité, d'avoir des déchets qu'on peut transformer en quelque chose de vendable. Can you translate?
Okay, she's talking about how to adapt. Oh, okay. Come again, please. Can you repeat what you're saying? I didn't hear. I wasn't ready to
Something I can do.
Yeah.
Sorry, something I can do as I can do everything in French, and she will just capture
the whole idea. Yeah.
That's it. Alors, donc ce que je dis, c'est que cette question donc du climat, il fallait l'adapter en fait à un contexte, parce qu'on ne peut pas engager des gens à, bon, je ne peux pas faire des campagnes de communication sur des questions qu'ils trouvent ne les concernent pas. Parce qu'on ne produit pas assez de gaz à effet de serre. Donc, faire des campagnes publicitaires sur ça, des sensibilisations, ça ne servait à rien. Donc, il fallait voir. On souffrait plutôt de l'insalubrité. Donc, c'est amener surtout des femmes qui sont au quotidien dans leur maison, amener à s'occuper de la propreté. Comment étendre cela dans un large spectre pour qu'elles puissent ramasser les ordures, en faire un business viable. Et moi, c'est vraiment ce que je fais à travers mon entreprise, d'accompagner des femmes comme ça pour que l'activité qu'elles font puisse les bénéficier, pour qu'elles ne se découragent pas et changent de métier. Si elles arrivent à se faire un business qui est durable dans le domaine donc de la salubrité, peut-être que c'est leur apport, leur contribution à pouvoir garder notre environnement sain et promouvoir en tout cas un meilleur climat. Le dernier point que je voudrais évoquer ici, ce serait celui de la paix. C'est vrai que mon ami du Mali a déjà parlé du terrorisme, mais je voudrais souligner quelque chose de très poignant chez nous au Burkina Faso, c'est le conflit intertribal. C'est-à-dire que c'est vrai qu'on a réussi à un certain moment à créer une parenté à plaisanterie entre certaines tribus, mais il reste que depuis que le terrorisme a commencé, il y a un conflit entre ceux du nord et surtout toute la partie sud du pays. Ce qui veut dire que pour les gens, souvent, c'est la figure Peul qui est mise pour les terroristes. Donc, ça crée un climat très malsain au sein de la société. Et ça n'aide pas pour la paix. Et ce qu'on fait aujourd'hui, c'est de pouvoir casser, en tout cas, ces images toutes faites pour que les gens puissent se sentir plus ensemble, plus en société et en paix. Merci.
So her first point was.
Let's hear the summary.
Okay. Her first point was about her project. She's a trainer. She actually tries to accompany women in her country. So she helped them to not abandon their businesses, according to what she spoke about. So the second point was about what the Malian guy said. She said that there is actually in that region a distinction between the Northern Africa and the Sahel. Is it Sahel region? Yeah. Oh, the northern part of Burkina Faso and the southern part of Burkina Faso. So we should actually try to make actions to advise and to try to fight against terrorism in that region.
Thank you so much for helping with the translation. Please clap for Burkina Faso. I am advised that we are way past time, and you can see David is standing right behind me. But then we promise the hands that are up, David, you have to look at them. During the gender session, they'll be the first people to contribute. So Ghana is here. Which other country? Rwanda, then Tanzania? Is that Tanzania? Okay, so we have Ghana, Rwanda, and what? Tanzania and Kenya. Okay. Okay, sawa. We are advised to go for lunch. And please clap a round of applause for my panelists, who I almost forgot about. Asante.
So lunch is, we already, let me see, 10 minutes into the 2 p.m. So let's have lunch for about 40 minutes. We should be here by 2:30. So let's have quickly lunch, then come back. Yeah.
Nilitembelea vyangu kiukweli, sikuwa na mipango yoyote. Tulipokutana mimi na wewe, una sasa nimepata mipango hapa kupombeni mimi na wewe, nikikueleza mambo ya mapenzi, ukinipa serikali yako, sitaacha kweli madaraka. Wapinzani wote hawakosagi kuharibu kweli, mwaka huu wataisoma namba. Mimi sina chama, niko mwenyewe, wewe ndiye my running mate. Mipango yangu many matches now. I'm a ditch one man, she and a tango kumbana, you and the tikuyenda away. You better tell your friends that the valley mati lazy apa mamba. In Indian zanga tita pa masuti apa mamba. Ah bambo ako ata kuperekeze baby. Kutakusi amanja mwanga. Ndikufuna maibanga kamandi wona. Masoma wati wona bambo bango. Dimumwe adadi na watengera amama. Kuachota pakomo la makolo va. Mapolani hanga.
Israel, Zaleka Vision.
Nilitembelea vyangu kiukweli, sikuwa na mipango yoyote. Tulipokutana mimi na wewe, una sasa nimepata mipango hapa tukupombeni mimi na wewe, nikikueleza mambo ya mapenzi, ukinipa serikali yako, sitaacha kweli madaraka. Wapinzani wote hawakosagi kuharibu kweli, mwaka huu wataisoma namba. Sina drama, niko mwenyewe, wewe ndiye my running mate. Mipango yangu, mipango, mipango, lakini mipango, hiyo ndio tunaita mipango. Amandicha one man chienda heka tango kuumbana yuendi inde tikuyenda away. You better tell your friends that she should need to bow. Oh no, keeper.
I leave on.
Kuifatangu mwana wa mama Nibusane sanje nawe turasa She's coming now Nikumba nenga gusara Ikwaktinga nguri gukina sinema Sinshaka kuba soba Tuchezu ni shota Sida shise sina Mazawara bizi showtime. Sinshaka kwica vibe nataha nicuza. Sinshaka umuntu njagaraza. Niba usa neza njye turasa. Show mwiza wanjye uyu ntunsaze. Gumana nanjye ndakumasa. Mana we, zata we, yewe we sindi soba we. Mana we, zata we, basi shori sindi soba we. Mana we, zata we, yewe we sindi soba we. Mana we, zata we, basi shori sindi soba we. Sunda, 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 didi didi pasa sunda. Gahunda mfite uno munsi ni ugutarama. Sindi bwite ku bijyanye n'amasaha. Baba we, barajyaye n'umwunda we. Baba we, sinajyaye wanyanze we. Umubimbi gawe ingora, kubyukuna mu bizangora. Zakudigida ndigida ndigida, zakudigida ndidandidanda. Umubimbi gawe ingora, singonga. Kata zanje zirushiza Jackie Chan, ikigusetsa cyose kirangurura. Sinshaka kuba soba, ducheze ubu ni showtime. Sinshaka kwica vibe nataha nicuza. Sinshaka umuntu njagaraza. Niba usa neza njye turasa. Show mwiza wanjye uyu ntunsaze. Gumana nanjye ndakumasa. Mana we, zata we, yewe we sindi soba we. Mana we, zata we, yewe we sindi mamina. Gumana nanjye ndakumasa.
I lead on.
Keep on, it's good. Bubble pop. Sirangira man.
Country Records.
No, you better make confessions. Confessions of a killer. You control my emotions. You messing with my medulla. Guess I got many options, but she the only one I need. Like the oxygen I breathe. Me, I don't like that too. Yet for you I can put. Kukundwa nawe vifiti sukupe. I love you, love you, love you, kuchi kuchi pe. But I have one question. What can I do to win your heart forever? Till the end of time together. Ne doute pas que je t'aime, je suis attaché. C'est confirmé, baby, one hey au cachet. Na hamwe wibuze ngenza bamari. Oh mon bébé, te amo. 'Cause only you who make me fall in love. Baby, c'est confirmé, baby. I need your love, yeah. Give me your love, yeah. Sinagusezeranye ibyo ntafite ngo umbone neza. Yego mfite competitions but I don't mind them. Girl, you my baby. I wanna take and show you to my mama. Baby, loving you is my passion. I wanna put a ring on your finger. Oh no, all eyes on you, baby. You know all eyes on me too. But only you drive me crazy. You turn me on. Mukunzi wanje, kukunda birenze. Kujumba badi dani mosa. Cause every time I need you by my side. Me, I don't like that too. Yet for you I can put. Kukundwa nawe vifiti sukupe. I love you, love you, love you, kuchi kuchi pe. But I have one question. What can I do to win your heart forever? Till the end of time together. Ne doute pas que je t'aime, je suis attaché. C'est confirmé, baby, one day au cachet. Nahame wivu zenye nzabama. Oh mon bébé, te amo. Cause only you who make me fall. Ne doute pas que je t'aime, je suis attaché. C'est confirmé, baby, one day au cachet. Nahame wivu zenye nzabama. Oh mon bébé, te amo. Cause only you who make me fall in love. Suis attaché, baby. C'est confirmé, baby. No, no, Cause only you who make me fall in love.
I wanna be in your life until the night is over. I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer. It's been a hell of a ride, but every single moment you were there by my side. Whenever I'm broken, you make me feel whole. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, that's where I call my own. Whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you know. Oh, girl, I want to be dancing with you forever. You see through the storm and take me as I am. Baby, it's magic anytime that we're together. I make I just love you and hold you for my hand. Hold you for my hand, hold you for my hand. Hold you for my hand.
Over and over again, yeah, my love is burning, babe. Feels like time is frozen and the night is for us. We're alone again, every moment's golden, yeah. Feelings I've been holding in, it must be love.
Whenever I'm broken, you make me feel whole. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, that's where I call my own. Whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you know. Whoa, girl, I want to be dancing with you forever. You see through the storm and take me as I am. Baby, it's magic anytime that we're together. I make her just love you and hold you for my hand. 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 I wanna be in your light until the night is over. I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer. I wanna be in your light until the night is over, until the night is over, until the night is over.
Mix Nigeria, yes, baby.
I was walking past when I saw that Delilah on my way to work last December. How could I not remember? Her body too bad, you dey make man to stagger. What's your name and your number? The girl you find out your butter, and she's 22, maybe April Fool. See the things you do, yeah. Say she works with Shell, I no pay, but anytime I call, she no day. Make a search for Insta, no way. I rise to come patriot, I obey. I started screaming, obey. Anything it cost, I go pay. Say I'm begging you, no do me deja vu. Distance between our hearts, oh. Take all my money, take all my money. Buy your house, I go give them to you, for you. Take all my money, take all my money. Buy your house, I go give them to you, for you. Every day, make I check your calendar. Your beauty bad, I surrender, I surrender, no delay for this matter. What's your name and your number? Let me introduce myself proper. I don't see you from a bird's eye view. With the things you do, I go turn over. Say she works with Shell, I no pay, but anytime I call, she no day. Make a search for Insta, no way. I rise to come patriot, I obey. I started screaming, obey. Anything it cost, I go pay. Say I'm begging you, no do me deja vu. Distance between our hearts, oh. Take all my money, take all my money. Buy your house, I go give them to you, for you. Take all my money, take all my money. Buy your house, I go give them to you, for you. She know I'm my money, she know I'm my money. She just want to make it, she just want to hold it. And I like it, I really, really like it. And I like it, I really, really like it. Moise mix. And I go give up to you, for you. Whoa. Yeah, 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 yeah. Say she want give me something for God. No go beg, no go daughter. What you got is something I desire. Fadi, lomo. Give me something for God. No go beg, no go daughter. What you got is something I desire. Fadi, lomo. Make go tire mama say I don't. I see something with the match my look. Now this stuff, I can't move. And I can't stay with you, catch my crew. Make go tire mama say for my next time I could choose you again. I go choose you again. In my medicine, you take away my pain. I go choose you again. Come around, every time I want. Come around, every time I want. Come around, every time I want. Yes, I want. Come around, every time I want. Come around, every time I want. Come around, every time I want. Yes, I want. Whoa, Biko, tell me something I don't know. See as your matter the co-palace. This your African, I walk and I matter for my life. Making my shit take capsize. I dare, hoping you gon' give it to me like that. This is really no go be to finish like that. Even if you're away, I never take my eyes away from you. Say she want give me something for God. No go beg, no go daughter. What you got is something I desire. Fadi, lomo. Give me something for God. No go beg, no go daughter. What you got is something I desire. Fadi, lomo. Make go tire mama say I don't. I see something with the match my look. Now this stuff, I can't move. And I can't stay with you, catch my crew. Make go tire mama say for my next life I could choose you again. I could choose you again. And my medicine to take away my pain. I could choose you again. Come around, every time I want. Come around, every time I want. Come around, every time I want. Yes, I want.
breaking off another hot explosive mix.
You already know, man.
We not go far, we a go go, we go we, you go know. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard, And like a dad, we go be, we go see, we go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard, That's why I step my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I finna run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Lord save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh, no. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more.
You don't go to my iPhone 100. You make a bicycle and a boy way.
Hey, yo, tick.
Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last guy, you spend everything I do, I under 50, under. Me under be under 50, understand. Nothing where you do me, content. I don't fight the uniform man. Oluwa, can you fix the problem? Thunder, fire, that your reason. Where they give you teacher, make you leave me. Thunder, fire, that your reason. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Give you my last cash, spender. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Show you my best friend. I give you my last guy to spend everything I do,
Yeah. Sexy love what she need from a bad boy like me. Yeah. Sexy kiss is the thing that she ain't for my lips. Yeah. My sex herself is the only air that she breathes. And when I look into her eyes, I know that she can never get enough of me. Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip in your V. Shorty say she feeling so. She grab my neck and she whisper, please. Shorty give me that splash from my chest to my knees. gangster in a bed tonight. She a wants me, I know. And man, a full ground me a day tonight. She a calling my phone. Oh, she say when you so unruly. Tell me the main reason you want me. The man with a E. Hey, yo, tick. Girl, she got questions for Siri. We got that booty and wine for me. So crazy, you driving me. Girl, you put it on me nicely. She riding it, I'm sliding, 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 sliding. She wants a gangster in a bed tonight. She a wants me, I know. And man, a full ground me a day tonight. She a calling my phone. Oh, she say when it's so unruly. Tell me the main reason you want me. The man with a ED. Curious girl, she got questions for Siri. We got that booty and wine for me. So crazy, you driving me. Girl, you put it on me nicely. She riding it, I'm sliding it. Spread your two legs slightly. Oh, mama spread them so widely. Caribbean girl won't die for me. She have to die for me, yeah, yeah. Bounce your body out, we bounce you out. Girl, you go down, not to south. Sure you agree, I know fish out. Yeah, bounce your body out, we bounce you out. I'm on no scream, no push out. Yeah, no loud them, no loud them. Danger boy, me no danger, 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 Angas me nang zaiting linda. Angas me nang zaiting linda. Give nigga access to VIP. Oh, wanna say kanya my flesh with nana. Oh, nothing is like. Say nothing chola ne groupie. Ah, when I beg bono na me, nyala. Say nothing chola ne groupie. Ah, when I beg bono na me, nyala. Isn't just a pillow, ma. Otiti, otiti.
Long time in a hold a gal in the jam. Long time in a hold a gal in the corner. Long time set me at a wristband. Long time, long time. Long time in a see me friends and crew. Long time me wait by your buffy get through. Long time since I've been in the door. Long time since I've jump up and jump up and jump up inside of the party. Since I've put up with two girl had drama inside of the feds. Oh yeah. Long time I call in to work, tell me boss I don't think I could make it. It's been a long time, long time. It's been a long time, long time. Long time I steal a jam, drink a rum, raise me hand inside me section. It's been a long time I not forget. It's been a long time I fling me waist, paint me face. A long time I buy drinks by the case. It's been a long time I not forget. It's been a long time I had enough. I so tired, everything shut down. Can't make money the way that I want. It's been a long time I've had enough. I'm so tired that this just feel down. A lifetime alone with no one around. It's been a long time since I've jump up and jump up and jump up inside of the party. Since I've put up with two girl had drama inside of the She said she don't wanna leave me lonely. She like the way I know how to control it. When I'm wrong, I know how to say sorry. I tell her, babe, you know me better, so please don't worry. Hey, she like my swag, of course I'm young. Yeah. And I know how to play with my tongue. Oh yeah, my baby, she don't need it, my pepper.
got her own, she got her own. For my baby, I go be undertaker. She's not alone, she's not alone. Oh, she do, 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 she do want nobody. My baby, she do, 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 she do want nobody.
One time for my baby, two for my baby, three for my baby, all night. One time for my baby, two for my baby, three for my baby.
Una enjoy, una enjoy. Ukiwa single jamani, una enjoy, una enjoy, una enjoy. Ukiwa single una enjoy, una enjoy, una enjoy, una enjoy. Yo, Tika,
Tuacheni utani, kwa singo ni amani, hata nichelewe kurudi haikatai, na tukiwa na pati popote na kwenda, kutoa na roho kisa penzi haifai, wenzenu niko singo jamani napenda.
una enjoy, una enjoy. Ukiwa single jamani, una enjoy, una enjoy, una enjoy. Ukiwa single kwa kweli una enjoy. Una enjoy, una enjoy.
Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. But this sweet happy, I love my pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirmer for your speaker. This time I call traffic for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan. Kill 'em.
Explosive air.
Hey yo, Tika.
Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. But this sweet happy, I love my pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirmer for your speaker. This time I call traffic for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Come on, what is not happening? You're too satisfied. Glory be to you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Until when I hear you guys scream that good afternoon back to me, because I can't keep going. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Give your comment about what's happening, Mike? Yeah, thank you so much. Guys who are still outside, please may you come in so that we start. We said, I said it before, the more we delay, the more we are going to stay. Okay? So to avoid that, let us try to hurry so that we finish. Okay? Yeah, so guys, some guys asked me to do something this afternoon, and I honored their request, and I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing them. I don't know what's not going on. We are remaining like 2 minutes to begin. Request people to get up a little bit. I know we are from ET. We cannot just sit. Okay? Let's get up. DJ, remember what I came for? DJ, what are you doing? It is not time. No, we are not doing. There's a guy who's looking for me. Aha. Wait. Wait. Aha. Let's get up. You lead, I lead, we lead what? So when I tell you to get up, why don't you get up? Am I not leading you well? Hello. Let's get up. It's time to shake it out. You know how we do. Let's get up. I'm still seeing people seated. Really? Do we really want to continue or we just want to be there? Aha. Please, may I request volunteers from Uganda, one person from Uganda, one from TZ, one from Kenya, one, what is it? I need, yes, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. No, you just come. When I get from? Uganda is always sharp. Uganda. Kenya, where are you? It's okay. We need volunteers. Kenya, where are you? They're not that. Thank you. Kenya right here. Yeah, thank you so much. Where you from? Ghana, right? All right. Nafaso, where are you? Welcome. Morocco, where are you? Ghana, where are you? Ghana is not there? It's here, right? Wow, thank you so much. Now, what we're going to do is we are practicing what? Right? So, pick the best country that you can follow their dance and shake it out with them, okay? Okay? Be good? So, my team, right now, before they step up, I want you guys to space a little bit because they are going to follow you. Okay? Adams, Mama, don't run. Mama, come. She's our mother. Okay, you're going to follow the young. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this song people have been requesting for. Me, I'm also going to do mine. I said I'm a man from no country. Okay? That means I'm an African. Right? So let's start. DJ, follow the best dance that you feel like you want to. From different, you're from Kenya, Uganda. Thank you so much. You know, you're also you're from Lamo Island. You're from TZ. Thank you. So we are going together. It's okay. This one is saying he doesn't know how to dance. We shall dance the dance he doesn't know how to dance. Let's go. Hey. 1, 2, 3, we go.
Ukudekeza kama mtoto, furaha unafurahia.
If you're outside, you're missing.
Machozi unalia. Mama munene, wena pesa kama Dangote. Pesa ni chayo msiki, naweza penda mtu yoyote. Penzi sio somo, kasome kwa kitabu. Penzi imefanya Harmonize, fukuzishe Mwarabu. Penzi yoyoyo, nimeleta kwa wanangu vita. Squeezy sioni.
Go follow you.
Like Easter, hivyo sio kupenda achana naye. Nekupenda penda na naye. Mambo stress ya yubada, emucheza ufurahi. Kama songi limekole.
Pick your country and follow.
Inama baby. Kama tungi limekoza. Toujours l'amour est banaka nefengo. Babizou bakalemba. Cadeau ba je t'aime tout le temps. Mawele kawapi bébé na maza présente.
Right now what we want to do, Uganda, you're going to fast. We're going to follow Uganda.
Uganda, do you know that signature dance?
Kenya, we are following you. Give us the lead. Hey.
Chérie à moi toujours romantique.
Let's go to DC, Tanzania. Tanzania, where are you? Hey. Kenya again. Burkina Faso, where are you? We need Faso here. Ghana. Hey. Ghana. Kenya winding up for us. Kenya winding up for us. Thank you. Uganda. Samuel Yeto. 1, 2, 3, DJ. Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for representing. Thank you, Kenya. Thank you, Tanzania. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's clap again for ourselves. I know now, like, yeah, this. Those who are outside, they are missing. One more? You want one more? Who is from Congo here? Who is from Congo? In French, how do you say, come over? Eh? James CC. Eh? Bien CC. Now, you see, we are learning, right? This is the power of you lead. You learn. I'm also learning now. I know VNCC. I was thinking Jen and Musisi or whatever is but so I need someone from Congo. People have been demanding seriously. Oh, he's busy on phone. But that's fine. He's pretending. In you lead, we don't pretend, we do. DJ, there's that song for Diamond Platinum with Kofi. Oh? With a what? You come and tell me. You know, indirectly, he's going to be our dance instructor. You guys are ready? Sour. Then let him just, you are cutting it. You cannot now, brother, request for that.
Yeah, the song I'm requesting is Diamond featuring Inos B. Your pay.
This guy is running away from his responsibility, right? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me right now to invite those who missed the first session of dance. You know my voice. I'm an African. I talk without mic. So that those who are outside cannot hear us. So DJ, we are getting up. We have our dance instructor here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's rise up again. We are here. You know, I don't want people to say we are sleeping. No sleeping. We are team no what? No sleep. Team no sleep. Let's get up. Follow my rule. Up and show us the move we want to see. Get up. Can you? Those who are behind there, please get up. Let us have that team spirit. Up, up, up. Whoever is seated, please get up. Not forcefully, but please respectfully. Okay? Yes, I want you guys to get up and we enjoy. All right. So DJ, we are waiting.
Otimbi na timbelio. Wasafi. Dizo, odele mino na kwe, osali no lokote, otoki no kutute, na pete kaka bongo yope ba pesa ya. Yope ba pesa ya. Cléopâtre Mukula.
Ase odele mino na kwe, osali no lokote, na motoki ya chibude, wataka ule wewe, yope ba pesa yo. Yope.
Les pacificateurs jusqu'au bout, Vital Kamé. Yuma no gagati, Zoba no gagati, Yuma no gagati, Zoba no gagati. OLK, initiative plus. Toza Golia, Toza Gomela, Toyena programme. Lilie, 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 te yope ba pesa ya. Yope ba pesa ya. Kilo Burunda, Jean-Paul Bichweka. Obani Bulo na 10, Olembino na 12. Tala baninga ba continue. Nasima tangwa sale yope ba futa. La haute gamme Elga Elegance. Yope ba futa ya. Salomon Ben Salomon. Yuma no gagati. Zoba no gagati, Yuma no gagati, hey, Zoba no gagati. Les MVP, Serge Ibaka.
Okay. Oya, Sukuma, we, Simba na washa moto. Sukuma, we, ambia walale watoto. Asa cheza shubaka yoko, sayoko, yani kama na chamba doko. Moko moko. Nasema wape, sasa wape, sometaka sha wape, komesha wape, nyuno ya kwenye cha wape, nyongesha wape. Oya, mateka, mikono juu, yambu shusha chini, leta tena juu, shusha kwa kiuno. Tunanyatia nyatia, zaku nyatia nyatia, tunanyatia nyatia, zaku nyatia nyatia.
Excellence ZK, la fondation DNT plus forte. Parfumerie Stéphanie Napoulman. Aïe. Eric Mandala, the one and only. Le patron Boris, Abed Achou. Papa Benjamin Wenga, Patty Benz. Aïe.
Boss, Mama Dangote.
Ladies and
Molodoi
gentlemen.
leader.
Wow. I love the energy. Thank you so much. Guys, that one means thank you for sitting. No, I'll do the translation later. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give the mic this side.
Hello, everyone. Afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. My name is Chipom Chabaiwa. I'm the Regional Youth Engagement Specialist with Plan International. Okay, thank you. So I would like to welcome you all to this afternoon session. We're going to be having our Gender Equality Forum. And to start us off, we would like to explore how African youth priorities towards the Commission on the Status of Women, 67, and how we can have a focus on innovation and technological change and how this can drive gender-sensitive education. So to start us off, we'll have some remarks from the UN Women Representative in Tanzania, Ms. Hodan Adu. She's joining us online. Tech, can you please assist us? I think she's waiting to give us her opening remarks. Okay, while we wait for her to confirm, okay, so while we wait for her, I'm going to ask Ms. Mokena to come through and start us off with her opening remarks. Thank you. Can it be a bit louder, guys? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's the first day or the second day? Gosh, the energies. I feel like I'm just starting. So thank you, Ms. Chipo. And like I told you from day one, my team tells me just put your points down because when you start, you won't stop. And so I'm constraining myself, particularly this being the gender forum, so that I stick to the points, and also aware that we are behind time. But I just wanted to say, first of all, on behalf of ULEAD, MSTCDC, East Africa Community, the Jikayo Kikwayo Foundation, all the partners that have joined with us, we still want to keep saying thank you, because I can tell you 2 weeks ago, we were not sure we were going to start. But I thank God because we are here, we feel the energies, we are listening. And I know as I was walking in, one of the young members told me, McKenna, we have a few points that you'd like to be taken into consideration for the next year's program. Please remember tomorrow is the day that we start doing that and to move that, and we are listening. I know MP Nostra, we've talked, and you have said you also want to come and tell us a few things. We feel good because the foundation of the program is getting stronger. So, Ms. Mona, Director of Plan International Tanzania, Ms. Irene Isaka, Director of Social Services East Africa Community, I'm hoping she's online with us. Ms. Adu, UN Representative in Tanzania, esteemed young leaders in the room, development partners, government represented here, my colleagues from our sister organization, the NIDA Fellowship Center, my colleagues from MS Denmark who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues online, good afternoon. The theme of ULEAD 2022, Digital Access and the Future of Work. What a great opportunity for those of us gathered here in Arusha to look back and reflect what this means for women and particularly for young women in Africa. Let me start by recognizing and celebrating milestones made on women's political representation across the globe and particularly in Africa. I would say in Kenya recently, we saw the number of elected women rise, even so more younger women leaders, even though Kenya has not achieved the constitutional threshold that it's supposed to. We must celebrate and pat ourselves on every step that we make. And I would like to take this minute just to say, look at the person next to you and say, we celebrate the small steps we have made. Okay. It seems some of you have refused to talk, so it means those of you who have not said anything, you're not celebrating anything. That's okay. However, looking at the world's facts, women's education, financial and digital inclusion still remain lower than that of the world average. The distressing facts, inequality remains extremely high. Violence against women globally is a daily issue, if not an emergency. The effects of climate change continue to erode women's livelihood. The COVID pandemic effects and the continued conflicts are but a few things to mention that are working against every step that we make. Today, as we engage ourselves, we must reflect and ask ourselves critical questions such as, what is the key that is needed to unlock the barriers to women's progress, and more so to economic opportunities for women? Let us also bear in mind that the keys or the key that we would look for should make sure that women access to finances are linked to economical opportunities and digital technologies. I remember the other day a friend of mine told me that they were worried because in Africa, we seem to be losing our gains on a daily basis. And she went on to say that bad governance, leaders that do not care about their people or more so their young people, leaders who are using the young people for political gain, to fight for their own things, fighting over minerals and resources in Africa, rather than building each other, is what is taking us backwards. Why should young people be used for wrong things? A question to ask yourself in the room today. Time is now for young people to change that script. Successful gender programs that have recorded impact have taken into consideration a number of common elements, and I hope this is what we are going to listen to this afternoon. First, they address the deep-rooted attitudes and behaviors towards women. And let me say this, yesterday I noticed something, let me talk about it, I won't mention whoever. I was just seated strategically, and there was this young man who was seated somewhere, and he had a heap of papers, and I don't know why he decided to pass the papers to the lady behind, and I don't know what the communication is, I was only observing. The lady took them, put under the seat, and the man was not happy, and then the lady was trying to explain, if you see the desk, there's a place, and I think she was explaining, put your papers there. And the guy, I think he got irritated, and I just kind of saw him kind of banging the paper where he was seated. And I said, So this is why I'm saying first we must address the deep-rooted, I haven't said anything, I just said what I observed. And I'm just saying that first we need to address the deep-rooted attitudes and behavior towards women. The success of program is based on sustainable impact. Young people, and especially young women, must be partners that identify the issues that affect them most and are engaged as effective agents of change. Finally, Successful programs are able to provide information that must drive accountability and commitment to goals that are agreed to. So even if we want to go to CSW and there's no accountability and commitment, then I would say let's not go. As we continue to address gender equality, all stakeholders must invest in programs, interventions, products, or initiatives that are women-friendly, taking into consideration language, accessibility, affordability, the medium for delivery, the timing, and must ensure that the digital gap is addressed. It is clear that if women access and are included financially, the equality gap would be bridged steadily and progressively, because it is a journey. It is with this hope that we gather here today to celebrate the milestones that we have made for women, governments and other stakeholders, but also to challenge ourselves so that gender equality is fully and meaningfully achieved, because we cannot achieve our goal of a prosperous African continent without girls and women being at the forefront of development. This sounds like words that we sing every day, but I think we need them today to be meaningful and practical to what we are doing. To finish and to conclude, I would like to thank our partners again for supporting us in ensuring such critical conversations happen as we address the most pressing issues affecting young women through our initiative, the Lead Our Fellowship. I thank Plan International once again for co-convening the fellowship last year and the annual Gender Equality Forum of UREAD since 2020. Please, let's just give a big hand to Plan International. I'm sure they deserve more than that. Mbona leo today you're a bit mean with your celebrations. Thank you. Okay, so I also thank Oxfam, Oxfam for their support on digital rights, innovation and gender equality at large, and for the contribution to this year's summit. I also thank UN Women for the engagement of ULEAD and young people of Africa to a meaningful engagement in the global gender equality agenda, and specifically for the engagement towards the Commission on Status of Women next year. I invite other interested partners to join us so that we can contribute to upscale the great and tested evidence programs for a greater impact. I want to say thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to say, may we enjoy the afternoon. We look forward to an interactive section. May we enjoy this. Once again, thank you so much and God bless.
Thank you for that. Just checking on our online speakers. Do we have Dr. Irene connecting now? Okay, so while we wait for confirmation, I'll just ask Dr. Mona Regis to come up front and share with us a few words. She's the Country Director for Plan International Tanzania.
Thank you so much. As my colleague said, my name is Mona. I want to go back to I'm from Egypt and Australia. I'm a country director and feminist leader with Plan International in Tanzania. I'm going to be very brief, and Judith is going to work with me on a few remarks. Glasses help. Judith, are you here? Karibu. So greetings to everyone. Thank you, McKenna, for really inspiring words. I feel very privileged to be with you all today, and I've learned a lot already. I've spoken to some quite amazing young leaders, and I'm inspired. I look forward to hearing more from you. And last year, when I attended this forum, we listened, and I hope we have reacted and acted on some of what you said. But I'd like to remind us, those of us who are not youth, those of us who are not part of the young people, which includes me, we are here to step back, to listen, to let go a bit of our power, and to be maybe a little bit more self-aware around the privileges we have and we have had, and how do we pass those on to the next generation of leaders. Today is for us to listen and learn from you, and I would like to ask my fellow speakers to keep remarks short, but also from this group of young people as well, so that everyone can speak. And I hope we can hear from a lot of the women this afternoon as well as our male colleagues. We're hearing the voices and demands of young people, and there was a great quote from earlier today. We have to start now. We have to start talking now and acting now. But it's really about acting, taking our words to the next step, and we can't wait till next year. That came through very strongly in the climate change words. I could talk about the importance of listening to young people, but then that's still me talking, not listening. So, I don't know, speeches are meant to be... Oh, Juana, please tear that up for me. Speeches are meant to be torn up to give people space to talk and people like me time to listen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mona, and honoring me this opportunity as one of the beneficiaries of the Lead Her Fellowship. As you've seen in the program, today's program will be graduating, so I'm representing my other fellows who, we are 5 of us attending the summit, but some didn't make it. And on behalf of my fellows, good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name's Judith Charles from Tanzania. I am a co-founder and chief operations officer of the YEN organization. And it is an organization that was established to create generation of young female leaders in order to close the gender gap in leadership. And as a graduate of Lead Her Fellowship, I must say this has been a great platform to learn feminism and leadership. It was such a profound network with young women who are intelligent, with creative mindset on how we can take over in leadership space in politics, peace and security, business and entrepreneurship as youngsters. All of this wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for the organizers who had bigger vision for the feminist leadership. We want to also extend our gratitude to You Lead Africa and Plan International specifically for making this happen for all of us. From all the trainings, information sessions to the application and selection process, you have all made us feel welcomed and accepted. The kindness and hospitality, it is a top-notch. Thanks to Sodfar and the team responsible. Being here with you all still feel unreal because this has been a dream of us since we started the fellowship in April this year. We are fired up and ready to start the alumni community. We are inspired to impact, breaking boundaries and transforming communities, creating a world of equity, opportunity, and justice, all for one purpose, closing the gender gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. You spoke so well about the She Leads Fellowship, and we had 36 graduates this year from across East and Southern Africa, and we look forward to seeing them all go forth and lead. We will be recruiting for the next cohort in the new year, And I hope we can also work with our feminist men as we move forward. I had a chat to someone who's also just graduated from the EAC fellowship, and there's clearly great potential for us, if Nick's still here, to work together as we support these young leaders emerge across the African continent and change the world. As someone who is new working in this continent and originally more from the Middle East, I can see that this Africa is taking over. It is so powerful. The dynamism is so strong, so positive, and it's just such a great privilege to work here and work with so many fellow leaders. And I feel every day lucky to work with the new young leaders that we're developing, and some of us old ones as well. So please, we want to hear from you this afternoon, and that means I need to stop talking, I think. Yes.
Thank you, Mona, for those inspiring words. And thank you, Judith, for giving people a snapshot of the leaders that we have tried to groom, the leaders that actually they have been grooming themselves. We actually at Plan have been learning from these amazing young women, and we really look forward to them sharing their learnings as well as welcoming other young leaders as we go into the second cohort. So now I'm going to call our UN representative, Ms. Hadon Adu. She's joining us online to just give us a few brief remarks, and then we get started with our intergenerational dialogue. Thank you.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Greetings to you all. Good afternoon, colleagues, our young leaders who are there. It's really a pleasure to join you in the second annual You Lead Summit, a critical moment to reflect on our progress, collective progress towards gender equality, assess the gender inclusive opportunities within technology and innovation, and to celebrate you, the young feminist of Africa, our future and our present, as they say, in intersectional leaders. Today, we celebrate the strengths, the achievements, and the commitments of African youth, especially African young feminists. Your bold, innovative, and impactful commitments that you have in setting the trends and the agendas for gender equality in areas that are critical for you in accessing economic justice, technologies, and innovation in a safe environment, being the leaders of the whole continent in terms of the climate justice. We have these forceful young women who are setting the agenda, who are calling governments to account in the discussions around climate justice in Africa, but also globally. We're seeing that. And in shaping our region, our continent, to look for the future, the best future that it can offer for its young people and young communities throughout. As we know, next year, the UN Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 67, will highlight the ever-changing landscape of digital technologies, including its access and opportunities and barriers as they face across the gender divide. It is also a critical moment for us, for youth, for women and men everywhere, and particularly in Africa, to look at potential partnerships in terms of calling renewal calls for gender equality within the intersections of technology and innovation. We'll be looking out for African youth to set the agenda, to influence where we want to be in the next decades to come. We all know that digital skills are key enabler for the inclusive and efficient adoption and creation of digital technologies in Africa's growing economies. Both technologies can transform the nature of formal and informal work for youth across the various sectors in our continent. Digital technologies play a vital role in youth development, enabling youth to mobilize, collaborate, socialize, and have a voice. The true transformation of skills development requires strategic leadership, sustained investments in job-related technical and vocational training to give youth the chance to thrive in jobs in the increasingly digital world. African youth have an opportunity to bring through issues of economic development that are pertinent to them, improving digital civic space, online safety, amongst others, to advance digital rights. During the CSW 67, my organization, UN Women, was a secretariat for the Commission on the Status of Women, will continue to supporting young leaders, especially and hopefully young women leaders from our continent, in positioning ourselves to influence governments, institutions, multilateral organizations, and critical stakeholders through the development of the global youth recommendations. We look forward to welcome you to the Youth Forum. Through the Generation Equality movement all over the world and here in Tanzania, we continue to see the power of young feminist leadership through the action coalitions and the newly formed multi-stakeholder leadership group. We encourage you to take an active role to set the agenda, to make it realistic and practical for the needs that you require and ensure that you influence that agenda. Throughout the day, I encourage you to present, to reflect, and think through what are your priorities for the CSW that we can take forward. Your recommendations have the potential to shape decisions on technology and innovation that will affect and impact all of our futures. You are our future, you are our present. UN Women, we look forward to advancing your priorities and to accelerating the inputs towards more inclusive and youth and adolescents specific needs for technology and innovation. This is the time, this is your moment. Please take charge. I wish you a joyous and reflective days of celebration, cooperation, and feminist movement building. We look forward to hearing from you, and you can count on UN Women and partnerships like we have at Plan International. It's great to see Mona, and I want to then say, I end my remarks to give the space and the time to the youth. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you so much for those remarks, and definitely it is good, and we appreciate and acknowledge the support that we've been getting from UN Women as well as in building this feminist leadership movement. So next, you would want to say something. All right, I'll make a special exception.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Is she online? Okay, fine. I'm Albert Maloba from Kenya, and I'm, I don't want to use the bad word to describe the being a feminist, right? You have UN Women. Progressively, we have a kind of group that I lead, and we have a paper that we have already worked on, and we really also would like to come up with UN Men. I don't know how we can progressively be able to reach that discussion to the United Nations, because even youth, even men deserve their space, and I've heard you discussing about equality. And so when we discuss about you and women, we cannot come on that table as a sort of inclusivity, but we want to come in there as a sort of equality. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. So as we move on, I'm going to ask members of our panel to come up front. We're going to have a discussion today. We want to look at how innovation and technology can bridge the gap between gender sensitive education.
You just have to take the space.
Exactly.
No, I think Hodan should respond to the UN men comment. I would love to respond, but, because I think the planet has been a men's space for 40,000 years. Hodan.
Yeah, yes, to my young brother there, I hear you. We are, of course, as Mona has said, it's UN Women was established as a result of, centuries, millennium of discrimination against women and girls. So, but we do work very closely with men, with men's associations. We have a very, very collaborative effort, what we call a he for she. So there is, a discussion around that, working with men to champion the rights of all people, both men and women and girls and boys and so forth. So, but for us, it was it's an interesting dialogue that we hear often, and I would like to perhaps maybe have that discussion with our colleague, the ones who are here in Tanzania, but the one from Kenya. Please come and visit our office in Gigiri, and I'm sure you'll have a very interesting discussions with the men and women that work in UN Women.
Thank you so much for that response. So as we look at our clock and want to make sure that at least we get more time to deliberate on these and more issues after we've had from the panelists, I would like to ask to come through Miss Akumu Pamba. Are you in the crowd? If you are, please come front. Then we have Miss Elsie Masava. She's here in the front. Miss Anita Soina, please come through. Miss Glory Florentine. Miss Judith Charles. Miss Patsy Mugabe. And Miss Isabella Ellie. Please come through. Can we have a mic for them?
MP
On the panel. Yeah, she can come.
Nusrat.
What's her
Yes,
name?
Nusrat.
Nusrat.
Yes, Honorable Nusrat. Could you join the panel?
Honorable Nusrat, can you please join the panel? Thank you. Okay, so as they get settled, let me introduce the topic or the theme for a bit. We are looking at bridging the gap to foster innovation and technology for gender-sensitive education. These are the main components that we want to talk about and that we want to explore. Without preempting what they are going to say, we want to give a space to be able to fully interrogate, one, what digital access means for gender-sensitive education, and if technology is playing a part in bridging this gap. So, fellow panelists, I would like to take this time and start off with Isabella. Yes. Isabella would like a translator. She'll be speaking in Swahili. Isabella? Okay, yeah. So, Isabella, what do you think gender sensitive education means for you as a young person?
Okay, thank you. Oh, no, I'm speaking Swahili.
Yeah.
Isabella Eli Mwamalekela from Tanzania. And, speak Swahili. Jina langu na Isabella Eli Mwamalekela. And I'm speaking, naongea Kiswahili kwa sababu, no, I want to speak Swahili. No.
I will translate in English.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, Isabella Eli Mwamalekela, Tanzania.
My name is Isabella Mokela. I'm from Tanzania.
And na ni mwanzilishi wa taasisi inaitwa Dreams Alive Foundation au ndoto zinazoishi.
I'm the founder of Dreams Alive Foundation.
Ninaongea Kiswahili kwa sababu ni lugha yangu ya taifa, lakini sio tu lugha ya taifa, lakini ni lugha 5 zinazofahamika duniani. Ndio maana nimeamua kuongea Kiswahili. Sio kwamba sijui Kiingereza, no. Ninahitaji kuongea Kiswahili kwa sababu ya nchi yangu na kwa sababu ya nchi za Afrika nzima.
I am speaking Kiswahili because I'm proud of my language, and that's why I want to speak Swahili today. Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Nimesomea ustawi wa jamii Chuo Kikuu Dar es Salaam, lakini pia Chuo Kikuu cha Ustawi Dar es Salaam.
I have studied at the University of Dar es Salaam taking the course of social work.
Lakini pia ni mjasiriamali.
I am an entrepreneur.
Thank you. Ningependa kuzungumzia kwenye elimu. No, ningependa kuzungumzia jinsi ama unyeti cha sensitive, kwa Kiswahili tunaita nyeti. Kwa hiyo ningependa kuzungumzia nyeti kwenye swala la kijinsia, haswa katika swala la elimu katika Afrika, lakini pia katika Tanzania ambako unatokea na ambako nina experience kwenye nchi yangu.
I would like to talk about how gender sensitive it is, or how important gender sensitive is in the context of Tanzania as my country.
Ningependa kwanza kuzungumzia kuhusu shirika langu ambalo ni la binafsi ambalo linahusika na watu wenye mahitaji maalum.
I would like to talk about my organization that is majorly involved with people with disability, of all the people with special needs.
Ambao tunafanya kazi mikoa ya kusini mwa Tanzania.
We are majorly working on the southern side of Tanzania.
Haswa kwenye vijiji ambavyo havifikiki kwa urahisi.
Especially in villages or rural areas that are not easily reached.
Okay. Yeah, hivyo. Okay, anyway. I'm sorry guys, I'm just mixing English and Swahili because
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Ndio. Kwa hiyo ningependa kuzungumzia hili swala la jinsia katika elimu, haswa tunavyozungumzia wanaume na wanawake ama watoto wa kike na watoto wa kiume.
I would like to talk about education, especially when you talk about the gender concept of men and women.
Unavyozungumzia swala la jinsia kwa wanawake na wanaume, haswa katika swala la elimu, mimi kama kijana Mtanzania na Mwafrika pia ninalichukulia katika nyanja tofauti ama ninaliangalia katika nyanja tofauti.
When you talk about education, me being a Tanzanian youth, I take it into different perspective, and this is what I'm going to share today.
Tunazungumzia ama nitakuwa ninazungumzia wenzetu wenye mahitaji maalum ama wenzetu wenye mahitaji maalum.
I'll be talking about people with special needs.
Na nitazungumzia pia katika shule ambazo pengine nimekuwa mmoja wao katika kusoma ama pengine nimeona watu wenye mahitaji maalum wakiteseka ama wakipatwa na matatizo mbalimbali kulingana labda na swala la kulingana na solution, kulingana na utatuzi ambao unatakiwa utokane na masuala ya digital access and future of work.
I'll be talking about how there is a gender, how there is a space, especially in innovation issues relating to people with disability coming from different education institutions in Tanzania.
Swala la kijinsia katika elimu haswa linaangaliwa katika mazingira ambayo kila mtoto wa kike na wa kiume anapata mahitaji yake ya kielimu katika nyanja tofauti. Ninachukulia mfano wenzetu wenye mahitaji maalum wenzetu wenye mahitaji maalum haswa waliopo kwenye shule za msingi na sekondari. Unavyomzungumzia mtoto wa kike kwenye familia ama kwenye shule ni tofauti na anavyozungumziwa mtoto wa kiume kwenye familia na kwenye shule. Haijalishi ni mtu mwenye mahitaji maalum ama sio mtu mwenye mahitaji maalum.
How young men and young women are raised in our Tanzanian context is different. When you talk about women and how men are raised from their families, they're in different contexts. And that's why I believe as how we are raising them today, despite the fact that these people can be people with disability or people without disability, the way that we raise them needs to be addressed in our community.
Oh, thank you. I just think like my time is up and I just wish to talk more. So maybe this will be my end. Asanteni sana jamani.
Thank you, Isabella, for that. Definitely, we'll get more time to circle back to you and discuss more on that. To our panelists, I'll just encourage you first to introduce yourself, if you have an organization, what you do in brief, and then offer a response to the question that we have so that we give time to also the plenary to be part of the conversation. Patsy, over to you. Right? Could we say that tech and innovation supports gender-sensitive education?
Right. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Mugabe Patsy. I am a financial wellness edutainer, but I'm also a thoughtpreneur. Someone wrote a book and said, think and grow rich. So I'm very excited for us to have that conversation, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that we have such a short time frame. So I will go straight to the answer. I think yes, but the best is yet to come. And when I say yes, it's exemplified by the Lead Her Fellowship that we have been a part of. I think many thanks to SODFA, to Ivan and the entire team. We don't take it for granted, to Plan International, to all our partners and donors. We're grateful. Grateful is an understatement. And because we're such a youthful crowd, I'm going to distract you from your phones. You know, when you're on stage, you can see everyone. So I need us to kindly raise our hands so that I can answer the question. Just raise one hand. Yes, put your phone down just for 2 minutes. Yeah? I want you to put your hand down. I'm going to answer, no. Listen, put your hands up. So I'm going to answer the question from a lens of something I learned from the Lead Her Fellowship, which is financial wellness. Again, I'm very big on us making money. It's not the money we're after, it's the freedom to live our best life on our own terms. Yeah? So leave your hand up if you've never used the word broke. Leave it up if you've never used the word broke in your okay. Wow, must be nice. Let's go again. Put your hands up. Leave your hand up if you've never borrowed money. Wow, must be nice. Teach me your ways. Teach me your ways, sir. I'm going to see you. Let's go again. The last one. Leave your hand up if you have received financial literacy in your education level, primary, high school, uni. Leave your hand up. If you have received any form of financial literacy education, leave your hand up. In high school, university, primary school. So if you're a man, I need you to put your hand down, just for now. Do you see how many female hands are up? Those are few. These are few. These are just a handful. Thank you so much. You can put your hands down. So to answer the question, when I said the best is yet to come, the sample in this room shows that there's so much work for us to do. There's so much work to be done. And the best part is you and I can do it both. We can invest in ourselves because we can afford it. We can't say that we don't have YouTube University. We have TikTok University. We have so many things that we have been speaking about today. I'm just going to keep what we were saying, to use youthful language. So YouTube University and TikTok University are relatable, yeah? So it's as simple as, okay, I've learned today there's a word like a bond. Let me go and Google and understand. Or today I'm really learning, because there's 5 things you can do with your money. You can grow it, you can spend it, you can save it, you can lend it, you can invest it, or you can borrow it. Yeah? So pretty much my clarion call to us when I said the best is yet to come is to invest in ourselves because we can afford it, and just learn that there's no shame in the game. Because as you saw, not many of us have been taught financial wellness in our schools. And the onus is on us, especially us as women, because remember, it's not the money we're after, it's the freedom to live our best lives on our terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Patsy, for that reflective session. I mean, we need to make sure that education is all-encompassing. Education is not just doing the math, but it's also understanding, like she said, how the money can work for us. We need to be able to live, to quote her, life in our own terms. Thank you for that. Judith, we've heard from you, but now we want an honest reaction from you. Can innovation really enable gender equality?
Thank you, Chipo. You've heard from me earlier. My name is Judith Charles from Tanzania, and I co-lead or co-founded an organization called Doyen Organization. And what we do specifically is just empowering young women or young girls in university to become the best version of themselves in all aspects of life. That's personal leadership, group leadership, and community leadership. But if you involve innovation into it, into bridging the gender gap, I want to commend some works from Tanzanians, and these are men, because I'm appreciating their work, their efforts into making sure innovation has brought about equality. We have one man called, his name is Edward Ridico. He has a project called Project Inspire. And another guy called Adam Duma, he has a innovative project called Silabu. I'm mentioning these people as an exemplary of other men who have made sure that their innovative projects are bringing people together, not just the boys, but the girls also. So it's not just the girls benefiting from the innovation they brought into the community. So innovation can really bring about equality. But it's 2030, and in 2030 we are thinking that it should be an expiration date to achieve equality. But how are we making sure that these innovations that are brought forward are bringing equality? So we need more youth to have more projects, to have more innovative projects, but also having support from the community to making sure that not only the boys are involved in these innovative projects, but also the girls. If we want in the future to have, a projection of good work, or if you want to have digital access, it should be inclusive. We are speaking about digital access in the future of work, but if we only involve the men, because the statistics says the innovation is for the men. No, it is not true. But as youth, I think we should have more innovative projects which are inclusive. We want digital access. If it's here, it's a digitalized world. digital access is here, but the future of work should be also inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. What I pick from what you've said is there are a lot of brilliant ideas out there, a lot of innovation. But one, does everyone have access to this? What does access look like for the women and girls, especially in some of the marginalized areas within our continent? Do they have the infrastructure? Can they afford the bundles? Can they afford to be on TikTok University? Do they even have the smart device to be able to get onto that? I was looking at the brilliant ideas that were pitched yesterday. I was just a bit worried. Where are the female founders? But I put that aside. And then I also looked at the solutions that we are putting across. Do we make a deliberate effort to make sure that we have tapped into the female users for our product, female consumers, the young girls? And I think this is the beginning of access for everyone within. Right. I'll go on to Anita. We have heard about your work in climate justice. Now we want you to enlighten us on how the work you've done and how innovation can tie it around to ensure that we have justice in climate and we are sensitive to gender equality.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Anita Soina. I am an environmental warrior and climate change activist. I think in few hours I will be a graduate of the Lead Her Fellowship. And it's something that has been of importance to me because I started with environment only, but in the process I realized that environment is interlinked to so many things, including business, including gender. So first thing that I will say about my work and gender linked to climate change is my understanding of gender equity is we have tried to create a space where it is gender A versus gender B. But we are supposed to come together as all genders to fight for one cause. The reason I say so is because I'm so passionate about women empowerment, but without compromising the boy child. So I am looking at, like my brother asked a question before, and I really wanted to comment on it. You know, when we have for example, climate, right now we're having a big discussion on why gender is, why climate change is a gender issue. It's because, I can give an example of my community. It's women and girls who go to fetch water. It is us who go for long distance to look for water and food for the people back at home, 90% of the times. So that means we are the ones who are exposed to attack by animals, let's say on the way. We are exposed to even rape and other things. It's the same women and girls, let's say when we're having flooding and people need to move, the issue of the climate refugees, people have to run away. You realize that women are left behind thinking about, oh, my child, or maybe they are not even in that position to run the way our men will move to other places. So that is some of the cases why we say it's a gender issue. But in a discussion where we are having, in a table where we are having this discussion, I don't expect to see only women talking about how this climate change is a gender issue, because we need to also have the voices of the men on the space. And I think that way we can be able to bridge the gap. On the innovation, I will give an example of one lady who was mentioned by Charlene yesterday, Nelly Cheboy from Kenya. She's really doing an amazing work, collecting computers from friends, buying computers, even all computers, to go to the rural areas to try and educate people. I feel like if we continue to give even girls the access to the digital access, it becomes easy for them to understand what is happening. We are talking about the projects that people were pitching yesterday. We didn't see women, you know, let us take it as an initiative as people who are here, men and women together, to go to the grassroots and look for women who are doing amazing work and tell them that there's this program called You Lead Summit, and people are going to pitch their ideas. So that it doesn't mean that we don't have women in the innovation space. We have a lot of women, but now it's the access. And this information, we are getting it digitally, or I can say maybe online. So if they don't have the access, then they will be left out when people are scaling up their innovations, and that means we will not bridge the gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Indeed, access is critical. Indeed, for information to move, it is going to be upon us. I like that we are working with, it starts with us, it starts now. How about when we go back, when you see that online opportunity, you try and share it with someone that you know does not have access to the internet, does not have a smartphone, but is doing amazing work. Imagine if we all pick on someone individually, just how many innovators we'll be having at the next summit, especially female ones. Right. Honorable, I'm coming to you. I know that we put you on the spot, but we are talking digital access and future of work. In the same vein, we're talking about gender equality. We look at our infrastructure, we look at the costs of access. We look at how, like she spoke, we have women looking for the basics, water and food. Access to the digital world is then, it doesn't seem realistic when you're still looking for the basics. On that point, what can you share with us in just 3 to 5 minutes?
Vipi mambo? Mambo in Swahili WhatsApp. Sio mnajua? Sawa. Kwanza I have something to say before nije hapo. Hivyo kuna vitu ambavyo vilizungumzwa hapo. Tutaenda na hivyo, tutafanya code mixing, code switching, tutafika tu. Kiona kama kuna kitu hakijaeleweka kabisa, tutafanya translation. Yes. Sasa in Swahili, kwenye Kiswahili na Kiingereza tunachanganya kati ya gender na sex. Kwa sababu sisi kwenye Kiswahili gender kuna kwenye Kiswahili sanifu cha kwenye kamusi, the dictionary ya Kiswahili kuna jinsi na jinsia. In English kuna gender na sex. Sasa hiyo ni kwenye Kiswahili, kwenye kamusi, in the dictionary ndo kuna jinsi na jinsia. Lakini kwenye tunachokijua mtaani hatuwezi kutofautisha. We cannot differentiate between gender and sex. In practice, we cannot differentiate. Sijui, that is my experience kwenye nchi yangu. Sasa saying so, mimi in a parliament, I'm also a member in this caucus ya women in politics, online gender-based violence and women in politics. We also have parliamentarians ambao ni men. Na I believe in men inclusion. Katika kila step za mainstreaming gender, I believe in men inclusion. Na before I went into politics, I was in this organization in Tanzania. It's called TGNP, Tanzania Gender Networking Program. They were the one who taught me about all these issues concerning gender. And I'm so proud to be here and say that organization and those ladies there, and also men there, are doing a very great job. Sana. They have the Young Feminist Forum, ambayo also you and women are participating also kwenye hiyo. Kwa hiyo they are doing a great job. Na nataka niwaambie, in Tanzania, kwa kwetu, kwa sababu nipo huku, the decision makers, they don't understand what it means when it comes to gender in planning, budgeting, and prioritizing issues generally, they don't understand. Kabisa, they don't understand. At least I had a knowledge way back, so I had to take that knowledge to the house, in the house. So when we are planning for the year budget, we are planning for that. Sasa kwa hiyo kwenye ile tunaamini kabisa in 100 years tangu dunia imeumbwa, since this world was created, men have been there. Kwa kweli there are few men ambao need empowerment. Na coming to tofauti, nasema few men kwa sababu gender means men, women with their differences. With their differences. Kwa ndio maana tunasema gender equity. It's not equality. Kuna tofauti. There's difference there. Tukisema equality, I'm this short. Mimi na huyu hapa inawezekana yeye ni mfupi zaidi. She's shorter than me. Ukituwekea same step tufikie sehemu ambayo unataka tufike, ukituwekea same step, mimi na yeye, mimi nitaongezeka urefu, yeye hataongezeka. Yeye anatakiwa awekewe 2 steps. She needs 2 steps, I need 1 because we are not the same. Kwa hiyo katika planning, in planning you need that is equity. Sasa it's more than hivi tunavyozungumza. We need to have these discussions kwa sababu zinatusaidia. Sasa coming to what she's saying, gender issues, planning, decision making, and if you have people who are making decision and they don't know anything about men and women with their demands, the people with disabilities, they're supposed to be either a man or woman, hata kama ni ana disability. Kama ni tumesema vijana pia sisi ni part of, we as youth, we are also part of the gender issues pia with our differences, because when it comes to leadership, we are also vulnerable. So we are also special group. We are also supposed to have the affirmative action so that we can reach the resources. When you are saying in the village, in urban and rural, those are also differences. Same to men and women, rural, urban, rich, poor, access to resources, no access to resources, age limits, all those are differences ambazo people with disabilities, people with ambao ni wa kawaida, normal people. We need to incorporate all those when we are planning. Sasa we need decision makers, and in my position, I can say proudly, I'm so proud of this country for hapa tulipofika. First, you have female president. It doesn't matter how she comes into power, but she's there. It doesn't matter. And also that matters because I know in political arenas and issues concerning politics, it wasn't easy, but because that is unprecedented. It was unprecedented. So there are some people I know, it wasn't that easy, that this is constitutional issue. People had to, in order to, lakini she is there. And for the next, she's there to stay. And we are proud and we are counting that this is a score. We are counting. Even we are looking, even the appointment she's making an appointment to all those regional commissioners, district commissioners, all the appointments she's capable of appointing as a president. We are counting the Beijing and the 50-50. We are looking in the end. Very unfortunately, or fortunately, we can choose. We are expecting to see the number raising of women. I can even say we need more women in leadership. It's not just because I'm a woman, no. It's because of the integrity women have shown in leadership. Kwa sababu even we don't advocate for corruption, but we believe if a woman doing that, she will just pay for rent and pay for school fees and buy food home and leave that behind. I'm not advocating for corruption. Corruption ni mbaya kabisa na tuache. Lakini we know women are responsible to some extent. Now I know there are men who are very great and they support women. Even my father, I'm the firstborn, I'm a woman, and I have 5 other young sisters. We are all women.
It is a small Beijing at our home. Yeah, so it's a responsibility, yeah, decision makers when they are planning and when they are budgeting. And I can say in my country, for the first time now, we have a minister for gender issues, women, for the first time. And it's there because I believe because of the president has to see, she was supposed to see, and she saw that gap na ametengeneza hiyo wizara, a ministry specifically kwa ajili ya kuangalia masuala ya wanawake, jinsia na makundi maalum, which is a step we are counting. In my parliament, in the Parliament of United Republic of Tanzania, we don't have a specific committee for dealing with gender issues because it's very important. We are planning for, and we are budgeting there, but we don't budget in gender responsive. That's called thing called gender responsive budgeting. Kupanga budget kwa mrengo wa kijinsia. Na sio kitu cha ajabu sana, ni kitu kile kile. You know, if you are building toilets for school kids, you cannot have the same number kwenye vyoo vya watoto wa kike na watoto wa kiume. You cannot. Kwa sababu watoto wa kiume wanaweza kutumia tundu moja la choo, watoto wa kiume watatu, lakini mtoto wa kike atatumia tundu moja la choo. Atatumia moja peke yake. Mmenielewa? Hiyo ni kitu cha kushina kwamba tunataka science ya rocket kuelewa hivyo. Sasa we need to see that if you are planning to build toilets for school kids, you need to add numbers when it comes to girl child, because only one girl can use one toilet at you can have 2 boys or 4 boys or 3 boys using same toilet. Yes, you need to see that in planning. And also when you are building schools, easy gender-based violence. Mimi, I went to school in a very rural interior area, Uko. I was supposed to work from very long distance. Sasa uko njiani tukutana na bodaboda, anakwambia wewe ni mtoto mzuri, you are very beautiful, why are you working? And ukiangalia kweli umechoka. You are very tired. Kwa anaona si nikupakie. Sasa umenipakia mara ya kwanza, umenipakia mara ya pili, wewe baba yangu. Are you my father to keep on taking me to school? At the end of the day, you will ask for something in return, and you know, kuna mtu anapenda shida. Is there anyone who like to have troubles and problems and walking you get tired, and you see this man is very kind. Yes. Sasa there, that is mtu amekubali in case of that girl child agrees to comply with the terms and conditions. Lakini what happens to that girl, ikatokea another person akataka kumrape. Kwa hiyo tunazuia pia gender based violence. You need decision makers and planners who understands the demands of girls, that you need to have boarding schools for girls, or you need to have hostels at least for girls. So you need to have that. You need to have people, when you're building schools, you need to have a mechanism so that people's disabilities can be accommodated there, waweze kupatiwa huduma. Kwa hiyo ukiwa na watu ambao wanafanya mipango ambao hawajui hizo vitu, utaenda kufeli, na it's not okay. Sasa coming to hiyo digital access, tamalizia tu kwenye digital access kwa sababu pia parliamentarians ndani in the Parliament of United Republic of Tanzania, we have caucus for science, technology and innovation. Na ni bahati mbaya sana. It's very unfortunate that our policy for it's science and technology for like since 1996. Now we are rewriting it to put innovation inside. So the only thing can replace the fourth industrial revolution, the only thing which can replace fourth industrial revolution and high advanced technology and innovation is the brain. That's the only thing can replace machine, because machines cannot think. If you have education system which does not support the technology gap and innovation gap out there, then your education is useless. Sasa, that is our job, to make sure that the country and the government understand that you need people to think in order for them to be innovative, in order for them to make money and solve that technology gap hapo mbele ambalo linakuja. There's technology and science and technology gap there. So our country is in the process to review the policy so that we can accommodate your innovation, lakini tayari kuna vitu vinaendelea. The Techno Hub, the Costech, wanafanya vitu vikubwa. Even some of you hapa mnashirikiana na watu wa Costech na hizo innovation hubs. Watu wanaendelea kufanya vitu. Juzi nilisema, wakati mwingine viongozi wetu wanataka tutumie ngazi hata kama kuna lifti, kwa sababu wao wamezoea kutumia ngazi. Kumbe tunaweza tukapanda lifti tukafika. Kwa hiyo wanataka tuende na pesi ile ile, lakini we keep on asking them, we keep on telling them, and for me, kuna vitu vinakuja kabisa na viona, vinakuja. Kuna vitu kabisa vinakuja. Mfano vitu vingine ni kama hivi ambavyo tunavizungumza hapa. Tayari tunao parliamentarian men ambao they have information kuhusiana na gender issues na they keep on saying. Naweza nikaongea hapa muda wote. Nafikiri niishie tu hapa for now. Asante sana. Sasa karibuni sana Tanzania. Karibuni sana Tanzania, hapo tumepiga Kiswanglish. Yo, that is a Swanglish.
Thank you, Honorable, for that insightful discussion around our topic. I also appreciate how you were very clear in helping people understand issues around differences that we all have as the different genders. So I'll circle back to you guys, but now let's hear from our last speaker. Yes. Glory, what do you think should be the priorities for young people at the CSW next year?
Hi. I don't like sitting when I'm talking. Okay. Here it's better. My name is Dr. Glory Florentine. I'm a mental health advocate. I'm a trauma psychologist. I'm a SRHR and GBV expert. Those topics are very, very sensitive. Mental health, SRHR, GBV. Where should I start? Okay, mental health. Okay, when we talk about digital access, as a man, as a woman, for instance, if you are angry, very angry, someone has upsetted you, someone has disappointed you in either way, what do you do first?
You may do cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying? That's now if it's physically, now it's online. Cyberbullying. Speak loudly. Slap. So, kiss. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. We have answered everyone correctly. But first thing, if it's message, you'll write a long message explaining how hurt you are or whatever. And sometimes you can send it or sometimes you can delete it. And if someone is near, you can also speak. And sometimes you speak very rudely and sometimes you come to regret later, right? Then if your hands are, very fast, then someone gets physical abuse. Then that, we come back to the GBV. But in mental health, so now if we connect to the digital access, recently, this week, either you or your friend has committed cyberbullying. That, I don't want any reaction, that remain with yourself. And we are youth, we do that every time. And we say like, if anyone has harassed you online, what do? You just keep quiet and follow the person or delete. But what do? Tweet, retweet, answer, and all that until that person accept that he or she is defeated. That's what we do. And that does affect our mental health. Now, I connect mental health to the GBV cases. This is an African thing. Now, the rate of GBV cases are rising high. It's not only Tanzania. I'm from Tanzania. And it's not only Tanzania. High cases of GBV are increasing. Murder, suicide. This person has killed the wife, has killed children, has done this and this. And I'm working in Kenya, so I experience this a lot. I do counseling a lot of, it's very confidential, but yeah, because I'm putting it as a story. So there is a woman, the husband killed 2 kids, a boy and a girl, and burned the house also. And just because he doesn't want the wife to work. So, and this thing has been going for a long time, but the family knows, but no one can report. This person has been getting physical abuse. No one can report it because he's the father. If we report, who will take care of the family and things like that? That is happening in all of the Africa. Trust me, I have data, and if I start reading here, every African country. And we do not have most of the psychologists and psychiatrists. We lack that in an African continent. So if you're very passionate, this is a call for you. If you're very passionate in mental health and in psychology, please just follow me. We'll make a way to increase that, right? Yeah. Then SRHR. There is a place they call me contraceptive, okay? So it's a very sensitive issue, and we do not like talking, because there are some religions they do not accept, there are some cultures they do not accept, but this is a reality. We're in 21st century, guys. So, and I do counsel, and I am an advocate at UNICEF, so I do counsel a lot of children. So I tell you, I do not tell you go and use contraceptive. No, I tell you there's this contraceptive, but when you are sexually active, use them. That's a right. So it's a right information given to those people. So you as a youth, you have your sisters, you have your brothers. How do you give them the right information? Rather than waiting the boda, as Honorable said, to come and give them that information that is wrong. So we need to play part as we in this digital access. They have phones, class 7, you find primary students, they have phones. You don't know what they're Googling, you don't know who they're following, what they do read every day, and that's digital access. And you are there also, you have a phone, instead of telling, hey, can you read this thing? It will help you, something like that. So the priorities of digital access to this youth. In the mental health, so we are told, like, you do not, if you do not have data, do not speak. So I have data. I'm working at district hospital at Boma and KSMC. So at KSMC recently we have started the mental health unit. At Boma also we have started, but they say it's 1% budget in all Africa the government give to the mental health issues. So it's very low still. So we start a unit, but there is no medicines. There is no doctors. There is no this. So still we are behind. I asked, even, it's not Africa, guys. I asked Norway, I have friends there. I asked, and still it's the same thing. So this is like a world call. So as that call that I made, like, you are passionate about mental health, psychologists, do something about that. Also, when we talk about SRHR, give right information to the right people, to the young generation, even to your fellow. There are some people here, they do not know some of the stuff. Yeah, the P2 issues, it has been a very, very issue in Tanzania, actually. And it's not only Tanzania, in East Africa, I've been following, also Kenya. And one of them, it was like, we can use, it is ampicillin or azithromycin, something like that, which is some of antibacterial as a P2. Gosh, that's a misinformation, right? So most of the misinformation that we get, we use it. But do you find the right information? So be the first person to start finding the right information. Let the digital access help you. Instead of staying there and bullying people, find that right information, educate other people, tweet it, retweet it. If you see something that can help someone else, you can retweet it, right? And then I finish with the GBV. The reporting system, it's broken. In Tanzania, they say they're starting a gender desk, dawati la jinsia, in every institute, universities and colleges. Still, they start. I'm talking honestly. You put it there, but people who you're putting there, they do not have that knowledge. They cannot, you're going there, you are raped, and they're like, what were you wearing? Huh? Who are you with? Oh, you went to his house. So you were raped. So we cannot help you. So things like that happen. So we need right people in those positions. And because we didn't get, I started, but still it's in the process. So a mental health space that can help university students. And it will be an office whereby legal, we can get a legal service. So if you have been any way how you want a legal perspective and it's free of charge, you can come and get that. If you want a medical treatment, you can get it there. If you want a spiritual service also, you can get it there. So I hope that I will get a lot of participants to volunteer into this, and also for you to learn to be one of the beneficiary of getting that. And the last thing, talk. If you have any issue, stress, depression, talk. Men, for us women, gossip help us because we talk, we release. So men, please talk. Find someone you trust, talk about it, and release, because the number of death of men is high than women, and you're still decreasing, and we need you guys. We need you. We are many and you are few. We still need you. So in the mental health, we can help each other. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Right. So what we want to do is to make sure that we take in most and all of the submissions that we have, right? So now we have online Miss Chido Mpepa. She's the AU Youth Envoy, and she has a few words for us. And then we will go on, and we would also want her to hear what you guys have to say. So Miss Chido, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone. I've been following online. I'm so sad I cannot be there in person. I would have really loved to be there in person and to connect, but currently at the US Africa Summit to just ensure that our voices as an African youth are fully represented. If you may also just allow me to speak on already observed protocol, but also just like to thank all the institutions that are represented here today, from the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, UN Women, Plan International, and of course, you lead, and congratulating you lead for such a successful summit that you've held over the past few days, including those that have also been represented during the panel discussions and my fellow youth leaders that are in the room. I think your immense dedication and fruitful collaboration towards youth engagement and young women's leadership is very, very exceptional. And it is the reason that everyone is gathered today, including those that are here with us virtually. I personally said I cannot miss this for anything besides the time difference. And I've been up so early just to ensure that I really get to listen to the wonderful discussions that have been happening today. I really love this session on mental health too. I'm also glad to have witnessed the young leadership fellows actively engaging in all the proceedings too. And when we talk about youth engagement, giving young people space and voice, this is what we envision. A space for co-creation and adding voices to policy dialogues is very important. And also just exchanging information through intergenerational dialogues and political spaces. So kudos to everyone for making this a reality during this Gender Equality Forum and the summit overall. It is also my honor to be able to participate virtually in the graduation ceremony of the Leadership Maiden cohort. Whilst it is a celebration of a cumulative of your efforts, this gathering is also very inspirational, one that gives me immense joy too, that our future is in safe hands with such minds and leaders too. And this future is not years from now, but it starts after this passing moment. Young people really exude this vibrancy and agency as capable decision makers, and hence their leadership is for today, tomorrow, and the future too, of the future generations too. So I believe this leadership program certainly propels us in that direction. And in delivering the closing remarks, I'd also like to just place this Gender Equality Forum into context to depict its importance to continental and global development too. I mean, the COVID-19 already had existing disparities, and more than 40 million women were faced with extreme poverty, with more women and girls experiencing a shadow pandemic of gender-based violence that spiked in various countries. And additionally, 11 million more girls may not return to school. In fact, did not return to school after the pandemic. And at the time, the digital gender gap as well became widened, leaving many women and girls behind. I think in all of this, women around the world have continued to be underrepresented in decision-making levels, and it's just about 30% and under in public leadership. And if I may say this, and as much as we're focusing on the girls and the women, I do believe that our boys and the men matter too. And also, when we join hands together, indeed, we can deliver the Africa that we want, the Africa that's inclusive of young people, as well as our he's for she's too. We know that various institutions have been responsive and accountable. And when women take diverse leadership roles in public administrative roles too, therefore, the need for representation of girls and women has been important in that regard, including the disabled, those from marginalized communities that also remain very critical. And I believe despite the challenges, there have been multiple recorded initiatives and social responses that have been led by women and girls to support respective communities and countries. I think this has also included sensitization to social entrepreneurship, to advocacy, to policy guiding, and in every aspect, women have also taken leadership roles. I believe this time, there's been an emergency that's becoming a chance to showcase that women's leadership shapes the choices being made today and overall sustainable future for our continent. This entails that everyone represented here is contributing to that outcome too. I believe that this Gender Equality Forum and fellows graduating today as a convening that focuses on women leading in the future for now, driving policies, championing change, and breaking barriers beyond the challenges. It is that same drive, the strong will, and resilience that matter as well henceforth. Young women and youth in particular already constitute of Africa's largest demographic, and I think we've heard this over and over again, close to 70%. And besides this demographic, just focusing on the numbers, what can we actually do with the potential that our young people bring? Hence why we're uniquely positioned to drive policies as well as to effect change. And this fellowship opportunity becomes that training ground and launchpad for young women to effectively execute as leaders too. Now, having set this tone, allow me to also just say congratulations to the graduating cohort of the Leadership Fellows. I am proud to see many young women being equipped with leadership skills to tackle the critical issues of our generation. And I'm very confident that you will contribute to the building the Africa that we want, enshrined in Agenda 2063. Seeing you graduate today cements our hope for the continent and overall global development too. And on that same note, I'm also elated to join the Plan International You Lead Africa on this fellowship, forming a forthcoming collaboration and partnership to ensure that young women and girls across the continent continue to be empowered, as well as ensuring that we have capable leaders for today and for tomorrow. For many months now, we've also been discussing the ways in which the Office of the Youth Envoy in particular can add value to this already impactful fellowship. And because of the Office of the Youth Envoy's mandate as a voice for the African youth the voice for youth mainstreaming, and advocacy for the implementation of progressive policies, it became very imperative to add value to this dynamic fellowship. And my office is very proud to partner in enriching young women's lives with leadership potential and acumen too. We see this as an opportunity to expand, to co-design, and to co-implement the fellowship too, with the aim of supporting young women's growth and development as key actors of change and leaders across the continent. I believe that young African women must be practically in tune with the African priorities and solutions to achieve the Africa that we want. This also involves learning more about the African Union, existing frameworks, opportunities, and initiatives to join as well as to champion. And this exposure to the African Union system builds a young leader with ownership of their continent and local priorities for development, together with awareness of the legal and regulatory frameworks too. As the Office of the Youth Envoy, which is a Pan-African collaborative movement, supporting the work of the African Union departments when it comes to youth mainstreaming and advocacy for progressive policies, ensuring that we fully represent the voices of our African youth across the continent too. We will continue to support and facilitate this connection with relevant agencies as well as within the respective governments and departments to aim to bring in closer African young women and girls to the African Union broadly too. Therefore, let this mark the opening of endless possibilities and realities resulting from this fellowship and the second cohort, as well as this partnership. As a young woman who's also leading this office, it becomes my honor to engage the fellows in this capacity as an opportunity to motivate and as well as inspire young women in their future leadership endeavors too. I stand today as an example that it is possible. And despite the challenges, one's background, and even failures that we experience along the way too, that this journey of leadership, a journey of becoming, discovering, and rewiring, a journey of learning and acquiring as much knowledge as you need. We must instill this confidence in our fellow young women and girls too, and this inspiration catapults them into leadership positions that will transform our continent as well as beyond. To everyone here, let us continue in championing young women's leadership. Let us continue in creating spaces at decision-making tables and ensuring that their effective and empowered participation of each and every young person across the continent. Our continental success is dependent on young people's leadership. And in turn, our leadership as young people depends on our Ubuntu values of unity and support. Congratulations once again to the first cohort. Your possibilities are endless, and I look forward to the second cohort when it comes to its dynamism and zeal to transform the Africa that we want. Overall, I look forward to continuously work with young people across the continent, and I wish you every success as you conclude on the You Lead Summit in 2022. Thank you guys, enjoy, and I'm so jealous that I'm not physically in the room with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Chido, for that. We are definitely elated to have you on board in supporting our fellows. And definitely, as we launch the alumni network, we know that you'll be a pivotal force in ensuring that they do go forth and claim the spaces that they have been preparing for. Thank you so much for that. So now I'm going to ask Mr. Charles, Miss McKenna, and Dr. Mona to just join the fellows. Would want to acknowledge that today at this summit, they have graduated. It has been a long, when we're talking about digital, it's not easy to have sessions weekly, online, with tech challenges, but they managed to persevere. And the 5 of them are representing a bigger group. They are graduating as 36 fellows from 12 countries in Africa. So, ladies, if you could just get up and get your certificates and we can have a photo moment. Congratulations, ladies. Your efforts do not go unrecognized. And we know that this is the beginning of something
bigger. Right. Yeah. So, Anita, Zoina, Glory, Florentine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, we'll just ask you to come in the middle. Yeah, for the certificate ceremony. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can do the picture. Thank you. Where are the camera people? Okay. Next we have Glory, Florentine, Kimario, Dr. Glory. Judith Charles. Patsy Mugabe. Right. And then Isabella Ellie Mamalekela. Isabella. Thank you so much, ladies. If we can have one group photo of all of you in there. And would also like to acknowledge our fellows who are joining virtually. I can assure you that as we started handing out the certificates, our colleague pressed the online certificates for them to also share this moment with their colleagues. We thank you so much for your effort. And as they graduate, you can be assured that as we launch cohort 2 of the fellowship, you can look out at the One Young socials once that is launched, and you get the information on how to apply and be a part of this amazing fellowship. Thank you so much. Can we please clap hands for them? They've worked really hard. Thank you. Right. So now we get to the critical issues. Now we get to hear and to, I know there's been a lot, and my colleague Elsie is going to be taking questions. One thing that I also want you to take note of is we are going to take the contributions here as part of asks that we want to be taken to CSW. This is part of the youth consultation process, while you also be involved in other ways. But let us start the conversation here. We've had a lot around digital access. We've had how innovation and technology can be a plus or minus to gender equality in education. So let us make sure that as we give our submissions, we are very clear on what we would want to be part of the priorities and the messages that go to CSW. Elsie, you can be assisting us with the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience to have this session. As we said, we are going to be very specific. We are not bashing. We are being clear. We are being clear-cut. 2 minutes max. Raise your issue, and then we'll be able to follow through. So if it's not clear, we're not able to follow through. We'll be very balanced and take a quick approach. Let's start. I'm sorry, I don't know who was first, so I'm just speaking randomly. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, we didn't give them enough applausements for the good contributions they did. Now, may you please join me for a very special hand clap. It will only take 20 seconds out of my 2 minutes. Hold the mic for me, please, madam. Thank you. First of all, put your hands together. We are going to warm them up. In Swahili, we say pasha. So we are warming. Pasha, 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 pasha. Choma, choma, choma. Okay, now that's a good applaudissement for them. My name is Victoria Mwanziva. I'm from Tanzania. I'm a youth mobilizer. I work in governance and politics, and it's such an honor to be here in the presence of all of you young leaders. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you in the incredible work that you're doing. Each and every one of you is adding up to the bigger picture. So whatever you're doing, keep going, keep moving forward. On the issue of gender and inclusion, my only contribution is that in all our discussions and in everything that we're doing, please, let's not forget the marginalized society. Let's not forget the women in the rural areas. Let's not forget our fellow young people who do not have access to the internet. Let's not forget young people who do not have a voice as we do. I work in the rural areas. I know what I'm talking about. This is speaking from experience. So whatever we're doing and everything that we're doing, let's include the rural area. This is one of the biggest marginalization that we have in the continent. And to finish it off, in Swahili, tushikamane, tuungane, tusimame pamoja, tufanye kazi pamoja kwa ajili ya kuboresha bara letu la Afrika. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. We are talking about enablement to ensure that marginalized communities actually also involved.
One
point.
I only have a comment. My name is Jael Diana from Campus Me Too movement in Kenya. Just a comment I need to make to our honorable panelists. I don't know if it was an issue of translation from referring to PWDs and other normal people. As we can see here, people living with disability are very few. There's, let's say, no sign language or whatever happening inside here, and also just the numbers, we can't see them here. So using such a term in itself is not promoting bringing PWDs into these conversations and these spaces.
Thank you for that correction, well taken. We are constantly learning in this space to involve. So we've taken two here, we come in here. Yeah? Is that okay? Who? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm Sia from Tanzania. I've been raising my hand so much, please. So for the men inside here, I see many people are in their phones, so I'd like you to Google men engagement. That is a policy from cutting across from health, economic, physical. It's all talking about men engagement in across Africa. So I'd like all men here to look in that. What I like to talk about is family. We are talking about gender, but we have not cut it to the family level. So if we start talking in the family, that we can teach our children, we can teach the girl child, we can teach the men, it will help us in all this. Thank you.
Thank you for the amazing points we've taken up. Burundi? Oh, it's you. Okay. Go ahead.
Habari gani?
Nzuri.
Je m'appelle Ornella, je viens du Burundi. Niongee kwa French, kwa Kiswahili au? Kwa Kiswahili Aya, mimi naitwa Ornella, natokea Burundi. It is my first time to participate kwa forum kama hii hapa. Alafu kingine kitu nimefurahia sana na nimependa. Tumekuja hapa kama Warundi. Alafu nataka kuongelea gender equality. Sasa kwa nini na sisi tusipewi nafasi kama wanaume wanazopewa? Kwa sababu wanawake tunaweza, jamani, hatuwezi. Nchini kwetu Burundi tuna 30% pekee. At least Tanzania mna 40 lakini. Kwa nini tusifikishe 50? Kwa nini tusifikishe 50 jamani? Nashukuru.
Thank you very much. She's talking about, okay, 1 minute.
Okay. What country are you? Uganda. Great. Thank you. I would like to talk about my name is Bruno Odur. I'm from Uganda. I would like to talk about the topic, digital access and gender sensitivity in education, in two aspects. The first aspect that I would have to look at it is what I term the primary reason why the women are not included in digital access. And I would look at number one, poverty.
Let's give him time.
And then number two, I look at illiteracy plus other issues. Now, those are the things that we might not be able to handle from here. Now, there are things that we can handle from here, and number one, which I call the secondary things. How many women are interested in digital things? When you go to the, thank you very much. Now, if all of us are interested, then we also need to go back to the communities where we come from, and we make sure that the young girls that are growing up are interested in coding, they're interested in the digital work. That should be our role. That is number one. Number two, as women who are experienced in digital work, we should be the ones to train our colleagues who are back there. If we organize trainings and we say we are training fellow women, automatically we are going to have more women involved. Thirdly, we should also have what you call the Women's Digital Day or a Women's Digital Campaign. When we have a digital day nationally, or when we organize it by ULEAD, we are going to find out that more women are going to be involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Digital literacy is very critical. I want to go down to that side because we've touched this side. We have to be fair. We have to ensure everybody is included. So let's have this lady. Where are you from? Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anne Mogo from Kenya, and my submission will be that the negotiation of the processes at CSW 67 to make sure that they include African women in the spaces so that the outcomes from the CSW do not feel foreign to African issues, and also to make sure that the submissions that we are making here today actually make it to the final table, because we always give submissions, but then in the final outcome documents, we do not have what we actually said. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to respond to that, we have people taking the points that are going, and they're actually going to CSW, and realize that sometimes when we're engaging in these spaces, it's a negotiation. So not all aspects will be taken, but point well noted. Thank you very much. I'm back to this side, the young gentleman there.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark. I am from Uganda. I just have a few comments to make and a few questions to ask. This is a conversation on gender equality, but the whole panel doesn't have a male to represent the male's needs. That is one thing. Then the second thing that I noticed, most of the speakers in the audience are female, and yet more males had put up their hands. That's another thing. Then also on the issue of men inclusion, there are two panelists there. I believe it's the honorable member who mentioned about male inclusion, but she did not ask the question, why isn't there a male on the panel? Because this is a thing that we'll be expecting from a member of parliament. I would not expect an answer right now, and I'm not attacking anyone. Then also on the thing, I think it's the lady in black, the one next to Patsy. She talked about expiration of the expiration date for equality. There can be an expiration date for equality, gender equality, but there is no expiration date for gender equity, and this is something that we need to advocate for. Then also, just to add to Bruno's submission, there are very many spaces that have been put for digital inclusion, female digital inclusion, but how many females are willing to take up these opportunities? I'll give an example. I'll give an example. I know an entrepreneur from Uganda. She has been taking up different opportunities, but what of the other entrepreneurs? Why aren't they taking up these opportunities? Are they bold enough to take up these opportunities? And if they are, why do they claim that that these opportunities are not there? Why is it that it is that one person that is taking up these opportunities?
Thank you very much for your submissions. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Viona, I'm from Kenya. And my fellow delegates here from Uganda say that when you're teaching if you know how to code or such kind of thing, you should go also to the rural. Let me tell you, Ogao, hey, I've been taught about coding. I've done cybersecurity and blockchain technology as a part-time course. I've done ICT at Egerton University. But recently when I was looking for a job, I was not placed in that department because it's only men. They're saying it's not possible for a lady to be there. So how can you people help us about this? We usually have the yearly women in technology things being said in Kenya, but still there is no realistic thing that we are seeing. We are not being given an opportunity in that. How can you please help us? Policies that will help us in that, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you're noting that the policies that need to come into play must also allow for more young women to take up. Yeah? I'm sorry. Let me just pick one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Liban Ali from Kenya, and I'm a founder and a CEO of Wezesha My Youth Initiative, an initiative which is as feminist as I am. And I can't emphasize enough on what Honorable Nusrat Hanje and my Kenyan sister, Anita, talked about. This, fellow youths, is a fight for each other, not a fight against each other. End of the day, we are all youths. We all fall in the youth fraternity. Second thing is regarding the girl child. In as much as the whole world is aligned into empowering you, into fighting for your rights, even in the holy books, it's written, God helps those who help themselves. So it goes down to your individual self. You have to stand up. My call to humanity is the future is female. Let's invest heavily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've exhausted this side and I've exhausted this side. I've not. Let's be fair. Okay, you make the decision. Have they gotten a space? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. At last, I'm called Nyesiga Agatha from Uganda, co-founder the Motion Youth Hub, and he's a co-founder. He's right there on camera. Okay, going straight to the point, I would like to recommend or to advise we women youth. Let's not, when we are very few here, we are very few who are employed in higher positions. But make sure you motivate the people that are behind you, because you are not all there. But when you're there, do things that will make the decision makers, who are men this time, I think, in all around the area, who are men. Make sure you do things that will motivate men to promote girls more and more. Do not get there and put a glass ceiling, please. Please, if I'm to say, break the glass ceiling. One last thing that I can talk about is Lead Her Fellowship. If you could please help countries like Uganda and other African countries to easily get into it, because it is not easy for us to come here, but get it digitalized that we can access it online, despite the many things that I had many to say, but that is enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping it brief. Just to respond to the issue on the Leader Fellowship, I think we are very clear that we had 12 countries on board. The truth of the matter is we need resources. We need funding. So we need funding even in the space of making it of digitalizing it. So we already have some Ugandan fellows, actually, 3 of them, and we're hoping to expand in the second cohort. We are looking for support. Anybody here? You've heard the cry.
Hello, everybody. I spoke to some of you very quickly yesterday evening. My name is Foxy, if you remember, and I'm from England. I've lived in Tanzania for 5 years, but been coming here for 16 years. I explained yesterday that I am an IT company, and I have had my own business as a businesswoman for 23 years. And within that 23 years, I have been able to work with men at the beginning, but now, over many, many years, women are more in IT as they used to be. And many of them are in IT as project managers, which is one of the things that we need to do. And also, I'm an advocate on gender equality, and I've been in many schools mentoring young girls and women as in equality within IT and women in tech. And that is what I do for UNICEF here in Tanzania and have done for many years. And with regards to, just very quickly, I'm a lawyer and I specialize in cybercrime, cyber fraud and cyber terrorism and intellectual property. And the other thing you need to remember is that many of you are students in university. I mean, in universities, there is an awful lot of cyberbullying. And believe it or not, most of the cyberbullying is from girls to girls. And so you need to be very careful when you go to university. And as the doctor said, there's an awful lot of mental illness and suicide within colleges and universities because of cyberbullying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my last round of 3. Okay, put down your hands, all of you. Put down your hands. So we are going to vote for who should be given. Thank you.
No, I'm not from Rwanda. I'm from Africa. I should speak it in Swahili. Ni hivi, ningependa sana kuongelea kuhusu teknolojia. Sayansi na teknolojia tumeweka kipaumbele, lakini hatutekelezi jinsi inavyotakiwa. Kwa mfano, kwa wasichana, boys wengi sana wamepewa nafasi ya kufanya kazi kwenye hivi vitengo vya teknolojia, lakini girls hapana. Pia materials zinazohitajika hatupewi. Je, unawezaje ukafanya kazi bila materials? Material nyingi ziko nje na watu wengi wanaofanya mambo ya teknolojia, they are taken to abroad and they won't come back to Africa anymore. They'll stay there. Why Africa will develop when? It won't. So we need people, experts from outside, or maybe we take the Africans here, we take them there out to go and study. Then later they'll be back to Africa and impact that knowledge that they have got.
Thank you very much. Knowledge. Let's go with one final one.
Enoch from Uganda. Picking up from that ideological point of view, my sister who said is from Africa has just said, we need the practicability methodologies of these policies. The way she has just talked, the policies that are friendly to technology, which will be gender sensitive in Africa. But as we continue saying this, as all the technology is just out of the countries in Africa, and we don't have industries that are spearheading all these technologies, then we are sorry for this. This is the high time, and the time is now for our leaders. We have members of parliament. We should start thinking of this, because whatever we hold in our hands, almost of the things are imported. Let technology begin from Africa. Our leaders, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Anita Epale. I'm a politician, and I'm so humbled to be here. Mine is a kind request to Ivan. When I saw digital access and future of work as a young politician, I'm faced a lot with young people who are looking for employment. We all have to agree unemployment in Africa is the highest challenge we are facing as young people. But there are good steps we can make in technology. When I came here learning about digital access, my really hope was for us to learn how can we be self-employed using technology. Because at the moment, let me tell you, my young people, there is gold mine in technology. Most of people in abroad and other places are making it big in creation of content on social media. There is so many platforms you can earn from. You don't have to be employed. And these are the things I want us to go out there and teach our fellow youth. Even if you can offer us training next time about social media and how we can make money from TikTok, from Instagram, from Facebook, from even, there are so many that currently the highest earning TikToker, he's called Kabilame. He just make billions. The other day, he landed a billion deal in Qatar for not saying anything in TikTok. Just, you know that guy who just, yeah, just using sign language to make a lot of billion. Kindly next time, let's expound on digital and internet. Let us learn so much so that at the end of the day, we can be able to be self-employed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm only taking solutions now. Solutions only. Yeah? Oh, here. Okay.
No, don't put me on pressure. Thank you, Madam. I'm Susan Akoli. I'm Susan Akoli, ActionAid International, Uganda. I've been raising my hand, Madam, since the start of the session. Yes, if I hadn't stood up, you were not going to pick me. Members, give me 2 minutes. First of all, I'm an alumni of African Women Feminist Institute, Uganda, 2020. I have 2 comments to make. One, young people, we are all here with our qualifications, but I love ActionAid, what they did to young people of Uganda. We all studied different fields, but we have inbuilt skills and talents which we are hidden there. What we do, ActionAid doesn't mind whatever you have studied. We have a movement called Activista. It brings a number of young people. For them, they have a training hubs in Uganda where they bring all young people together to fight social justice, economic justice, political justice, and rights for the young people. So what we do when they train young people, we are talking about here the issue of gender equality or gender equity. We do voluntary work as a group of young people. I'm going to hint on only one issue: gender equality. We are emphasizing, you see, at our age, we know what we are supposed to do. But me, as a feminist, young girls, you need to nurture them at an early stage. So what we do, we go to every primary schools, secondary schools, we go and sensitize them, teach them on sexual reproductive rights and health services, mentors them so that they become good future leaders. The problem. But now, why you're putting me on pressure? So much pressure, I may lose even my word. So my emphasis is, and I want it to be captured, let us go back deep into our village at grassroots level. As ActionAid is doing, they go deep in the village because we have vulnerable people there, young women, young people, young youth who don't have access to information, to resources, to infrastructures we are talking about here. So that we identify them, we bring them on board and train them so that they will be our ambassadors there. I rest my case. I'm on pressure, but I had a lot to share with you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you for sharing space. Thank you for sharing space. It's not about one person, it's about several. We also have people online. They've really been patient, guys. We have 1 point and we are going online. TEM team, please help us. Thank you. And we're about to close. Oh, you're okay with staying a bit longer?
Thank you very much. I'm Charity, final year medical student, so it took me a lot to come here not to speak. I would like to recommend organizers for bringing in a doctor. I was starting to feel out of place. Thank you for being here. I have recommendations, and I would like to break it down this way. We go through different stages of life. I would like us to focus on adolescents and teenagers.
Advocates.
Yeah, thank you. So adolescents, we see that girls go through menstruation and a lot of things have come up to help the girl child. But what are we doing for the boy child? Are we teaching them the necessary things they need? We are talking about gender equity. She made it very clear what gender equity is. Then teenagers, teenage pregnancies, teenage mothers. Yesterday we had an innovation to decrease the mortality rate of teenage mothers in South Sudan. What are we doing for the teenage fathers? Why are we only focusing on one gender and leaving out the other? I would love to be an empowered female, but I don't want my brilliance, intelligence, and beauty to threaten my brother. Can we work with partners? Can we get partners to equip this young generation of males to live in a world and deal with the dynamics of living in the same space with an empowered female? Thank you.
Okay, so we want to take the online. Just one more, we take it online. Go ahead. Let's take the person online, then we come. Yeah. One online. Yeah. Let's take the one online, and then I want to personally commit to carry this myself to CSW. And if not me, somebody will definitely get it. So if you're going to write, if you really want to say something and get it to the right people, write it down. And write your name and your email address. And every time when it's carried off, it will then be able to, we'll respond back and say, this is what was done. So write it down, please, as we give the opportunity. We are sharing space. We said we are feminists, yeah? So we share space. We don't take it all up. Is he back online? Where is he? Where is he? Or she? Okay.
Hello?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yeah, as usual, Edson Oriema online, an African from Uganda. Me, on this particular topic, I want to handle it in the perspective of GBV. Yes, we have very many GBV advocates who are doing a lot of work and a commendable job, but we are seeing cases of GBV are increasing day and night. Now, my concern is, can we concentrate and narrow down on causes of GBV in our community so that we emphasize on doing early warning and sensitizing the community about causes of GBV? Because I'm looking at this in a perspective that there are a number of cultural and religious norms and practices that have been violated, which previously nurtured good women, men, boys, and girls who are our parents. Can we resort to that? Then finally, to Honorable Nusra Tanje. Honestly, Mama, the word she used for describing people who are able in other ways was not good to me. Can we find other polite language for describing people living with disability? We can just say there are people who are able in other ways. We have people who are living with disability who have come to Arusha, but for us who claim to be able, we have not made it. So thank you so much. I wish you well, guys. Enjoy your time.
Okay, my name is Atieno Molo from Kenya. I just have a concern to our youths, and being that you are talking on gender equality, I've been interacting with most of us, and you are running special and very powerful organizations. In your organizations, are you promoting our discussions today? And then another thing is, we've just recently ended the 16 days of activism. I would really want to, we've always had several occasions whereby we have the platforms to express gender-based violence, feminism, and all. Are we using this all these platforms that we have effectively? We don't really need to come in these spaces, express this, yet back in our countries, we have national days where we can do this. We have leaders that we are very close to that can work about this. As I end, congratulations to you ladies, and we're the ones that are coming from Kenya. Let's really make strong partnerships so that as we come here, we also celebrate our success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
My name is Shamim Nambasa. I'm from Uganda. I've been serving as the guild president of Makerere University, and I was the 5th female guild president, which I pride in over 100 years. So first and foremost, I've been raising my hand since Monday, but I'm grateful that you've given me the chance. So first, I want to talk about the fact that we are discussing digital access, but then can we also solve the smaller issues? I want to call them smaller because for people that, for example, in Uganda, you find that someone cannot afford a sanitary towel that is worth 3,000 Uganda shillings, for example. So can that person sacrifice money to buy data to have digital access? So I think as we move into this, we may want to move very fast, but can we not leave some people behind? Can we also look into the people that we are accessing, that we are having these conversations with? We are moving into schools, we are moving into our universities, institutions, our organizations, but then how about, for example, the refugees? Who is talking to refugees? Because these people come from different countries, they need to have access to information like this. We have women that are dying from having unsafe abortions in these refugee camps. Are we giving them the information that they actually need to have access to? But then lastly, I want to talk about when it comes to support. If we are discussing digital access, everyone must put in effort. But then I'll give you an example. I come from Uganda, and recently they introduced the OTT. So we have to pay tax for us to access digital platforms. I have to pay a tax. My data that I buy is taxed. So if, for example, Facebook was banned in Uganda, so are we really moving into digital access when we are cutting off the spaces that are actually there? So I think if it's discussing policies, who is coming in, who is doing what? Is the government supporting digital access to this information? And finally, we are having the Computer Misuse Act being passed. So if someone is beating up a woman, you cannot post that video unless you've gotten permission from the police. So I think we need to be realistic. We need to look into these things and know, where are we going? Let us not move blindly because we want to move very fast. Let me first finish. We were talking about, I wanted us to discuss equality versus empowerment. That we're trying to put, we're putting out this information to make women feel like they must be equal to men. I think we should move into empowerment. That if you want to, it should be that you're empowering Shamim to have full potential. If her full potential is going to be better than man X, it's okay. If her full potential is going to be up to this, let it be that. But we have created a space of women must come up and be stronger than men. I think we need to go back and reverse that discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we've come to the end of our session. I'm very sorry. I am actually very frustrated that I cannot include all of you. I also really want to appreciate Maxwell, who was really, intentional with his points, and he's given us opportunities or platforms for young entrepreneurs to make money online, solutions. Or there is one more. Please, if you, and therefore we really want to close now. It's past time. Thank you so much for this. Anybody else who has a point who wants it written and taken seriously? Okay, so back to my able MC. Where is she? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, guys. It's been insightful. It's been exciting. We are celebrating. We are learning. We are listening. And I hope we take something with us when we go back. Let us be challenged with the discussion here. On that note, allow me to thank everyone, the panelists, the audience. It's been engaging, those who managed to come through, and thank you for paying attention and being with us. Thank you. Yeah. You wanted to ask something. Should we indulge her? Yes. Should we?
Hello again, everyone. I'm sorry for really taking in your time, but I was so pressed not to say this. Like she said, she's gone through a lot not to speak. So just speaking from what was said, I think Victoria talked about the marginalized people being the youths. So in my space, I'm saying this because there might be people here who are in the environment space or other spaces that we may support each other in future. In my space, we have so many other people. Me having a smartphone is an advantage to me. And that does not make me someone doing the best when it comes to conservation. There is somebody in the rural areas who does not have a smartphone, but is doing work 10 times more and better than I am doing. When DW reached out to me to tell my story, I was thinking about that person who has a story and DW does not know about them because they don't have a social media platform to share about their work. But I took it as a personal initiative. I shared the video and the video won an online competition. And I said, if they're giving me a grant, I can get myself equipment. These things that I've identified as a challenge, I'm going to stand in the gap. So from next year, I will be traveling, of course with support, but even without support, the little that I can, even just within my village and within my area, within my own capacity, to tell untold and unheard climate stories of great environmental champions who don't have the platform, but not only environmental champions. I am also looking at water and sanitation. I am also looking at the issue of period poverty. And since I will be in the UNICEF next year, I'm trying to see how we can be able to touch on those important points. And lastly, I just wanted to talk about unity as African people. When we were singing the You Lead song, I'm sure you are feeling something in your heart, feeling excited seeing your fellow Africans dancing to it. That is exactly what I was feeling when we were in the COP27 this year, in Egypt, and African youths were gathered at the African Pavilion. But the problem comes when that meeting ends, people, like most of us, end that feeling of being African and loving one another. There is a Swahili saying that says, mti mwenye matunda hutupa mawe. Lakini don't be the one mwenye anatupa mawe. Instead, ukiona matunda, we jiulize, how will I get to that tree to get the fruit? Let us tap into the opportunities that our fellow youths are providing. Let us not be the ones shaming, abusing, and throwing stones to our youths. Otherwise, we will miss on the opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, as we round off, I'm going to give you guys 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and then I cut you off as you finish and round off this panel. You've heard what the audience was saying. So 30 seconds strictly, right? I'll finish with you. 30 seconds.
My parting shot is invest in yourself because you can afford it. Thank you.
I just want to say, in case of leadership, it's just an ability of what you can do. It's not related with the gender. If it's a male or a female, it's just need you to have the right abilities to do what you're supposed to do.
Okay, your mental health matters, guys. You can take off just 1 week, because there are some people, if their phone is stolen, the next day they'll buy something else. So your mental health matters. Take care of it.
Thank you. This is, sorry for the interruption. Ugandan delegates, you are requested outside. There is a meeting that you're supposed to attend urgently, so please feel free to move out. Ugandan delegates. Oh, after I'm done. All right. All right, so you can wait just a bit. We're about to conclude.
Thank you. I personally, kiupekee kabisa ninapenda kumshukuru Sister Sotfa from One Young Africa kwa namna alivyojitoa kwetu na kwa namna ya pekee ambayo amekuwa akitusapoti sisi hii cohort, na sio sisi tu, na wengine ambao wameshindwa kufika. Lakini kingine nipende kuwashauri kwamba kama haujaombwa msaada na mtu mwenye mahitaji maalum, usimsaidie, kwa sababu kumsaidia bila kuombwa ama kumsaidia bila kuwa requested kumsaidia kunamfanya jisikie zaidi ya unavyohisi unamsaidia. Asante.
I didn't know. Oh, thank you. I didn't know about that. Nimejifunza hiyo kitu pia. Jamani, ninashukuru sana. Thank you very much for these 3 days. I have to say this because I'm traveling tomorrow. But I canceled all my timetables so that I can participate in these sessions, and kwangu zimekuwa engaging, networking. I had a lot of fun. So to me, this is also saying goodbye to you guys. Though in the cultural nights, I'll be there. But officially, with my suits, this is the end of the sessions, and I'll wish you all the best for the rest of Nani. Yeah, I just have one thing. I won't speak about the other person asked me that I didn't ask you for the man here. First, that is not what I'm about to say is not an excuse for not asking for the man in the panel, but we are used to have all men, and now it's a new normal that it's okay to have all women, but it's not okay now. It's not okay to have all men, but it's okay to have all women, because you know what I'm talking about. But that's not excuse. Ndio maana na mimi I'm used to that. Sawa. Lakini I want to challenge you one thing concerning digital access and the future of work. If yesterday we were told that the 50% of the future works doesn't exist right now, I want to challenge you in your countries back when you go home, go to your education systems. Are they supporting those 50% of the future works we are talking about? Go check on them. Go do some analysis, and then you you do something about it. Maybe advocates for changing of education system or something about that. Do we still need to start about us being evolving from chimpanzees and zinjastropers? What do we have to do about it? If you're talking about the 50% of the works we don't have now, do we need to start about the vicious circle of poverty? Do we really need to start about poverty? Why don't we start about rich and wealthy and money? I'm challenging you, and also I'm challenging myself. Otherwise, it was nice to have you guys, and I learned a lot. Na karibuni sana Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, Serengeti, and Zanzibar. Na wasalimu ya mwisho kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Na wapenda sana, karibuni sana Tanzania.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, our beautiful panelists. You guys are so great. Yeah, thank you. May we again clap for them, please, for the wonderful. So you lead, I lead, we lead. Guys, we all ate lunch. Let's not pretend. Oh, sorry. I have here some announcement to make when we are serious. How many guys are excited for the cultural night tonight? Let me see by raise of hands. Come on. Let me hear TZ. Where are you, Tanzania? Hey, I like it. We can't wait tonight and here. So tonight, we are going to have the cultural night. This evening, we are having a shot for the You Lead video. So remember what I said yesterday, guys. Carry your things that represents where you come from, whether flag, wherever it is. We want to shoot from here this time. No, our video man is around. So try to make sure that you appear in the video. Okay? Another thing, you guys, how many people are following our YouTube channel? Yesterday, how many subscribed during the summit time? By show of hands. How many signed before? Subscribed, actually. You're like 20. And remember, we are over 600. There are other people who are online. Please, let us subscribe, okay? Let us see by tomorrow if 100 people can subscribe to our channel, because that is where you're going to find your video from. The last but not least is from our gentleman. He's going to tell us the amazing event that we are going to have on Friday. You're welcome, Ahmed.
Habari zenu. Well, naitwa Lugome. I'm coordinating Arusha Experience. It's a program ambayo we are going to do it on Friday, and there is a registration form there at the registry desk. Kwa hiyo, for all those who wish to go to, we have some location: Arusha National Park, Arusha Snake Park, Themi Waterfalls. Then we have Chemka and the Rundigai Hot Springs and the Leki Duluti. So these are the places we have selected for you to enjoy Arusha. So you'll choose one place and register there, and you'll see the cost. But MSTCDC will provide transport, so you'll cover your entrance fee. So we have put there the description of the entrance fee, where you are, if there is East Africans, there is non-East Africans, and expatriates. So all the costs have been described there. Just go and see the registration, and tomorrow time like this, the registration will be closed. So make sure you grab this opportunity. You'll enjoy a lot about Arusha. Thank you.
You didn't talk about transport.
I've done it.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I didn't hear, sorry. You know, he speaks like our, like our brothers from the other side. So ladies and gentlemen, you know how we do always. Thank you so much for being patient. Thank you so much for learning. I want you guys to take back whatever you have learned to the locals there who didn't have the opportunity. And those who have been following us online, we really appreciate. DJ, you know how we do. Let us get up and we celebrate you lead by actually pick your phone. We are going to dance the ULEAD song with our, and also, yes, after this, we have tea. Those who want to take, but those who are going to have video this side, please, we have to. Let's pick our phone, our smartphone. This is what we did in 2019. We shared, and I still have some videos. Pick, go to the video. DJ, are you ready with the ULEAD song? DJ, are you ready? Pick it. Go to your selfie mode. You see? So this is what we are going to do. DJ, you're going to play the song, and we are going to record ourselves. Then we share. I'm going to share with guys who will appear in my phone video. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yours is the best, better than mine. So DJ, let's go. You lead, you lead. So you lead, I lead, we lead. So you lead, I lead, we lead. With your lead, let your dream be a reality. With your lead, let your dream be a reality. DJ, what is not happening? DJ, don't bore our people. Are we good? DJ, we are starting. Put it in a video mode. Okay? 1, 2, 3, we go. Yay. We go. From country to country, yeah. We're gonna work together. We are leaders. What? Hey. Together we shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Hey, Africa, hear me cry, never leave me and leave me alone. Light and a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Yeah, hey, 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 move with your... Yeah, let me see you guys roll with your camera. Move around with your camera. Hey. Kaiwete Uganda. Hey. Hey. Where are you? Hey. You are lit, we lit together. Now it's time you guys you roll it. Move around with your camera. Yeah. Hey, 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 hey. What? DJ. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Remember, in the morning, we were talking about peace, right? You guys listen to this song, Kenya Yamani song, and feel it. This is one of the contributions from ULEAD towards the peaceful election for Kenya in 2022, okay? So, DJ, Kenya Yamani peace song. What is up?
Come back, Africa.
Yeah.
Youth, we are no longer tools. Let's have peace in every step that we take.
Flags of freedom from the rise to keep wave. Come on, flags of freedom. 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 One party. Humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a moja we can achieve. Rise to keep wave, come on, flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come on, flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to keep wave, come on, flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings, the queen, vijana boys, the key. Opponents want to feel queer, twin jalopy. Let's not, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get her. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise, took you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
MC Benny and I Jane. Peace to the world.
Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Tea is ready. The video we shall share with the handle. Remember when you're sharing, please. So remember when you're sharing to put at your lead, hashtag your lead 22. Okay? So guys, for the video we are going to shoot right now. No, this one is different. Guys who carried their thing, I need those. The same flag, wherever the costume you're wearing representing your country. We are going this side, we shall shoot.